welcome back to the Netherkast, episode 20. Man, I am pumped. And I bet you know why. That Avengers 2 trailer. Damn, that was good.
Oh man,
Did
you see Vision at the end there?
Dude, it was so freaking... It looks good, I'll give it that. Avengers 1 was good, but man, this one's definitely... Oh man, I can't freaking wait. It just looks good. Ultron.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Ultron just blows me away every time that dude opens his damn mouth.
I always wondered, what would Paul Bettany look like if he was incredibly pink? Now I know. It's a good feeling.
Well, there you go. But there's not a whole lot to talk about Mortal Kombat this week. So you want to?
Yeah.
Any other trailers you guys have seen?
Kind of slow.
Like any story related trailers?
Let's talk about Charlie. Charlie looks fucking amazing for SF5, doesn't he? I think he does.
All right. Who are we kidding? We have way too much to talk about this.
I had things to say about Charlie. I had Charlie opinions I was ready to discuss, but whatever, fine. If you want to go on.
We will bring that up during like a graveyard shift. We got shit to talk about. We got way too much to talk about. It's absolutely
maybe once we start up our own Street Fighter themed podcast, we can do that.
Yeah, the Cap Cast.
There you go.
Focusing on the story that no one cares about.
I was gonna call it
about
Cascom,
how
but...
Akuma has never actually killed anybody.
Fucked up a submarine that one time.
That's the thing.
Fucked up a mountain.
But yes, anyways,
his murderous intent and all that. And nope, Goken's fine. It was a coma.
The key word is
buried
intent.
a guy who was in a coma.
What have I
Never
started?
get shit done.
What have I done? I blame myself for clearly bringing us down a bad road.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it.
But no, I'm Black Cyborg, as always, joined by temporary username Shadaloo and Razor's Edge. We are we got some things to say. We have
opinions, and you're gonna hear them.
Yeah, you're gonna listen to them, and we appreciate that. And I want to get that out of the way real quick, and thank everybody who's subscribed, just overall, and especially this last week. We got 30 to 40 subscribers just this last week. I think a lot of it had to do with that story trailer reaction video we did. The Tether put that up on Twitter and shared it on Facebook, etc., which I'm sure, not everybody's into podcasts, but, if we can at least, give people to give us a chance through a reaction video or commentary video like we did for the Brutalities as well, then cool. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Check out Versus and other stuff like that. If the podcast's not your thing, we're trying to offer more than just this podcast. But if you are giving this podcast a chance, hope this will be a good one to listen to if you're just starting with us. So I want to thank everybody for subscribing. We do have a Facebook and a Twitter as well. As soon as the videos go up on YouTube, they get posted to Twitter, so that's an easy way to find out right away. I usually post them up on Facebook, as soon as I'm available as well. And beyond that, our podcast is also on iTunes, and I usually put up the extra shows on iTunes as well, so you can subscribe there if you prefer to listen on the go, if that makes it easier. And I want to thank the Tether, of course, and TRMK, and Test Your Might. So thank you guys for affiliating yourselves with us once again, and sharing our videos and sponsoring them. That's very awesome. And yeah, hopefully onward and upward, and more content keeps coming out. But MKX is fast approaching, so let's talk about this busy ass week. Starting with the Brutality trailer, or stream, I guess I should say, which had the Brutality trailer attached to it. But yes, they went in depth on Brutalities, and it kind of came out of nowhere. I believe everybody's first reaction was, "What just happened? What was that? It? What?
Yeah,
what did we just see?"
They started with a really low key one, with the one where Cassie tackles them and just punches their face till they're dead.
Yeah, it was an odd way to start that, but it just ramped up from there to. We got a simple one to start where, yeah, like you said, she just tackled him, punched his face in, and that was it. And it just came out of nowhere. They didn't say, okay, well, now we're going to show you the Brutality or anything like that. And nobody was sure what a Brutality was going to be in this game. We all just figured it was likely going to, take place after the match, or if it was during the match, they'd probably give you a heads up. But yeah, they played it off really well. But yeah, it was so out of nowhere, and like you said, the first one they showed was probably the most subtle one of them. So it was you were just kind of like, is this all we're getting? Like, are our characters just gonna punch the character in the face like 5 times or kick them a couple times?
Up.
Yeah,
like, I thought really they just like, oh, there's going to be 15 more hits, but they don't know what they're doing. So yeah, they only got like 2 or 3. That's cool.
Yeah, and even in the stream, they tried to play it off like, what's going on? Were you supposed to, like, trying to be coy about it?
They're playing coy.
Yeah, right.
And all the reactions in that chat, like from cast first, was like, "What? Lame, sucks, terrible, awful." And then like 2 minutes later, you've got like Raiden blowing someone up from the inside out. It's like, "Oh my god, awesome!"
Yes, people jumping to conclusions in the Mortal Kombat fan base.
That's nothing new.
That never happened.
No, get out of here.
Certainly not during this past week.
No, not at all. Not even once.
And you know what? We're not about to jump to any conclusions in this episode.
Not at all. There will be no conclusion jumping. I have put the map away. But no, yes, they from there they took it to an actual trailer before they even explained, which we saw plenty of cool ones. My personal favorites, I'll shout out real quick to the Raiden one that you said where he goes inside them with electricity and then just blows, he pulled a Neo or a Shang Tsung, and then
that was pretty epic.
Yeah, Quan Chi's
that was what I was just about to say. The Quan Chi one with the portal of blood above his head.
Just goes full upside down Nightmare on Elm Street and just stands there like a badass with his arms crossed.
Yeah, that one was awesome. And then the other one was Devora's, because she stabs the person in the chest like 3 times with her extra leg or whatever you want to call it, and then you see kind of like, it's very subtle when you aren't expecting it. You don't really notice like how it just bulges up at one point when you watch it back, or at least I didn't notice it. But yeah, you see her stab the person in the chest a few times, and all of a sudden they fall over, and I was like, that's kind of meh. All right, okay. And then all of a sudden you see a bug burst out and then fly away, like, oh, total aliens. It just, that one was a favorite as well. So that'd be probably my top 3 that we saw.
I know Temp loved that one.
You see, I didn't notice the bulge. I'm going to try my best to never notice it ever. Just pretend like the last 45 seconds weren't a thing. So no, but I guess I'm going to be sort of the minority about the Quan Chi one. I just think, why would you want to cover yourself in blood and guts? Like, it'd be cool if like the portal opened above him and he pulls out an umbrella. Like, that would be badass. But I don't know.
I mean,
it's cool.
Would love
it's really
to see
cool.
Quan Chi carrying an umbrella.
I think everyone would.
I'd pay money for that DLC skin.
That would be sick. Or just like a poncho. I don't fucking know, but it'd be badass.
But
He does look like a poncho wearer, Quan Chi does.
As we
It'd be
find
funny
out,
if he's standing there and it starts to spill on his head, and then he realizes what he's. What the hell?
All Trey Parker style.
Yeah. Oh God.
Terribly lame.
But yes, we'd find out that the brutalities ended up being they take place at the end of the match, right before the end. So it's not like a fatality or friendship, babality, etc. It's nothing like we've seen in Mortal Kombat in that fashion, where if you do a specific special, and you meet the requirements throughout the match, if you do a special and it takes the end of their, like, it's enough to kill them with that special, then...
Well, I think Ed clarified on Twitter that it's basically the execution is an EX move. Just, end your winning round with an EX move, and if you, didn't use low kick or didn't block the whole round, whatever the requirement is.
Right. Yes, and as
It'll
long
trigger.
and as long as it's enough to kill him, then if all those were met, then it goes straight into the brutality to finish it. It looks like a normal special at first, so it plays off of them. It's just like an expanded one, like you said. It's an enhanced one, but it's enhanced into a brutality itself, and it goes right into the animation in the darker screen, and it stays at a static camera like classic fatality. So yes, it's just beautiful. At first, I think everybody was a little confused, maybe a little bit disappointed, but then once the trailer started, and you're like, oh, okay, these aren't just going to be simple punch you in the face a couple times. There's actually going to be some, real personality and specials used in these, and they just look smooth and quick, and they're the opposite of fatalities. They're not over the top trying to look cinematic and look like a production and execution style like that. They're trying to go for simple and sleek like old fatalities. Somebody put it best when they said they're like Mortal Kombat 1 and Mortal Kombat 2 fatalities when they kept them, really simple, especially with that camera angle being static on the players like it normally is. It looks really good. So
which is specifically, I think, the reason why I'm very much in love with them.
Oh yes,
I've always been like a major proponent of like finishing moves should be quick, stylish, and simple. They're just killing the guy. They shouldn't, unless it suits the character, like Noob Saibot ripping a guy in half or whatever. I've never believed they should be like 20-second torture shows. You just like fucking execute the guy within 3 seconds with some style. Then that's what I'm all about right there. And yeah, the camera unchanging really adds to that effect. It makes it feel very old school to me, so definitely in love. I do understand, though, a lot of the negative reaction that some people had, because I think that a lot of people, unspoken, were basically expecting it to be on like a series of rapid-fire X-rays or something, like the old Brutalities cranked up to 11. And I can understand that, but...
Most of the backlash has been about the word brutality, basically, that this isn't the same kind of finishing move as the old ones were, so they're like, why are they calling it a brutality? And that's kind of a dumb argument, because the old trilogy brutalities were just kind of the worst finishers in the game. Why would you want that mechanic to return?
I don't understand it myself either.
There's no reason not to just take that word and do something completely new with it.
It's not that I don't see their point, I just don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah,
I understand why they feel that way. I just don't agree with them at all.
Right.
I just find it really funny is the fact that the old brutalities were basically their called response to Killer Instinct's ultra combos, and now these brutalities are basically a call response to Killer Instinct's ultimate combos. Just a special which ends the round right there. That's twice we've effed him in the A.
And it has more depth too, so it's the double FU to Killer Instinct, because it's like we made them more interesting. And they're more diverse. And they're hard to do. Fuck you.
Oh yeah, we should probably mention that. There's over 100 in the game. Like, that's amazing. That was another selling point for me. It's because, like...
Yeah, that means every character has, like...
At least three. Yeah.
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, if we end up with, like, 24, 25 characters on the initial roster, yeah, that's 4 at least. So, yeah, I mean, that was another selling point for me, because, you know, if all Cassie had was... you know, tackled and punched in the face multiple times. Like, okay, that's okay, I guess. But no, she's going to have 3 other ones. We already saw at least a couple of them. And if, you know, a character can have a couple that you think are meh, but they're going to have at least one good one, I would assume, per each character, because they're going off their specials. And that's another aspect about it is we're finally going to get those, like, classic fatalities, and now we don't have to take up fatality slots. Sub can have his spine rip if he wants without having to do a fatality, because the fatalities themselves are more theatrical at this point. You know, now it's freeze your chest, then punch through it, then break your spine, then pick you up and tear you in half. Like, they're over the top for a reason. Brutalities are for all the people that want something simpler, and for the competitive players that want something that's quicker. And these reach something that, you know, this is satisfying both those needs. We're getting those classic fatalities. You know,
I think that's what I really like about it. Because, I mean, I've always said my preference for fatalities is the not the drawn out like, I'm gonna smash your head and then I'm gonna rip off your arms for no reason, but like the camera angles thing. Like, the MK4 fatalities are my favorite because they really got, you know, made it a production with the camera.
Right.
And I like that there's both options in this game for, like, the full production fatalities and then something more quicker and MK1-esque. And I also like that there's a mechanic in the game for, you know, skipping the finish him if you want to kill someone right at the end of the round. I think that's a neat idea.
Exactly. And expanding upon that is that, you know, we're mentioning people that have an issue with brutalities or just didn't like them, or the name, or they wanted something X-ray related, or they just wanted, you know, if you're going to use the name brutality, make them brutal. But it's like, we already get as brutal as it can get. Yeah, we can.
The word brutal doesn't really mean anything in the context of Mortal Kombat. Everything's already brutal.
Exactly. And if you're, I mean, to each their own. Everybody has their own opinion. I'm not knocking you for that opinion, so please don't take it like that. But in my opinion, if you're wanting more brutality, you know, on top of a fatality, if you're wanting some dude to smash, you know, a dude's head in on a rock for like a minute straight to the point where it's just like you see the teeth getting just like broken up and it's getting to the point where it's uncomfortable. It's like, okay, but the fatalities are already accomplishing that, so why not have something completely different? Now, not only do we have something completely different, we have 4 other options per character on top of the fatalities and on top of the likely stage fatalities and the faction kills. So now you have the brutality route. Some people said, well, this is lame because they're so simple and subtle, and they don't have this big theatrical feel to them. Well, that's the point. But beyond that, the fact that they are so simple and quickly done means they could put so much more in them, which means more, a character can have more than 1, more than 2. They have likely 3 or 4. So with that being the case, you just have more options now. It just gives you more options. We've already seen Scorpion have 3 or 4. So yeah, I mean, options are good. Options and variety is good, and options are good. If you get 8 different ways to kill a person, that's good for you. If you want gore, now you have 8 different ways to humiliate somebody or to have that gore factor, and they'll get less repetitive. You see the same 2 fatalities per character each, for long enough, for over a year or so, you're going to get bored. Some quicker, some don't get bored, but the point is, now you have 4 other things on top of that to really reach for, and you have to earn them, so they have that humiliation factor, kind of like the babalities and the friendships, etc.
And you really, you have a reason to do them now outside of exhibition. Because let's say you're watching a tournament, and let's say, I don't know, DJT is playing Liu Kang. And it's like, let's say you have to get 5 throws in to enable the brutality. The audience is going to be watching, and they're going to see him do the first tick throw, and people are going to start talking like, oh, is he going for brutality? Once the 4th throw happens, people are going to be freaking the fuck out. That is going to be so fun for me, at least, to watch. And you know what? Let's leave the tournament. Let's go to King of the Hill. You know how much for me it sucks to have 6 people in front of me, and they all want to do fucking fatalities? I'm like, God fucking, come on. Just get the match going already. I'm tired of this shit. And now we have fast, efficient fatalities. We have the Ricky Bobby of fatalities. We don't have to fucking wait over and over again. It's one and done.
Sonic the Hedgehog of fatality.
Yeah, precisely.
Gotta go fast.
But yeah, and touching upon that whole, they're watching going for 4 throws and how intense that's going to be. Well, imagine if you notice both characters, or if you are one of the people playing, and you know that the other guy's going for a brutality on you, and you're going for a brutality on him. The fact that it takes place during the match and how you finish the match is what, triggers it. That adds to the intensity and the tension and that hype factor. Yeah, the mind games. Because with the fatality, you've already won. So now you're just showing off in the fact that you've already beaten the guy. He's defenseless. He's just standing there. And you have 10 seconds to pull off the fatality. So there's not really a challenge to that other than remembering what the fatality is. So now you have the challenge of, do I do this? Do I do that? Does he know I'm going for this? Do I try and trick him? Oh, I see he's doing this. He's going to try and brutality me. I'm going to try and make sure he doesn't get that by, denying him of those throws or whatever the case is. So it's there's tons of mind games that opens up because of that. And the hype factor, the intensity, and the tension just ramp up so much. If I'm facing a guy and we're both on the 3rd round, obviously, so we both won 1 round, and our life bars are down to the point where either of us could kill each other in one special move, that's going to get really intense because you're both going for it. And it's no longer just stand there, put in a button combo, and that's where the tension comes in, is can I get this combo in time, even though they give you plenty of time these days. Now it's, I have to do this. When somebody's going for that throw, they're going to get close, and as soon as they throw you, and say you're Quan Chi and you knock somebody back and you're going through that portal, that's going to be nuts because you don't know if they successfully got it until you see that screen go dark and then all of a sudden it's too late. That to me is so much more exciting than, yes, X-rays and stuff like that. I've always said, when I predicted what they'd be, I said I'd like, X-rays mixed with fatalities, but this is so much better. This is something that I didn't know that I wanted. But at the end of the day, it's better than what I thought of because we still have X-rays, we still have fatalities, we still have the gore, we still have the brutality in the game itself, we still have. But now we have something named brutality that's a completely different mechanic and has a whole different, factor and fun factor and just intensity to it. So yeah, I love variety and options, and I think this was the better way to go. There comes a point where you got to be like, I was hyped for this and I was looking forward to this, but this is something I didn't think of and is still good, if not better. Because, that's what it is, in my opinion.
It's going to matter. Fatalities don't really matter in the long run. This is going to be important because I don't have another example, so I'm going back to tick throws. If you think I'm going to do a tick throw because I'm going for the brutality, and I'm inside your head, I'm like, he thinks I'm going to go for a tick throw, and I'm going to do a chain combo when you block my jump in instead, and you're going to eat 40%. That's gameplay relevant. That matters. It's going to matter in every match. And what if they don't know what my brutality is? And, the match ends, and all of a sudden their head's flying off, and they're just like, when the fuck did he find the time? Fuck this guy. That's what I love about it, and it works the other way around. If they do know I'm trying to do it, I don't just want to beat my opponent. I want to make them squirm. So if they're freaking out trying to avoid projectiles or tick throws or whatever or slides, that's fun to me. That adds another layer to the match. Fatalities don't really add anything for me. I'm not a gore hound. So if people wanted that extra layer of just gore and brutality, I respect that. I know that's why a lot of people do start playing Mortal Kombat, but it's not for me. I get where they're coming from, but I got what I wanted. I'm happy with it. I'm not saying, they're dumb, I'm smart, this is the way it should be. I like it. I really fucking like it.
Well, in my opinion, it's a situation where everybody wins. The only people that aren't winning right now are the people that are either dead set on the way they were before, like for some reason 10 hits in a row and then explosion with 10 rib cages. If you had your heart set on that, then yeah, you're probably not happy. But or like you said, if you're hung up on the name, then okay. Or if you want an X-ray related, then fine. Like I said, I can see all those reasons. I'm not saying those aren't valid reasons, but you shouldn't. I feel like to let that spoil what these are offering. I don't know. I just don't see that as a. I feel like this is an option that everybody wins because we're getting something completely different and that can make everybody happy. We already have the over gory. The gore tech in this game is crazy. We see Scorpion cut a guy's face off, and it just slides off, and you see his tongue waggling, and part of his brain fall off. Like that. That's gory. And hearts coming out and stuff like that. We get that gore factor and that cringeworthy factor with the fatalities as it is. Why do we need to push that even further when we can just have something completely different on top of it? They're not overshadowing fatalities. They're not taking away fatalities. And they're not taking away the X-rays, which all those are already brutal as they are. Why try and out-brutal when you can do something completely different? And then if you're saying, like we've talked about, then why call them Brutalities? Because Brutalities is a cool name. They made the game. They can choose whatever they want.
You gotta stick the word ality on something, because that's what the series does. And let's be honest, we're out of ality words. We can't, make up a new one. You're retarded. And
Brutalities, it's not like it was this big, lovable thing from the past that they're just crapping upon. They didn't just reinvent the wheel with something that was already perfect. No, they took something that was, arguably one of the weaker ones of the bunch, right there with Animalities, and they reinvented it to make it more useful, more variety, more give another option, etc. They just did something different, which is it's good. It's not always good to do something different, but in this case, it is. They hit a home run, in my opinion, and yeah, nobody has to agree with that, but I don't know.
Well, we all like it. And
yeah,
I don't
the majority likes it. Yeah.
Yeah, the minority that doesn't seem to be happy with it is so small. I don't know that we should spend that much time complaining about them complaining.
We're beating a dead horse on it, yeah.
It's the immediacy that I'm really in love with. The notion of someone finally dying as a result of an attack inflicted during a fight, rather than, we're used to that kind of awkward position where the guy gets knocked down and then gets up and then starts woozing around like he's drunk, and then you're off 2 inches to the left, ducking repeatedly or jumping in midair as you're trying to pull this fucking thing off. No, this is a direct result of a killing attempt in the middle, or obviously at the end of a fight. It feels so sudden, natural, and quick in most cases. And that's what I'm in love with. It feels like the proper ending to an actual fight, and that's one of the things I really have to compliment NRS for.
Yeah,
Everything
it does
seems
lack that dramatic build-up to an accidental slap factor.
pretty much, like that. That's the thing that's really gotten me hyped about all the MKX fight footage we've seen so far. The game feels so fluid and natural just by looking at it. I can't say that for sure because I haven't played it yet, but holy Christ, there's like an ebb and a flow to every fight, and I could really see like some types of fights going as well as a choreographed fight scene in a freaking movie at some point. All this back and forth and tossing shit at each other, old ladies or barrels or whatever the hell have you. It feels so fluid.
It does.
And this is the icing, the cherry on the icing on the cake. Shit, man.
Exactly. They're very fluid fatalities is what it feels like.
No complaints from me. Not a one.
And to, finish this off, if you're somebody that wanted something combo related, they can be comboed into. So you still get that. In fact, if you do a long-ass combo and end with that, that's just even cooler. If you're doing this long scorpion combo and you end it with, throwing your spears into the guy's chest and then, waving them and they catch on fire and they just blow your chest up completely, that's awesome. You can combo into these. These aren't something that are at the end where you got to pause and then do it. It's not a fatality. It's something easily comboed into. So you're getting that factor too.
I can see Cassie with this giant fuck-off jackass knock-up combo for like 40% damage, finishing with a couple of gunshots, and just filling them full of holes as they come down from midair.
Yeah.
Christ. There's so much wonderful potential in these.
Exactly. That's awesome. And we did see one of Scorpions that did end in a combo.
Mm-hmm.
And he after doing a long combo, he ends with doing a teleport punch while they're still in the air, and then he does
bang.
He does a uppercut, and their head just blows off or whatever. Like that's awesome. Or I love Scorpions where he doesn't even really kill the guy, he just chops both their arms off. I like that factor too, is not everything has to be an immediate decapitation now, because the way it's set up is that you can just cut a dude's arms off with your swords in a mid combo, and that's awesome looking. You literally just cut him up and then cut his arms off, and it's done.
That single shot in the as I was saying, toward the end of a fight that just ends the match. You don't have to be going for a killing blow. It's just that one guy was just too slow on the draw, and boom, off goes his shoulder, fight's done.
Yep.
That's what I love.
All right. Well, I think that pretty much covers it for Brutalities.
Yeah, that was...
I had a lot of excitement towards those, and we haven't talked about them, obviously, since they came out last Thursday, but man, after sitting on that for a few days after the initial Brutality reactions, if people didn't listen to those, I wanted to make sure people knew the hype of what we all felt for those. So,
well, I think it's good that we started on something so positive that we feel about it, because some of our reactions to the rest of the
it's going to be a
things
roller
we're going
coaster.
to cover are pretty mixed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a roller coaster. We're going to hit some highs and some lows during this episode, so it's going to be fun for everybody. Whether you liked a lot of it, disliked a lot of it, there's going to be something for everybody that everybody will agree with us on something, I would hope. But yes, let's move into the story trailer, which came out on Friday. And I just want to say, definitely called that we'd get more than what, people were already saying. Oh, they're not going to show a character during the stream. Woe is me, shit. And we did get something. So, yeah.
We got a lot.
Yeah, we got a lot. We actually got a ton
several
of stuff. So let's break down this story trailer. Okay, so it starts... I'm not going to go piece by piece just because I don't have it all in my head, but we'll cover the main parts that are the big talking points coming out of this.
I remember it pretty well.
Okay, so if we forget anything, yes, definitely chime in, because...
Razor has watched this religiously, going...
I'm have
looking for things that fuck with the original canon.
Yeah, I think
Where
I've watched
are they?
3 or 4 times, but yes. All right, so either way, we start off with Cassie, Kung Jin, Taquito... Apparently Taquito, not Taquito, which was odd.
Damn it, Christ.
Let's just assume the voice actors are the ones saying it wrong in this instance.
I always think Taquitos. Taquito.
If I hear that announcer go Takeda when I select him, that's it. Fuck what anything else has to say.
Yeah.
That's all I need to hear.
And also Jacqui, so she is confirmed as well. And we've been pretty much speculating and expecting all of them to be in, if not maybe one of them being left out, but we got all of them.
I'm not ashamed to say that I was thinking that Jacqui Briggs was kind of a big feint, that we wouldn't get get Jax and
we
Jacqui
talked about
here,
this
but
before at least once. That
I was wrong.
We all kind of hoped that Jacqui was an NPC because she seems kind of boring, and I still feel that way.
This is at the point where we were pretty sure that Jax was going to be in the game, so we're like, do we need another father and like offspring?
Well, that never bothered me because again, like we also talked about how I don't like all the people who say like that Johnny and Sonya shouldn't be in because Cassie fills their role somehow. I don't agree with that. Like I'm fine with all three of them being in the game. I don't think Jacqui and Jax are similar at all. I just don't think Jacqui is very interesting.
I don't think Shadaloo was saying he doesn't want them because they're so similar. I think he just didn't want them because we have so many damn father and son, father and daughter combinations.
Again, it's not unique anymore.
Again, it's not that I don't want them because they're another father-daughter. I just if I had to pick between the two of them, I would have gone with Jacqui. Like if we had no news or no confirmation on Jax at all, I'd have been fine with Jacqui. But
well, Jax is
Jax
sort
a
of
huge
unique in the game compared to Sonya and Johnny because he's one of the returning dead. I think that gives him a role in the story that could be more than just, the father-daughter relationship exploration.
But that's even fair. That, I feel like we have like 4 characters coming back from the dead at least, and I don't know. We'll get into this, but
we'll talk about this more because I have some thoughts on the dead characters, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, okay. Later. So we start off with them, and we find out, we get quick introductions on them, and just their roles, basically. They're kind of like
Well, let's like talk about the more important thing in that scene, Beard Zero.
Oh, yeah. So we see Sub-Zero's glorious MK Deadly Alliance /3. Yeah, that...
I think I've taken something from all this. In Mortal Kombat, you either die the hero or you live long enough to become Billy Mays, because that's what everyone fucking looks like now. And it's not a bad thing.
Growing old means getting a beard. Combat community. I mean, you don't lose your hair; it doesn't turn gray; it just covers your face.
Yeah.
If Smoke winds up being in this game, I am expecting a gigantic Kill Bill Pai Mei beard swish from under that mask. All the beards are so magnificent. It is beard.
He kind of has to go with the hair. Yeah, it can't be anything less than down to his chest.
It's Kombat beard time.
But yes, that was glorious.
Smoke comes back as Chris Christopherson. I don't know if I can take that, but yeah, we'll see. It's a big we'll see.
But yes, we finally got to see Sub-Zero's awesome outfit from the comics, from very Deadly Alliance / MK3 inspired, and it looks really good.
It has the symbols on the patches.
Oh yeah, I like that a lot too.
Alliance, Kanji, man, that's my favorite detail that Deadly Alliance added to it, and I'm so glad that it's in the game.
Yeah, indeed.
And this kind of really makes me wonder, when we saw that mask on him earlier in the comics, was it just to protect us from the majesty of the beard? Just to keep that beard a secret so we all collectively lose our shit when we finally saw it? I love it. I really do.
I mean, he doesn't have the beard in the comic because the mask comes off. I think it's just the Unbreakable variation will in fact wear a mask.
Yeah,
I'm glad that the default is maskless, because I know some of you guys like him with the mask in this outfit. I think a guy wearing a mask over his mouth without a hood looks goofy.
Yeah, I could see that.
It does, but it's such a nice looking mask. I love the classic sort of DC MK9 sub mask. It's my favorite mask, so
it works.
Yeah, I'll miss it a little bit, but this does make more sense. Oh yeah, Rain especially when he has the long hair, for sure.
But yeah, I mean, we got Sub-Zero, Beard Zero, and his awesome attire. We got 4 other characters, or I guess 3 other characters revealed at that point, and he's talking to them.
We already knew cast.
Right, and we get to see we do get that or I guess confirmed, even though that word's been thrown around way too much lately. We get to see that stage confirmed as Lin Kuei, as we were kind of speculatory, but Razor was pretty sure, and he indeed was right. It was Lin Kuei related, and it looks like their home base. If you look off to the left, it looks like that there's a doorway into their into their temple or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, we start off there, and then it just progressively grows from there. We see Cassie and the gang is what I'm going to refer to them as. Cassie and the gang. They're a
like
team.
the GI Jins.
The GI Jins.
Referring to them in my head.
I like it.
Because they're all special forces.
Yeah.
And there's a guy named Jin.
It fits. It makes sense totally.
GI Jin.
Body massage.
But yes, we get the Cassie and the gang, aka the GI Jins. We see them traveling around basically, and like I said, they talk to Sub-Zero. Then they get captured by. No, it's in Outworld. Do we know if those are Kotal's troops or?
I'm pretty sure that's one of Kotal's guys, because you
Okay.
see the guy walks down into the boat and he's wearing that skull mask. I'm pretty sure that
Right.
the marching guys in Kotal's army all wear those
'cause
skull masks.
That makes sense.
Irma and Aaron Black are leading the
Oh, yeah,
masked
yeah, yeah.
troops,
Good
so
point,
it kind of
good
has to be Kotal, right?
Right, and they're in the carriage,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think, at that point, or the whatever you call that stagecoach. So yeah, it definitely makes sense. He's talking to Kano. So yes, and then we see Kotal talking to Kano as it looks like Cassie and her friends are captured in jail or imprisoned or whatever you want to call it at this point, if it matches up time-wise. But we see Kotal talking to Kano, and all of a sudden it looks like they get ambushed by Mileena's troops, and there's a big little hoopla between them, and she has the amulet, as we find. But I think before that, I might have
sort
skipped
of
over
skipped over
the
Shinnok.
Yeah, and we see Raiden.
Yeah, so
and his...
apparently the whole plot of the game revolves around Shinnok's amulet.
Right. And also we skipped over Li Mei, apparently, we're assuming is Li Mei.
No,
and Ed
I
Boon,
think
Yeah.
Ed sort of confirmed
Right.
it's her on Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, he was coy about it, but...
He's like, you may believe what you want to believe, or something to that effect.
it definitely seems
And then,
like it
and then
with
he
the
posted a
dialogue and
picture
everything.
from the trailer, but he added the
Li Mei hat.
her deception headband.
Like, wasn't even... It was so obviously poorly photoshopped. He just literally
Yeah.
cut it off the deception picture and put it on her head.
Yeah, it's like a 480p over a 1080p. It's
Looked
really-
perfect. It was good.
I bitched about this a lot on the forums, and I mean, the short of it is, I'm cool with them putting whatever character they want in the game. It's their game, you know. And I for me, it's just I came to peace with her not being in the game, and they just rub her in my face, and that's okay too.
Would you
Like, if you want, yeah.
Well,
I have to ask, would you rather her be a story cameo or just completely ignore it altogether?
I mean, that it's 50-50, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm leaning towards not in the game altogether, but I'd be all right if she was a story cameo. But I kind of resent the fact that they showcase her in the new trailer, but they won't tell me if she's playable or not. And I'm thinking, are they doing that because they want to disappoint me for a month?
I think...
Why are they doing that?
I think
I
if
don't
you
get
look
it.
at the character and the role she seems to serve in the story, at least in the trailer, she's probably an NPC, because I'm not even
almost
sure
certainly.
that this Li Mei doesn't look like a fighter to me.
Well, it's pretty much
Like, this Li Mei, I mean, clearly she's a refugee. Her village was, attacked and destroyed, and she's escaped to Earthrealm and is telling the special forces what happened. I get the impression that she's just like a regular person. And I think that that's sort of why they chose her for this cameo. Is sort of, this is an example of a way the timeline has changed, because Deadly Alliance doesn't happen. She never meets Shujinko or Bo Raicho and learns to fight.
Well, I think
But
that could have been easier.
There are
I think there
still
was a fix for
similarities,
that.
like how somehow Sub-Zero still got a scar on his face, even though so many things are different. Li Mei is still a person whose village always gets fucking attacked by the bad guys.
Well, I mean, like, I agree from a story perspective. Making her a refugee is kind of brilliant. That's true, but I feel like Shadaloo, we and Shadaloo and Cyborg were all talking in the chat, and Shadaloo said it's probably, they most likely were doing it as sort of like a mindfuck. Like, they don't want people to know what to think. And I'm sure you guys can understand why there's a little bit of resentment from me on that end. Because
No, I understand absolutely. Like,
it just,
If Serena showed up in the trailer, but she looked like a completely different character, and there was like no way she was going to have anything to do with Sub-Zero, I'd be super mad. So
I just feel like they're fucking with me and they're laughing at me.
See,
like Serena.
I think it's their way of telling you that they love you.
I don't see it
they
as
have not forgotten who you love, and they know that these characters, as on the whole underappreciated as they might be compared to some of the original roster and whatnot, they know they've got their fans.
Just tell me she's not playable then. Just fucking tell me she's not playable. Don't fuck with me.
I think it's a given. She doesn't have the look or the slight amount of detailing that I'd expect from a playable character. Like, looking at other characters in the trailer, like Shinnok, it's one thing. He looks new and he looks shiny, and so does Mileena in those FMV footage bits, and even Rain looks like he might be playable, but I'm sure we're going to get to that. But, like, you look at her, and you look at, like, Baraka, and you look at Sindel, who it's either not very detailed at all or just straight copy-paste out of MK9.
Well,
minor variations.
I have a counterexample to that. Because Rain is very detailed. Rain has a completely new costume, and he's probably not going to be playable.
It's possible.
See, I don't see it. I want to throw it in here because I feel like I'm the one that disagrees, but I'm not going to harp on it too much. But I don't see it as a mindfuck. I just see it as, this is a story trailer. We're bound to get so many cameos in it, and I totally agree. They shouldn't fuck with people's emotions like that. They should just outright say, maybe not when you obviously they're not going to put a disclaimer on the trailer, this person is not playable, because that would be, super cheesy and tacky and weird. But as soon as the trailer comes out,
that one scene in the subtitle, not playable.
But this is my point, though, is
it's like the opposite of a Smash Brothers trailer.
I totally agree with you.
Li Mei is not joining the fight.
I totally agree with you in the fact that, or in the mindset that, at least on Twitter, they should right away extinguish that flame before it grows and grows and just leaves you to speculate. They should just be like, okay, Li Mei's not playable, but yes, she will be featured in our story mode. That's not difficult at all. I don't know why they don't do that.
Should speculate. That's
it's kind of a tradition, really. Right. I mean, everything about MKX's campaign up to this point has smacked of their awareness of how much we speculate, all the little details that we like to look at, going all the way back to Ed's like trolly fake character select screen, because that was absolutely shades of Deception. When that Deception character select screen came out, and we were like looking at the silhouettes, it's like, oh, that's two people, that might be Tanya, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. This entire thing has just been them fucking with our expectations.
They love to...
Ed has been trying to recapture the feeling of Reptile, Smoke, Jade, and Noob for 20 years. That's all the pre-release period of a Mortal Kombat game is about to him. It's you don't know what characters will be in the game. Ooh. And that's the most important thing to Ed Boon.
I can't say that I even disagree with him.
Outright.
All right. Temp, you chime in here. Try.
2 points. I mean, there's a big difference between taking an outline of Barack Obama and putting it on the select screen, and then taking a 3D era character with a monologue in the trailer. I feel like those are still miles apart. Categorically, they may be the same, but the caliber and the scale is so different, in my opinion. That's the first point. The second point is, I can't call it tradition, because historically, in the history of fighting games, this has never happened before. A fighting game company has never revealed a character, but refused to tell you if they're playable or not. That's never happened in the history of anything. So it is very unique, and really the whole disagreement's an illusion. Me and Cyborg clearly agree. A tweet would have been fine.
Right,
a
we
Facebook
agree on,
post, that's all that matters to me.
Here is where I disagreed in the fact that when they put out a story trailer, I think, while I agree they should make it clear who's playable and who's not, just so they aren't screwing with people. I don't get the whole enjoyment out of like watching people squirm and like get their hopes up just to have them disappointed when like. If you want your fans to be happy, I can understand you like hinting and teasing playable characters, but the people that aren't playable, when there's enough outcry, you should just clarify at that point, especially when there's 60 characters on the roster and they've only like deconfirmed maybe 3 of those 60 characters, when we know we're getting like 25 to 28 in this damn game. Why leave 30 of why leave the 30 that people are like, they're probably not going to be in this game, but I'm going to still hope for them? Why leave those up in the air? I can completely understand they're not going to be, 8 months out, be like, here's who's playable, here's who not, or who's not. But at the same time, you don't just sit there and mess with people like that, like they like to do. And I completely agree with you. That is really stupid. But with this trailer, where I disagree is I don't think they do it just purposely to fuck with people or to mess with people. I think they showed her in the trailer. I think they showed Rain in the trailer, or Baraka, or anybody else that's potentially not playable, or even Sindel. And yes, I know we're talking about like people with actual new models with Rain and Li Mei. But the reason why I think they put those characters in, because they're like, hey, there's going to be a ton of characters in story mode. So if you're a fan of a certain character, they're going to be in this game one way or another. So I think they look at it as a positive thing. I don't think they look at it in this malicious way, like, hey, we're going to tease you but not deliver on it. I think they honestly feel like, here's Li Mei, she's at least going to be in the game. So if you were looking forward to her, we have not forgotten her. We're not ignoring her from existence. She's not going to be Su-Haoed, so to speak. She's not going to be just passed aside. She'll at least play a part in this game. She'll get plot. She'll play a role in furthering.
She has dialogue.
Yeah, she's doing stuff. She's not like a cameo just in the marketplace, just getting fruit from a vendor or something like that. She's at least furthering the plot for the heroes. And on top of that, if she's in story, and people are like, hey, that chick, that's Li Mei. I remember Li Mei. DLC. She's got to be DLC. It's like that helps her, if anything, be a potential DLC down the road by getting fans aware of her. And as long as she at least announces herself as Li Mei, and she's not like random villager 101 and we're all like, that's Li Mei. Don't tell me that's not Li Mei. Like, if they do that shit, then I would completely be of the mindset, yeah, they're just completely fucking with you at that point. But I think she's going to play some sort of role, as is Rain. And I think having them in story, even if they're not playable, is still better for the character than not. Spoiler alert, and if you're listening to this podcast, you're gonna get spoiled at some point or another, because we're gonna get into leaks and whatnot, and I'm going to mention one of it right now. We see, LK-44 on the wall, engine oil or whatever, which is clearly Cyrax, makes sense, and it's his. If that's all he is in story, is a little sign on the damn door, I'm going to be pissed, because if he's not playable, I've already thought he wasn't going to be playable, and I've accepted that.
That's just a cute Easter egg. That doesn't actually have anything to do with Cyrax.
Right. Well, true. And he could very well be in story still, which I hope he is, or DLC, which is fine. But my point is, if that's all and he's not in story at all, I'm going to be pissed, because why the hell isn't he getting any sort of role in this story? He was alive. He's one of the people alive, and the people that aren't alive are getting more story development than he is. Like,
at the end of the day, you're going to want to look back on those MK Wiki pages or whatever have you, under alternate timeline or whatever, and see a nice big expose on what they were doing.
At least the character's getting something.
You don't want to go whereabouts unknown in new timeline.
It's right. It's character development. Even if, like, for Rain fans, Rain is doing something. He's actually, one of...
Rain's done more shit in the past month than he ever has, honestly. It's kind of amazing.
That's something to at least grab onto, whether he's playable or not. So if you're somebody that's like, well, fuck it, why has he got a new model and why is he in story if they're not even going to use him? It's like, clearly they're going to give these characters new models. Would you rather him have a new model and not be playable, or just have an MKA model and not be playable? I would still take a new model.
Getting new costumes is a good thing. It shows that they put some actual effort into it and didn't just reuse assets.
Right, and they care.
And if it makes the people guess around a little bit, then, so much the better for those of us like Ed and also myself who are a little bit sociopathic and like watching people squirm. I don't know. I'm okay with myself.
I look
at it like this.
No, I know where you're coming from, Temp, and I know it's gotta suck for you. But like I said, would you rather her be play a role in story and at least to be acknowledged, so that way potentially she'll be? At least in this game, we know she's in the time. We know she's in this timeline. She comes across our heroes, so therefore she could still train and be an MK11. I know that's not MKX, and I would much rather have my favorite character be an MKX. But at the end of the day, at least she's going to still be relevant and have a purpose other than whereabouts unknown, as Shadaloo said. That would
there's
suck.
2 points to that. The first response is I partially agree. I think if you make her a character in the story mode and you give her a voice actress, that's huge, by the way. If she has a voice actress, that paves the path for DLC in a big way. So that I do agree with. It gives a better foundation for bringing her back. Here's my worry, and Razor kind of already touched on it. If they bring her back, but they write her in a way where fighting and combat and training don't even really make sense anymore, then the cameo is not a good thing. The cameo is actually going to change the legacy of the character in a way that doesn't really make sense for her to fight. Right. So we're presupposing really, this is going to... Yeah, what's up, Shadow?
We don't really know that she's never had any fighting training.
Well, that's the point. We don't know. That's why I think it's kind of like...
That's why it has concern.
Well, she's definitely older. She's a different character than she was in Deadly Alliance. Because in Deadly Alliance, she looked like a teenager in her early 20s. This one looks a little housewifey.
Yeah.
We also don't know at what point this takes place, though.
Even the most battle-hardened of soldiers have got to spend a little time under the blanket in, like, the fallout shelter, you know? Just saying. She might have seen some shit already, but doesn't mean she can't deal with it when it comes her way.
Hell, the very next scene could be fucking... Like, people start invading that and she kicks ass. You know, like, who knows? I mean, I'm not trying to get people's hopes up, but...
We could see her actually put up a fight if we see, like...
We have no idea.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that whether it's a good thing or a bad thing is really still a variable at this point. It just depends on what they do with her in the story.
Right,
so
right. And
if you're asking me, yeah.
If they put Cyrax in and they just completely shit on him, I agree. That would suck. And you would feel the same about your character and anybody. If Rain was in and he literally did nothing but was just standing around in the background, or they like cut him at the knees and just completely changed his character to where it looks like, oh, he's just going to be shit, then yeah, I could completely understand. Like, if Li Mei's not a fighter, so therefore there's really no sense in having her at this point, I could completely agree and understand why you would just rather she not be in the game. But if it's the opposite, then I would think we're all for having her in. And I don't think Rain and Li Mei are going to be the only two from that era. I think we're going to see a lot, especially if the comics are anything to go by. I think people were like under the impression that, oh, these characters can show up in the comics, but they'll probably won't be in MKX. I think it's
they already told us there's going to be a lot of cameos and NPCs.
They mentioned specifically there are a lot of NPCs in that video.
Well, that's another
point
too, though.
Will be playable. That's why I feel like Li Mei is probably a given. She's not.
Well, as far as like talking about whether or not they should confirm or deny which ones are playable after the trailer came out or whatever, it's sort of like if you say some of these are NPCs before you show the trailer, it reminds me of Deception. In Conquest, basically every character was somewhere in Conquest, and Shujinko could walk up and talk to them.
Right.
That doesn't mean, even half of them were actually on the roster, and they didn't go through, they didn't like show us, they showed us footage of Shujinko would run up to Rain or Reiko or somebody, and, before the game came out, they'd show us this, like, you can talk to them, and they give you quests, but they didn't outright say, oh, but he's not on the roster. It was implied, and I think Li Mei being an NPC is implied, and it's good enough.
Right.
Well, let's rewind then. I would still say there's a big difference between seeing Ultimate MK3 Rain in Conquest and seeing not only
that's true. They put more effort in is the big difference here. Like, because the cutscenes and the model work, but
there's another point on top of that,
quality
though.
Production.
It's like people, and you're not the only one to say this. A lot of people on MKO are mentioning this too. But people say it's pretty obvious she's an NPC, but I can't really. There's a psychological effect it has. I could rationalize and say she's probably an NPC, but that's not the reaction my gut has. The reaction my gut has is Li Mei might be in the game. That's not really something within my psychological control. That's going to happen whether I like it or not. I wish I could mitigate that. I wish I could.
And that's
I fucking tried.
That's where my point comes in, is I completely understand where you're coming from, but also, emotions aside, which is hard to do sometimes, especially when it's like a character that hasn't, she was in Deadly Alliance Deception, she hasn't even been introduced in the new timeline. I completely understand why you're like, is she going to come back? You're filled with completely unknowns at this point, and finally you see a glimpse of hope, a light at the end of the tunnel, and you've been starving for a long time. Of course, emotions are going to run high at that point, as for anybody, especially a character like that, 3D character that has maybe, is up in the air right now, because they haven't really even guaranteed us anything. There's a difference between her and like a a Liu Kang or a Kung Lao that you know you're going to see again. I completely understand that. But my point is, whenever something's revealed, unless it's a reveal trailer for a playable character and saying your character is revealed, you should always, as best as you can, always withhold that excitement and judgment as much as you can. And I know I get shit on in the forums for saying this, but there's a reason why I say it, is because it helps, because there's nothing that shits on your parade more than just like getting your hopes up just to have them completely crushed, and then you're left wondering why. Like, why'd they even put them in the trailer? Why'd they do this? Why'd they do that? Why? It's like, at the end of the day, they're showing off their story mode, and they can show off NPCs, and that happens. I mean, it's
a big thing, and I see a lot, not just with Mortal Kombat, but with really like all major video game releases. You always see a lot of people who got themselves overhyped, and then are disappointed with what actually comes out.
Temp, I know you're gonna chime in here with a response, but let me touch one last part of that.
Definitely.
That's my biggest thing. It's like self-hype, self-emotion is a huge factor in why some people see it as such a problem and other people don't. And obviously favorite characters are going to have that effect on some people. But for example, and it's easy for me to say this because obviously Cyrex wasn't shown in the trailer, but let's say he was. It's easy for me to say, oh, well, if Cyrex was shown, I would have still, been doubtful and withheld judgment until a reveal trailer was officially shown for him and would show, no emotional overtaking of logic at play. Like, it's easy for me to say that and for people to be like, bullshit, if he was in there, you would have completely, thought he was playable and been disappointed to see that he wasn't like, no, I'm telling you is that anything I see, I already get myself in the mindset that I'm not going to believe anything for sure until NetherRealm officially announces that they're playable, because we just don't know. And I know it's not worth getting super disappointed about.
And let me say, people give me, a hard time a lot because I'm too negative, or, I'm not hype enough. And that's a product of age and experience.
You're cautious. You're cautious.
If you get yourself too hyped, then you can be let down. But if your expectations are always low, then you're always pleasantly surprised by what comes.
Yep. Said it so many times. Yes.
My philosophy is hope but don't pray. Like, if that makes any sense.
Like with Li Mei, one last thing. I know. I was gonna wrap up with this. Sorry, I was gonna wrap up with this. Is like with Li Mei, logic should have said she's likely not going to be in this game. We all pretty much thought that Li Mei and several other characters. Hell, if Fujin is still on the chopping block, what says Li Mei is going to be? And I'm not saying like she's a bad character. I like Li Mei. My point is, logic should always dictate. This character doesn't have the greatest chance. We know there's a lot of cameos in story. She's just talking in this trailer. She's not kicking ass. So, hell, they don't even refer to her by name. So, with that in mind, it looks like she might be an NPC, so I'm not going to get too excited yet. Keyword yet. You're going to wait till further evidence is revealed. That's all. That's all I was saying is...
I think the biggest evidence is how plain she's dressed. Because, I mean, she's obviously not dressed for, like... She's not even dressed like the way Li Mei dressed in the game. She's not wearing, like, anything skimpy or purple.
Like I said, if she struck, like, a fighting pose, like, and it was a full body shot, and she struck, like, a fighting pose, like she's about to do some ass-kicking, I could completely understand, like, the idea of, well, she might be playable. It's like, when I first saw that trailer, I wasn't even sure if it was Li Mei. Like, that's why it seemed NPC to me, personally. But I can completely understand where you're coming from.
All right. 4 points.
Okay.
First point.
They've been building.
The first point is logically, yes, it points to the fact that she's probably in the game. But even if it's logical that she's not in the game, again, like, the parade's going on in my head. I can't stop it. I actually think the people who are deluding themselves into thinking that Raiden's in the game are the smart ones, because they don't have to be disappointed until April. I have to be in the vortex of disappointment and hype for a month, maybe more. So that's my first point. I'm trying to stop the parade in my chest But I can't, I'm like shaking the conductor. I'm like punching out the saxophone players. I'm tackling the animal mascots. I'm trying, but they won't stop, So, well, they did now because Boon basically we had the leak list. But anyway, that's my first point. The second point is we only saw the head up. We really have no idea what her costume looks like below the collar. So she may be dressed as a fucking clown for all we know.
She's got 10 guns packing on
She's got shotgun ammo belts. She's all fucking shoes. Riding a llama.
Hey, if Aaron Black can find bullets in Outworld. He's been busy, man. He's making a lot of dough.
Yeah, and that's my second point. There's still a lot we don't know about the cameo. The third point I was going to make is I have a personal analogy for this. I'd say it's been roughly 9 years since we've seen her in a game. Longer if you don't count Armageddon.
Oh yeah, Deception.
So let's say you're homeless and you're cold and it's snowing, and some dude opens the door and starts waving. Now I could think now Temp, he may shut the door in your face when you try to walk inside. You don't know. Logically, he's a dick. But it's really fucking cold outside, and I'm really hungry, and I just want a soft place to sleep tonight. And I walk up to the porch, and that motherfucker just slams the door, and I hear laughing from the other side. Now you can say, Temp, it's your fault. Logically, you should have known that motherfucker was going to slam the door in your face, but I'm emotionally, I'm not wired like that.
I understand that.
Temp, this is a very specific analogy, which is worrying me, and I'd just like to say that if you can ever hitch a ride up past the border, I have a nice warm basement.
This did happen in Canada, but I don't want to bother you.
I see where you're going with that analogy. I just don't think I don't think that's a fair analogy to make. I think it's similar, but I don't think that's an exact I don't think that's exactly a fair analogy to what's going on. I don't know. I mean, like I said,
because this is a reboot. You have to be prepared for lore Easter eggs and take them as that.
And we know we're covering 25 years.
In the Star Trek reboots, they never show Dr. McCoy's nurse, but they mention her by name as though she's there off screen somewhere. And it's just so they remember a thing about Star Trek. That's
Think about it this way, and Cyborg used the term Sue-howed earlier, which I want to touch on, actually. Even if she's just speaking, it's more than some people are going to get. I think that the term Moloch is probably better in this instance. Because any Moloch fan, if those actually exist and are out there, anytime they see Quan Chi being selected, it's fuck.
But I agree, though. That's fucked up. I 100% agree with that. That's true.
I just want to say that I am also in that frame of mind, and I have been ever since we saw Kotal suplexing or slamming that little gray guy, who, as far as I can still tell, looks nothing like anyone else. And I am at that point now where I believe Smoke is in the game, but I'm really running out of stretching room to figure out where he might be. I have my theories.
Apparently, he's the training mode dummy. If you're going by that picture.
You know what? It's either Noob Smoke is a surprise return boss, or they're both DLC or whatever. I don't know. That's as far as
that's crazy. I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. And
they're both conspicuous by their absolute absence.
Hell characters at the moment.
And yeah, that's just like me swinging and missing, probably not batting 1,000. I'd like to cross my fingers and hope, but they're beside the point. We'll get to there. So,
well, I guess just finishing off with my fourth point, and this one's positive. If she isn't going to get Sue-howed, that's a good thing. But given that it's a new timeline, we also know she's not going to get Onaga'd, and that's also a good thing. I think that was the worst part of her story for a lot of people. So there's room to have a future for Li Mei. We can train her 4-year-old ass right now and make her something later. Well, whatever later means.
I guess Kung Fu Housewife could be an interesting, an older lady thing. It could be a thing. There might be somewhere to take that would be...
That could be fun, yeah. But that's all I got.
As far as being Moloch, I have to say, if you're mad about seeing his head, where were you 3 years ago? That's the whole point of the reboot, is these, dumb things happen and people die that you don't want to, and this is the bad end universe. We know that.
But it sounds like we all agree more than we think. Yeah, well, although I'm looking for the Moloch fans. They don't seem too vocal, but
I'm looking for the Moloch fans. They don't seem too out there.
Yeah, I was about to say. Anybody? Anyone?
Yeah, it's just this is the universe where characters don't get happy endings and shock things happen to them and they show up just to die. It's
the universe where Reptile is doing well. That speaks for itself.
Let's just say the Moloch fans are so few
world.
and far between that if you are a Moloch fan, you'd probably feel too embarrassed to admit it. So you're probably just gonna look around at everybody else. Nobody's putting their hands up, and then they just won't put their hands up either.
I don't know. The fact that I think Moloch could be cool probably makes me the closest thing there is to a Moloch fan. And I was already you go into these post MK9 games expecting to see Moloch's head and shit like that.
Well, you got what you wanted.
I guess I did. I mean,
He's
I know
in the
where
game.
he is and what's happened to him. That's something.
Yeah, that sucks. See, that is the worst part. I'd say either blatantly ignored and never brought up in the timeline ever again would kind of suck. But yes, the other alternative that would really suck is just seeing your character's head being brought in an intro and that's it.
Yeah, like I talk about how mad I'll be if Serena's not in the game, but in the back of my mind, I'm totally prepared for like a shot of Shinnok's castle and her head's on a pike.
Oh, God.
And that's all her appearance in the game is.
I think that's what we're gonna see for Drummond pretty much. Just to kind of round things out. Serena, I wouldn't be surprised to have a cameo speaking role, but Drummond, head on a stick. Probably head on a stick.
Yeah, I think if we're getting flashbacks or even somewhat even remotely similar Kuai Liang storyline, then yeah, I could see Serena popping up, but
it would be nice, but
yeah,
like I said, you prepare for the worst.
Yes, all that. I go by the same thing, and that's why I'm usually end up being happy, is because I expect less than we usually get.
Exactly. You want to be pleasantly surprised, not let down, and that's
all.
That's the wisdom that comes with being older and having been disappointed in the past.
Yes,
this is a lesson you're learning right now, everybody who's mad at the game. You want to take that forward in life and learn from it.
Well, I feel a lot better now. We had a good talk.
It was a good talk, and just know that we care. That's all this is there for, is we care. We just hate to see you disappointed. I hate to see anybody disappointed. So if anybody ever thinks I'm overbearing, dude, just let me fucking be excited or pissed. It's only because I'm trying to.
That her exposure in the trailer makes her a good chance for DLC. Just because people will be all like, "Hey, we see her. We remember her. Can we have her?"
Right.
They consider her prominent enough, or at least liked enough, or by them or by us, to give her something of a major speaking role. And in a trailer, no less.
And I think, especially in the trailer, that's the thing, is she's not only in the game, she was featured in a trailer, so clearly they care about her, or find some sort of
they gave her a monologue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So... In a 2-minute
I've
trailer,
always thought they liked her.
Her was the only one that furthered the plot for the trailer.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had a feeling they liked Li Mei, because she was in both 3D era games for post MK4. She basically beat the fuck out of Shinnok in Armageddon. She's not useless, and I mean, really, she had a story arc that carried through both games in a really interesting way, I thought,
Yeah,
love it or hate how
very
it
few that actually managed to go on from Deadly Lines to Deception. So,
I mean, that was very few.
Yeah, it was her, Bo Ride Show, that was Kenshi.
At this point, I also almost just feel certain if Li Mei gets, a nice little speaking part. Not saying he's going to be a character or anything, but anyone who doesn't think Havoc is going to have some kind of presence in this game is deluding themselves. He's around. I'm so
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You're getting your hopes up.
Nope.
When he's a head on a pike outside Shinnok's castle, you're going to be sorry.
Nope.
A talking head on a pike.
People want Havoc.
He would.
He
put his...
that would actually be a worthwhile appearance if he's a head on a pike, but he's still able to talk and he's
he's laughing.
I would call that a good day.
You see his head on a pike and his body just goes and picks it off and just keeps walking.
This one.
You're on the bridge walking by.
That would be acceptable to me. I'd be all like, okay, they used Havoc well in this game.
Do. My work here is done.
But yeah, anybody that has an actual role in the story and plot furthering role, that's a good sign that if they're not an MKX, if they don't get a DLC spot, it means they're at least up for grabs for future games, because if they're not even at all mentioned, or anything, that's in my opinion, that's a worse sign that they just don't care, because a cameo is not hard to do. So if they care about the character of that era, unless they just absolutely do not fit in the story whatsoever, but yeah.
And let me say, I do think one character I can almost guarantee we're going to see is Bo Raicho.
Yeah, I
just
think so too.
We've already seen him in
Definitely.
the web series cast list, and he's part of Kung Jin's backstory.
Yeah.
And we're going to see some sort of White Lotus stuff.
And he was in an MK9 ending too, wasn't he? Somebody's.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so that covers the Shinnok part of the trailer. I'm just kidding.
Well, no, it doesn't, because we didn't talk about
I know,
the
I was
fact
kidding.
that,
I was kidding.
MK4 ends differently in this universe.
Right.
Apparently, the amulet can now suck people into it.
Right, and we see
Kenshi
Raiden
Master's
and
the
MK1.
fucking best.
And I want to
Kenshi Master
mention.
said, yeah.
Well, I wanted to mention Raiden wearing his MK1 retro outfit,
which is really
He
cool.
looks so good.
Yeah.
It looks cool, but it's a weird choice to put a retro costume in the actual story.
Yeah.
Because, like, it sort of implies that this is taking place in the past, but it can't be because Johnny and Sonya are there.
And also in the MK9, he never had that attire, so now it's not really a retro attire, it's a new attire.
Why is he wearing such plain clothes? Like,
Why
what has
can't-
happened
Are all the
to
MK1
Raiden
costumes
that he's just-
canon now?
Why can't gods have laundry days? Move on.
Is that what we're thinking?
It doesn't matter.
Shinnok caught him with his pants down?
Very
And his
possibly,
pants
or at least
would
thought
be
it was
the blue
pretty
vest.
blue vest. I think it's a really minor detail, personally. I just like the fact that they acknowledge the old MK1 costume over again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
been a
I
long
just
time.
think it could potentially mean something. Like, to me, seeing Raiden dressed that
If anything,
unornately suggests maybe Shinnok has taken his powers away in that scene, or he's, there's something's going on, I feel like.
if anything, it might be a visual cue or clue to a possible kind of return to Raiden's old school. I don't give a shit about anyone. I mean, about anything but protecting Earthrealm, even if it kills anyone else, kind of a mindset. Not exactly MK1. This tournament is boring. I'm gonna invite all the gods. Haha, we blew up Earth. No. Like, kind of a nod back to that. Less mentor, more absolute ruler and protector, regardless.
Well, isn't that basically Dark Raiden from Deception?
Basically. But they could be hinting at it in a very subtle way. That's all.
Maybe if Raiden is an active asshole as opposed to an accidental asshole.
Why not just drive that car over the cliff? At this point, I would not mind.
What I like about
it would
the
actually
outfit
be
itself,
a positive. It would be a upward move for his personality if he
It
was
feels natural at this
fucking people over on purpose instead of doing dumb things that he doesn't mean to do. Because he wouldn't look like a bozo.
But Cyborg,
like
you
a
sound like
villain,
you're about to...
But it's better to
say
look like a
something.
villain than a bozo.
I was gonna say what I like about the outfit itself is that's one of the sacred MK1 classic outfits that we actually haven't seen since MK1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that
been a
one's never
very
come back.
long
Like
time.
We've seen Kano's
We've
brought
seen
back.
Kano,
Yeah.
And Scorpion wears his ultimate MK3
And
one a
we've
lot.
seen Sub in the classic pack, and
Kano and Sonya.
Sonya hasn't really shown hers
Yeah,
since
Sonya's
MK4, I
aerobics gear
think.
hasn't come back yet.
Or no, she
Liu
wasn't
Kang
in
hasn't
MK4
gone back
now.
to plain black pants either.
Yeah. But yeah, so his is one of those that we just haven't ever seen, so that's cool. It's finally nice to see a classic outfit that hasn't been brought back a ton or something like that. So.
I wonder if that's a sign that maybe there will be a lot of retro outfits in the game. Like,
I wonder if that's a
I sign
hope
hope
Johnny
Raiden's
Cage's
not the
short
only one,
shorts.
because he kind of stands out as weird if he is.
Yeah, I think with them saying that we're going to get more than MK9 and less than Injustice, I think that opens up the door for a lot of alternates for that type of stuff.
I like to think that they heard the people last time that said, why is it just the ninjas that get 25 skins?
Yeah.
In this day and age where every Street Fighter character is getting 16 different alternates, why not,
Well, they're charging the shit out of those alternates, though.
They are.
You also
And,
already know Kitana has 3.
Yeah. Kitana does have 3 now. It's very likely that Raiden, I would assume, would have 3, but that's just an assumption. We haven't seen anything else that says alternate outfit, but Yeah, I mean, not counting the DLC packs, I think we're at least going to get...
Yeah, Kitana has 3 and none of them are a
good
retro.
Number of people. Yeah, right.
Yet.
Well, you know, first of all, I want to give shout-outs to Kenshi Masters saying that Raiden caught Shinnok all Pokemon style. That fucking made me laugh so hard. But I also want to say that Shinnok looks really good, and if the leak list is accurate, I finally have a main in this game.
Oh my god,
hoping to God he's
is
not a zoner.
amazing.
It's beautiful. This is the best Shinnok has ever looked.
Yeah,
he's the best looking character in the game, in my opinion.
A Shinnok that looks like this, with a moveset possibly evolved from his Armageddon moveset on a 2D fucking plane. Mwah! La pièce de résistance, so far as I'm concerned. So far.
Oh god, not French Shadaloo.
Right, tone down the Canadian. We're not ready.
Oh,
Shinnok brings it out in him.
Tabernacle de la merde. It's like wiping your ass with silk, as the Merovingian said.
The viewers are just falling by the second.
You know what, Shadaloo? You French out, because if Shinnok is playable and it sounds like he's gonna be, we're both going Brotherhood of the Shadow, and it's gonna be fucking sick.
I totally believe Shadaloo has 2 like albinos with dreadlocks working for him who can turn into ghosts.
I picked them up at a goth club.
They're standing behind him, just scowling like all day, just flanking him like bodyguards, and
they never show up in the sequel.
I wish they'd come back. I actually really like them.
Yeah, they were the best part of that movie, and we never saw them again. I don't get it.
I think they died when the car exploded or something.
I thought
they looked like they were
being
like rocketed up into the stratosphere or something.
It was.
They looked more pissed off. Anyway. So yeah, Matrix characters for MKX. I buy that as a guest character, definitely.
So two things real quick about the Shinnok part, other than his awesome outfit and just the fact that him being playable is amazing, finally.
We don't have 100% confirmation on that, but it feels like a 95 to me.
We don't know for sure, but come on. What I was going to say is, do we all think it's Johnny and Sonya in that during that scene?
I think so.
That looks like Johnny to me. That looks like the vest he wears it is.
And anybody that's like, well, the leaked picture doesn't really look like that person. Well, there's probably a good 20-25 years between that point and the point where we see the leaked picture. So a lot of hair dye and aging went into that.
Well, I'd actually like to talk about the aging a little. And I guess we're going to jump ahead to the leaked picture a bit, because Johnny
looks
old. Appropriately 50-ish in that picture.
Is he missing his right eye?
Sonya doesn't really look any older.
Just saying, he looks like he's minus.
She still looks bad, though.
Time has not been kind to his face. Let's be
He aged like people I've met that have aged very poorly in the 20 years since I've met them.
But let's be fair now. Let's say everybody was in their mid-20s in MK1.
Right.
Except, like, Kano was probably in his 30s. So if Johnny was 25 then, he'd be 50 now. He looks pretty good for 50.
You know,
like, his hair still has its color. He's probably dyeing it, but...
It'd be hilarious if that's actually before the Netherrealm War. He aged like 30 years in a 2-year span.
All of it is just trauma from the events of MK9.
Yeah.
He has not been able to leave his house in a year. He just sits there collecting urine in glass bottles and not, like, trimming his nails or anything. This is him after leaving the house for the first day.
Yeah.
Drinking a lot of Smirnoff Ice, just not be able to handle it.
You think that's 25 years in? Fast forward to 25 years and he just looks like the Crypt Keeper. He's like, dear God, Johnny, what the hell happened to you?
Well, seriously, what's up with his right eye? Like, is no one else seeing that?
I'd have to relook. I didn't notice
I'm
anything.
looking at it right now. It's very difficult to make out. It does look a little bit darker. Might just be the light.
It's blotchy.
Huh.
I don't know. I didn't notice.
Yeah, I didn't notice when I looked at it, but...
I noticed that Sonya looks incredible for 50.
Yeah, like, she looks a lot younger.
Had work done.
She aged very well.
Her skin looks plasticky like when Cassie was first revealed. So it makes me wonder how old this leaked screenshot actually is.
Yeah,
might indeed be a work in progress.
True. We have no idea where that came from or how or any of that, so yeah. But
the other thing is, speaking of age...
Oh God.
Oh?
Are you alright?
Oh God.
Johnny's wearing the ring on the chain around his neck.
Yeah,
The
they're
same
both
ring
doing
that-
that.
The same ring. Is Sonya doing it too?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Phew. Okay. good.
We know she's doing it in that picture from the faction screen.
Yeah. I
He's
didn't
just-
see it on.
yeah.
I didn't see it on Sonya for a second. Yeah, there it is.
Shadowloo's
All right,
more worried that he was the one wearing it, which would mean he potentially dies, and Sonya.
Yeah.
Oh,
wears
and then
it,
Sonya
so-
puts it on.
Cyborg
No,
read my
I just
mind.
think that
No.
they're both wearing their wedding rings as necklaces for some reason.
Yeah,
Okie
it doesn't
dokie.
look like they're completely separated. It just looks like they have a weird, awkward relationship. Which,
As
you
long
know,
as
it's
as,
not
as long as they're
surprising.
both wearing the rings, that's a good sign. So that like shoots down the Cage is dead and Sonya wears his ring theory.
Yeah,
I'm actually kind of really relieved.
would have been
Yeah,
good.
I'm pretty sure. Well, here's
story-wise, but
my take on the scene in the screenshot. I'm pretty sure this happened. I think most of the game happens in the 25 years. Like, I think it was exaggerated how it would be like 5 years ago and then 10 years ago and then shoot. I think it's those
Right.
flashbacks are going to be flashbacks. I don't think we'll be playing much of that.
Yeah, I was definitely.
We
confused
might
by
play
that.
like a Johnny versus Shinnok fight right before Raiden sucks him into the amulet or something like that.
God, I don't want to skip
Gotta
over
catch 'em all.
entire
Like there might be a
MK
prologue about the Netherrealm War, and then so I really think most, if not all, of the game is going to be in the 25-year period.
That's a bitter pill. I really, really did want to see the Netherrealm War play out before.
And on that note, for a 60-year-old, Kano looks fucking incredible. Like when he was first revealed, we talked about, oh, this is probably Kano in one of the, like, this is a lesser-aged Kano, and there will be an older-looking skin.
Yeah.
No, we see in this trailer when he's talking to Kotal, and we know that's the present because Cassie was talking about it.
Yeah.
He looks maybe 5 or 10 years older, not 25 years older.
Yeah, he's just got a little gray going on, but beyond that, that's it.
So we're saying is Johnny's the only one who's aged like shit.
Yeah, like Kung Lao and Johnny are the only ones who look their age.
Yeah, Kung Lao doesn't even look that bad to me.
Kung Lao
Well,
aged
at
gracefully.
least
Johnny
he's
just
got
looks
gray.
terrible.
Like he's the only guy. Him and Jax are the only ones whose hair has actually turned gray. And I'll give Sub-Zero a pass because he's been dead for some time, so I don't think he ages anymore. But
Well, his eyes, well, I don't know if that's the cryomancer thing going on, but his eyes look
I
very...
think that's because he's dead, because he has all those quotes where people talk to him like, you're dead, and he's like, no, I'm free, or something like that.
Well, then why wouldn't
There's
Kung
that
Lao be
one
the same
Scorpion
type
says
of
where
thing?
he's like, I have been reborn unlike you. So I think Sub-Zero didn't come back from the dead the way everybody else did. I think he just ran away from hell.
He's just like, I'm running away, Shinnok. You're the worst. I'll do it.
Yeah,
This
it's just
time.
like, you can't control me, I'm going home.
At least take your goddamn robot body with you. Scorpion, throw that thing out.
Cabal just did his mask thing, and Sub-Zero never stopped running. He just kept going until he got fucking back to Earth.
Damn it.
All right, so
Fuck this, I'm out.
Oh, and the other question was about Shinnok. Do we all think he's the big bad of the game? Has anybody decided what they think it is? Like, speculated to the point where now they have a good idea?
Well,
I have no idea,
the
but I'm
only
hoping
hint-
he isn't.
no, I don't think it's
the only
Shinnok.
hint we get about like what
I
the,
really
the
don't.
end boss is or where the plot is going, I think, is that scene where the cloud of red comes out of, it looks like the White Lotus Temple.
Right.
And then we
Yeah,
see
and-
in the scene where Cassie is fighting evil Catan and Sindel, that's also the White Lotus Temple, and the sky is all red.
Yeah.
So,
But
I think
to mention that, like,
Shinnok and or
between
Quan
that-
Chi is the end game of this. Like, he's freed from the amulet at some point at the end. And I think you can't say
I
a
think
guy
it's
is sucked
possible,
into
but I
an
don't think it's gonna be
amulet
the
and the
last.
amulet is the game's MacGuffin without him being freed. It's kind of
I think
obvious.
he's gonna come back, but I think there's gonna be kind of an 11th hour. Someone eats Shinnok like basically Shang Tsung was fed to Sindel kind of thing. Ed did say it was going to be kind of a surprise returning character, and at this point, Shinnok as the last boss wouldn't be much of a surprise.
I think it's...
He's
I
the
don't know. I
least
feel like-
surprising character.
I think it's a surprise in the
I
fact
feel
that
like-
you expected him to be done in the Netherrealm War and just wrapped up right there, but the fact that he comes back at the end is the surprise, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's sort of...
I mean, I'm just saying that between like the Red Mist and the fact that you have like a possessed variation in Kenshi and all the talk of possession in the comic books with the Kamidogu daggers possessing people, I feel like the Kamidogu are going to be a really, really big plot element going into this game at some point in the future around Cass's time.
I don't know. See, I have a thought about that too. I think that the reason the Kamidogus are in the comic is because the comic writer wants to tell an Onaga story, since Onaga's not going to be in the game.
Well, we've got a possessed Kenshi in that mobile screenshot.
Well, you say that, but I feel like possessed is just a good word for Kenshi's relationship with his sword and his ancestor souls.
It's a positive possession.
I'd like to believe that. It's possible, but I don't...
The ghosts of his ancestors are what give him telekinetic powers. In a way, he is
consensual.
possessed.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know.
I have a theory.
I feel like possessed is kind of a buzzword that's been thrown around here and there, and it feels like too much. I can see where you're coming from, but it feels too coincidental for that to be the case. We'll see.
I have a theory of what it could be. I strongly believe Shinnok will come back at the end of the game. I think that's the whole reason everyone's fighting over the amulet is for some specific reason. It must have some sort of big power attached, and if Shinnok is in there for the whole game, I think somehow he gets let out by something, someone. It could be Raiden going evil as well. He lets out Shinnok, and then you just have to, completely... Maybe Liu Kang comes back and everyone's trying to fight him off, like Liu Kang and the gang are trying to fight off Raiden and Shinnok or some bullshit like that. But here's my theory, is Shinnok comes back, and then what if he uses a dead Liu Kang as part of his army, and dead Liu Kang, or, Revenant Liu Kang, I should say, is treated very much similar to how Black Lantern Batman was treated, in that everyone was like, oh shit, they just raised Batman from the dead, what are we going to do, type of thing, because now it's Batman, the almighty Batman, but now he's got a Black Lantern ring, so now he legitimately has superpowers, so what the fuck do we do now? What if they did the same thing with Liu Kang, where Shinnok comes back, but this time he has an ace up his sleeve in the form of Revenant Liu Kang, Earth's champion, the unstoppable Liu Kang that's so amazing, the best fighter from Earthrealm, or whatever you want to call it. But now he's under Shinnok's control, and he's a Revenant fighting for evil, and that's why potentially they both could be secret unlockable characters, is because they both don't come into play towards the end of the game, so therefore you wouldn't unlock them towards the end of the game. Just an idea.
It's possible.
I could see it.
I mean, I feel like the Liu Kang that we think we saw in the challenge tower.
Yeah.
He's in a traditional, monk praying pose. So I don't know that he doesn't really look evil to me.
Fair.
I don't know what that says.
Yeah, I don't know. I see it going two ways. Either Liu Kang comes back to, be the ultimate, like, oh, we got a good guy back type of thing, and he still doesn't come back towards the end of the game. Or he's coming back at the end of the game because he's under Shinnok's control, and they both are, like, the boss and sub-boss of the game.
Working with Shinnok, either willingly or not. I actually had a thought, speaking of Shinnok and the dead characters, since most of what we've seen of, like, Jax and Kitana and Kung Lao, these characters who are supposed to be dead, and then when they were revealed to us for the first time, especially Kung Lao and Kitana, because Jax hasn't officially been revealed yet, we're seeing them alive. And they're playing up the mystery of how they came back. And even the blurb in the comic just says they were miraculously revived to, make up for what's happened or whatever. I wonder if at the end of the Netherrealm War, when they just magically come back to life, if that is in fact not a trick, like they're sleeper agents, and even they don't know, Shinnok actually brought them back on purpose so that when he comes back again at the end of the game, he can turn them back into revenants.
Yeah, true.
That makes a lot of sense.
And that's why
It'd be
in
a smart
the trailer
move for them.
we're seeing evil Kitana fight Cassie.
That's a good point. That would be, in the present time, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, that's a good theory.
Shinnok's a good manipulator. It's something he'd do.
And real quick, before Temp jumps in, is just playing on what you just said. If he does bring up like his ace in the sleeves or whatever, ace in the holes of bringing the Revenants back at the end where they were revived before, or whatever the case is, that could also go along with my Liu Kang theory, and that Liu Kang is brought back at the end as well, and they have to fight off all the good characters from before, but now they're Revenants, and Liu Kang is that final thing before you get to Shinnok, or Liu Kang could be the final thing after Shinnok.
What would be the ultimate test for this next generation of fighters than to have to put down all their old folks, you know? That'd
exactly. It would make sense, and it also goes perfectly along with the Blackest Night. The whole storyline would, if they want to do something similar to that and take that as an inspiration, it would completely make sense to have all these characters face the really, the big superheroes from before, which would be your Kung Lao, your Jax, your Katana, and Liu Kang would be that ultimate at the end that you have to get through before Shinnok, or vice versa. One or the other. It would make sense that Liu Kang would come first, but that would be your ultimate sub-boss and boss.
For the end boss, I mean, unless Liu Kang somehow steals the power for himself and is the real villain.
Right,
I mean,
exactly. He'd be a better sub-boss before you get to Shinnok, and that would make complete sense.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rule that out, though. I think with what Shadaloo was saying is, if they really want to portray Shinnok as manipulative and smart, they haven't really done a good job of that. Other than Armageddon, they've pretty much demasculated Shinnok quite a bit. He
always gets such a poor showing outside of, like, Armageddon was... That's the one thing I like most about Armageddon, is how well it does the job of actually making Shinnok seem like a decent fucking bad guy.
Absolutely.
And I feel like going into this game, I was sort of expecting to see more of that. More of, like, now we're going to see a Shinnok story, and they're finally going to give him his due. But I feel like the trailer is going, nope, Shinnok's still a loser.
Well, exactly, and that's why I think that's to throw people off. I think he is going to be
I hope
coming
it is,
back.
Because I want Shinnok to be awesome. I like him better than Shao Kahn.
Oh, yeah.
I like him better than Shao Kahn and Quan Chi.
Yeah, this is going to be his game, and I think he's coming back at the end. Liu Kang or not, I do think I'm starting to believe in the Liu Kang theory that I was thinking of, but I think for sure Shinnok is coming back. I think that's what the whole entire flashbacks are going to be for, is this is what happened. He didn't die. We kept him captive, and now he's coming back. He's pissed, and he's got more, he's got more to throw at us this time, in the sense of, like you said, I think all of our theories put together make one hell of a compelling story for Shinnok. I think that would give him
Well, there's another way
game.
they can do that.
Good.
If they want to show manipulative, then what they can do is, when Liu Kang's revived, if they use that bitterness against Raiden they had in the first game, if you want to show me Shinnok is manipulative, have him manipulate Liu Kang within his free will. Make him Shinnok's champion.
Anakin sort of thing.
Precisely. And that would do so much for Shinnok's character.
Right. Exactly.
Make it willing. Make him the champion of Shinnok.
Just have him come clean and go, what, Liu Kang, I've always wanted Earth Realm. This is no secret, but I want what's best for it. Look at this idiot you're following around. It would really work. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally picture him Jeremy Irons.
Take Liu Kang and Shinnok's side. If your argument is, I wanted to take over Earth because the alternative is Raiden, I'm actually with you.
Exactly.
That's the thing. He could use that point in game. He could be like, okay, so the leader of the Netherrealm's bad. What does that make the asshole who tried to sell your souls to the Netherrealm? What does that make him?
But yeah, that's exactly why this would make such an awesome story. And it can be surprising, it cannot be. This is one of those stories where even if it's not a surprise, if it played out exactly like we're talking about, it would make a lot of people happy, because you're getting that manipulative Shinnok he's finally the end boss that actually is getting, it is going to be a show at the end of the day, whether he gets captured in the first part and just flashbacks, and then he comes back at the end. That's going to be their big threat they're fighting towards the last half of the game, is fighting off Shinnok, and I totally can see that. And to what you're saying about manipulating Liu Kang and taking the idea that I brought up of using him on his side, and then further doing it like you said, and having him actually manipulating Liu Kang, not just using him as a revenant, but actually getting him on his side, that makes total sense. And I think that would be really good, because you don't even have to there's where the surprise comes in, is you don't see all this manipulation take place. You just see all of a sudden Shinnok is, invading Earth or whatever with their people, with, the Revenants that we see, Katana, Sindel, etc., and then all of a sudden Liu Kang steps into the scene and he's fighting for Shinnok. That's the surprise. And then they show Liu Kang speaks for himself and starts, preaching Shinnok's praise. That shows the manipulation right there. It doesn't have to be shown in front of us because then it wouldn't be such a big surprise. The surprise would be Liu Kang's back, but he's on Shinnok's side and he's preaching Shinnok's praise. Shinnok is fucking, he's my dude right here. He's totally, completely mindfucked this guy. That itself would be a great story.
Not even just on his side, but Liu Kang is now the herald of Shinnok.
Right.
He is the fighter for Shinnok, and I mean they could take it a step further.
They could take out Quan Chi in the process.
I was about to say how wonderful that would be if we just axed Quan Chi a third of the way through story mode, have him not survive the Netherrealm War, and just have Shinnok, have Liu Kang be that guy from now on.
Well, yeah,
I've been really hoping that Quan Chi sort of bites it early or doesn't make it out of the Netherrealm War, because we haven't really seen him at all in the comic.
He doesn't even have to.
A guy like Quan Chi, you expect to be him to be in the background somewhere manipulating, but
I would say it'd be better that he survives the Netherrealm War because he betrayed Shinnok, and then when Shinnok finally comes back with Liu Kang at his side as his herald, they kill off Quan Chi or send him to the Netherrealm or whatever the hell you want to call it. Nobody ever dies forever. But the point is, they eliminate Quan Chi from the equation as revenge for him betraying Shinnok during the Netherrealm War, like we're all expecting anyways. So
yeah, that's good. That works.
Yeah, that way he's still a part of the game. He's still carrying it, 2/3 of the way through the game. But all of a sudden, when Shinnok comes back, okay, Quan Chi.
Or maybe just pull what they did to Shang in the last game. Just
feed him to
Quan
Liu
Chi
Kang.
is loyal to Shinnok, but as soon as Liu Kang comes into the picture, it's fuck you.
Yeah, this time he gets the better of Quan Chi.
I actually want to see
Liu replaces
Kang.
Quan because he's better at whatever Shinnok needs.
I want to see Liu Kang step in with that slap to the back of the head that Quan Chi gave Sub-Zero in one of those MK4 endings. Ooh! With that terrible sound effect too. Just knock him the fuck out. Clock.
I could dig it.
Yes. That's all I got now.
All right. Well, that's one hell of a compelling story, and I'll be disappointed if it's anything less.
No. Yeah. We're setting ourselves up doing the exact thing we said not to do.
Netherrealm, I'm expecting the check in the mail for that wonderful idea. It's okay if you need to delay the game.
Yeah, you can go ahead and rewrite your whole script.
But no, I actually think it will be
I pre-ordered. I'm going nowhere.
I think they came up with this before we did, and I fully expect something like that. I won't be disappointed if it's not, but I think that's where it's going. I think the trailer sets it up perfectly for that big red herring that Shinnok's captured, and the comics also portray Shinnok's, he's captured, so don't worry about him anymore, guys. But all that stuff was happening in the present with the red smoke and everything, and Shinnok will be let loose, whether Liu Kang comes in the picture like we thought, which would be awesome. Whatever, but I think this is all coming together like that. I think that's where it's pointing towards. It's just most people haven't put that together yet. So that's why it would be a big surprise, especially if you're a casual fan.
It does mean that.
This.
Yeah, well, if you're a casual fan, I don't think you have any idea what's going on in this trailer.
Right.
You recognize Mileena and Raiden, probably.
Yo, is that Raiden?
Well, for me, I don't know. It would be kind of a bummer if Shinnok's not in 80% of the game, and he's just chilling out with Zod in the Phantom Zone, and then at the very end, he just kind of pops out and starts doing cool shit. It's good storytelling if they do it right, but I don't know. I'm ready to binge on Shinnok, but yeah, go on.
Well, in the interest of setting ourselves up for disappointment, I do want to remind everybody that Quan Chi is apparently growing a clone of Shao Kahn, so he could, in fact, come back as the fucking end boss.
That is a stage unto itself.
Could be bigger and better meat. I don't know.
Beating the previous meat? No.
Never.
All right. So, Mileena, do you have anything to say about her? Because...
I like the way her costume looks better here than in the comic. Like, the pants are leather as opposed to, like, they look like weird armor plates, sort of.
I kind of figured it would look way better in game one way or another. Now, you have another faction out there that's kind of preaching that Mileena could become the big bad. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I think the fact that we already see her holding the amulet and trying to make a power play in the trailer basically spoils the fact that she's not going to succeed.
Well, it makes a lot of sense though, because that could be Shinnok. Shinnok's trying to thinking how the fuck do I get free from this prison? So maybe he's kind of manipulating Mileena from the other side.
Yeah, it would be cool if like he's a voice in her head or something like that.
Yeah, it's like who's the dumbest person I can manipulate?
Okay, well then
that would be like that actually be like a really really wonderful like callback to her MK trilogy bio. Where she's actually afraid of the guy.
Yeah, if it plays out like that, then I want a T-shirt with Raiko and Shinnok as puppeteers and just Mileena in puppet form, just being puppeteer,
doing a little dance.
That'd be perfect.
Well, that would be, how does Mileena get the amulet? Maybe Raiko gave it to her because he's working for Shinnok.
Oh, that would be so badass.
That would be.
Oh god,
there's a lot of good potential here.
So bad.
There's a lot of good potential here.
But I really want them to bring back that Raiko Shinnok tie that just needs to be left by the wayside for the longest time now.
The dude had a Brotherhood of Shadow logo on the back of his shirt when he debuted. That's gotta be something. You can't just go, no, he's only Khan's general.
I'd see a lot of potential here, and I think the underlying theme is Shinnok is pulling strings one way or another. But yes, as for Mileena being the big bad at the very end of the game, I don't see it. She's going to be portrayed in a very powerful light throughout the story, but I see her as like a middle act.
I think it's obvious that the second act is all the Kotal Khan Mileena Civil War.
Exactly.
And the end is Red Cloud bursts out of the White Lotus Temple, and bad things are happening on Earth.
Because we even see little hints at little Cassie and the gang, the GI Jins. They're not completely. Yeah, they're not completely working together yet. Like they're working together, but there's a lot of there's still a lot of issues amongst them that they're not a fluid unit
it's
yet.
It's basically Kung Jin is a lot like Kung Lao.
Yeah,
he's the guy who goes, but I want to be. He's the Raphael.
Right. They're gonna have a lot of issues, and I think that's going on during the Kotal and Mileena section. That's why we see them in jail and whatnot. I think there's a lot of, and that's why Sub is, questioning them. Do they know you're a leader? Do you all work together? Do they listen to you, etc.? That's all because at that point in time, they're not a perfect unit. And I think by the end of the game, when Shinnok finally comes back around, they will be that, perfect unit. So yes, I totally see.
Yeah,
we have that Saturday morning cartoon parallel that a lot of people
the cliche of it is, and that's sort of what bothers me, that the plot seems to center on these four as the heroes, and that they're all a team in the army. Like, they're all special forces. Even Kung Jin, who's the only one who's not dressed military, we know from the web series bio he still joins the special forces, and it's like, I don't know, it's too... Saturday morning cartoon is a good word for it, because I feel like there was something to the older Mortal Kombats all being about these different people from across the globe who would only get together in a crisis.
Right.
Agreed.
Yeah. That's pretty much my feeling right now. I
actually can't help but wonder if it's actually something of a way for them to try to hype up the Special Forces a little bit, because they've never been the most popular of groups from what you...
Yeah, I guess, but... I don't know. I feel like if you wanted to do
if you shove them in our faces like that and make half, like a third of the roster Special Forces, you're treading on some thin ice. I'd prefer it if Kung Jin didn't go Special Forces, but
yeah, that's the problem. Like it's not just these four. Johnny, Sonya, and Jax are also in the game. That's 7 Special Forces members.
And Kenshi.
8. You're right, Kenshi. So there's 8 Special Forces members in this game, and then there's only. Kung Jin is also, I guess, half of a White Lotus, so there's 1.5 if you count Raiden. There's only 1 Lin Kuei. There's only 1 Black Dragon. There's only 1 Brother of the Shadow.
Well, if we want to count Aaron Black, assuming he's a character, I
don't
put him
think
more
he works
on the
for the Black Dragon. I think he's just like he's the intermediary.
We'll just have to see in the comics. Yeah, it's too hard to tell right now.
I think he's closer to working for the Black Dragon than he is for Kotal Khan. I don't know. He just seems to have kind of maverick outlaw personality that Cabal and Kano and Jarrett have to varying degrees.
He fits. It's entirely possible he's a Black Dragon.
If anything, I'm just worried about the Chinese Ninja Warrior being the sole remaining or sole representative of the Lin Kuei on the roster so far that we know.
Well, speaking of the Lin Kuei and leaks, there is a screenshot of what looks like Frost from the mobile version. And she's basically just wearing a copy of Sub's primary costume, so I'm guessing she's a background element or an NPC.
Yeah, she'll probably play a part in the story.
Some people are calling Photoshop on that, though. I want to see it again.
It might be a Photoshop. It looks realish enough to me.
Yeah.
If it's a Photoshop, it's a damn good
because it's not an exact copy of Sub-Zero's
Yeah, she's got a huge belt on.
The vest is the same,
stuff.
but the belt is different, and the arms are a little bit different. I don't think they just took a picture of Sub-Zero and squeezed things into the shape of a female body and then put a head from Deception on.
The only thing that strikes me as odd is the skin tone looks very Sub-Zero-ish. It's kind of has that purplish tone to it, which is weird.
They're both cryomancers. She should be pale.
True. She should be pale. It's just weird.
The thing that people have been pointing to say they think it's a Photoshop is that her hair looks jaggy. I think that's just the polygon quality of the mobile version.
Yeah, true.
And the costume does look a lot like Razor said, the traditional Sub-Zero costume, which I hate to reopen the subject for the 10th time, but that I think lends even more credence that the main primary is not Bi-Han. I don't know, which I haven't thought for a long time anyway.
I go with the feeling that it's gotta be Kwai, because if you gave Bi-Han his scar, you're being a dick.
But being a dick is something that they do so very well. I admit, I'm 95.
I want it to be Kwai, so I believe it's Kwai. Let's say that.
I don't know.
I'm 95% in the Kwai camp, and I think it's their way of apologizing for Cyber Sub-Zero. That was kind of a big punch to the guts.
I think and I hope that's because, why else would you put the MK3 costume back in other than to go, look, we're sorry, we know this is what you wanted.
They fucked up. They know it.
Yeah. I appreciate that on at least one thing they can go sorry, we're taking it back.
So, all this Lin Kuei talk. So, that Sector, though. Where is he at? And what happens?
I think they scrapped him for parts. No, really.
Well, I think we're about to see that in the comic, though, aren't we?
Potentially,
We have that one panel where you can see Sub assaulting the clan way back from issue 1 in Raiden's visions, but it does look like that might be something that's kind of glossed over in MKX. Just mentioning, oh yeah, we took that back.
And what about Cyrax? And if last we saw him, he was a part of the Lin Kuei. We never really got to that stage where he's trying to get his humanity back. You think that's played up at all, or do you think he's just kind of swept up with Sector as part of Lin Kuei?
I do think that's one of the flaws of this roster, the absence of Cyborg.
I feel like
I would love to be in the game, personally.
I just got that.
I've been sitting on that joke for way too long. I held back. I held back on the forums every time people say Cyborg.
I'm happy to be of service.
So I jumped on this one. I had to at least go once.
Well, you sat on it so long, I didn't get it when you said it, because I was like, does Cyborg thinks he's Cyrax? Is he that far gone?
Has he really gone?
Oh shit, his name's Cyborg. Motherfuck me. Okay.
Yeah.
It says so on my birth certificate. But no, what do you think about
I think Cyrax. One of them's winding up in a fucking desert. I don't know if it's Cyrax or Sector. I just have the notion that one of them is going to wind up in a fucking desert. Sector is the one that clearly
was going for the Grandmaster. So if Sub is the Grandmaster, Sector likely did kill his father, like in his ending, and assumed that role for however long, and then when Sub came back from the dead, he overthrew that. My question is, where's Cyrax fall into any of this? Do you think they give him his, whether he's in the game or not, playable? Clearly he's not going to be playable, maybe DLC, but do you think he's goes down that road again, or do you think they're just like... See, I don't...
It would... Well, I think...
It surprised me if they just said, well, he was part of Lin Kuei and he got swept up in the, Sub-Zero throwing everybody out and killing them. Like, do you think NetherRealm Studios dislike Cyrax that much?
No,
I doubt it.
I think he's joined Sub-Zero. He's part of the new Lin Kuei. Like, he's like...
Or do you think he's part of the Special Forces like that?
I hope not. Like, there's so many Special Forces in this game, dude. I don't think I could take
I'd like to see him stick with the Lin Kuei this time through.
If he's good with Sub,
it would be interesting,
that would be awesome.
Just as the different timeline thing, like...
Or like we actually take up that thread from his MK9 ending where he sort of learns to live with it and harmonize about it. That's something
the thing is, this Lin Kuei dresses just the same as the one from Armageddon. Like the minion guy outfits were directly taken from Armageddon Conquest. Like they're graphically upgraded, but they're the same costume design.
Yeah.
And so it's... Everybody's wearing blue. Cyrax would stand out as a little weird.
What if he's wearing a blue gi over his cyborg exterior? That'd be awesome. I would go for that.
I just feel like since Sub-Zero was a cyborg as well, like Cyrax would have a means to gravitate towards him. He could have someone who could relate to that trauma they both went to, which is what wasn't the case in Deadly Alliance. They could both be like, hey, remember that time we were cyborgs?
Do you think he gets his humanity back then? That's the next question is, do you think they go down that road? Or...
The reason Cyrax joined the Special Forces was Jax was the only guy with the technical know-how to restore his humanity.
Which he could still do that, but he would stay with Lin Kuei this time.
Just make an appointment. You don't have to join.
Just make an appointment.
I get the feeling they could probably get the tech to restore him back through the Special Forces, one way or another. They are a clan of assassins, after all.
So then, do you think that was just a Easter egg? I know Razor said he thought it was just an Easter egg, the oil picture, but do you think that has any meaning of, like, do you think he owns, like, this fucking auto shop now?
That would be awesome.
While I love that, I think it's just a one-off little shot.
Well, it looks like that the screenshot with Sonya, Jax, and Johnny, it looks like a barn, like they're at Jax's house and this is his garage where he works on an old car or something.
See, yeah, I thought it was auto
Johnny
shop,
and Sonya showed up to talk to him and like pull him out of retirement or something like that.
Yeah. It could just be
it
could just be an ad on the wall, like one of those vintage signs that's just there for fun. I took it as like literally there in Cyrax's auto shop, and they're just like meeting to go over the mission while Cyrax is like making coffee or something.
LK-44 autos.
Yeah,
we
like
put ourselves awesome in our work.
That would be kind of an interesting way to go.
It just like
you never see a guy retire from Mortal Kombat and just get a day job.
Like maybe Cyrax is that guy. His first appearance is coming out from underneath a car, like on one of those rollers. Like,
oh my god, no, I have it. It's perfect. They're at Cyrax's auto shop and they're just talking to Jax, and Cyrax just like opens a barn door, walks up to Johnny, throws a Ninja Mime DVD, and hits him in the head with it, and walks the fuck off without saying shit. Still want my $5 goddamn back. $8. That was it. It was $8.
Yeah.
But yes.
I don't know. As long as he's not dead, you can't go wrong.
No,
Special Forces and dead.
I just want some sort of closure because, for fuck's sake, he was one of the living people. Like, I would hate to, 25 years
alive.
later and we didn't see anything. But I assume we'll get something, either in the comics or the game, that, gives me some sort of idea of where he's going.
I don't think anyone's just going to, go missing. I think we're going to get closure one way or another from most, if not all, people.
Yeah.
Maybe he's, yeah, go on.
I think that Cyrax is pretty high up on the potential DLC list, and that's sort of what they're banking on.
That's how I've always felt.
He had some really widespread use. He really did.
And you gotta have one cyborg in there.
And it would just be so weird to go from the way MK9 ended into all of a sudden Sub-Zero is running the clan again without even explaining how.
Yeah.
Well, they could have been like, people have been complaining about Cyrax being so broken. How about we nerf him so hard he doesn't exist anymore? I mean, that's one way you can do it.
He just teleport explodes, but just never pieces himself back together.
I was thinking just fades out Back to the Future style. No. There, Pat,
talk about shitty ways to see your favorite character go. He's just erased from a photograph. He just fades away.
Just standing next to Sub-Zero, just smiling, and just like, shh, gone.
Yeah, it's like somebody asks Raiden, so whatever happened to that amulet you used to wear that had, like, told the future or something? And then it cuts to a flashback of, like, Cyrax playing at, like, the school dance, and his hand starts to disappear so he can't play the guitar.
Poor Cyrax.
But he played a sick-ass Johnny Be Good before that happened.
Fucking up in the middle of Earth Angel.
If he does come back in DLC, I want to see that damn grinder fatality reimagined. That was a good one.
It's a good brutality.
There you go.
That'd be a wonderful brutality. Oh man, if he still had that move.
Gotta make it quicker, but yeah.
Definitely. Just go flying all over the goddamn screen in the space of 0.5 seconds. I'd love that.
Alright, well, we should get to the rest of this story trailer. Where do we leave off? We left off on Shinnok, and then what happens after that?
We see Kotal talking to Kano, and Mileena comes in, and
Oh yeah, that's right. Mileena was our last subject.
We see Mileena start to try and suck Kotal into the amulet.
Sorry, it's just for some reason whenever you mention
you're just
Kotal,
gonna laugh every time I say the word "suck," aren't you? That's
I didn't catch into the amulet. My mind stopped right there.
Your word choice is perfect. I just like it. I don't know. It's good. Don't ever change.
Just suck all of him up into it.
Yeah, was it Shao Kahn? Like, suck every part of Shao Kahn?
Suck every part of his... Yeah.
Oh, that was good.
Kotal suckage.
Sucked every part of it.
As long as the Khan's getting sucked, that's all I care about.
Boy.
Okay, so she was sucking him into the amulet.
Yeah, and we can actually... I'm pretty sure you can see that the war that's going on in the streets behind them, Kotal's guys are fighting Tarkatans.
Yeah.
I mean, there are Tarkatans elsewhere and there's...
Yeah, we finally got to see Tarkatans.
Yeah. And once again, they're
Side
kidnapping
Barack is
monks.
probably on.
Why are they always kidnapping Shaolin monks? How did Shaolin monks get to Outworld 25 years later?
I think it's just a theory, but I think they can only see Shaolin monks. Like, everyone else is invisible to their eyesight.
It's a hell
This
of
goes
a
back to
handicap.
MK2. They just like killing them.
That line from Mileena bothers me, though. The whole, first you take the throne from me, and now you try to take my means of reclaiming it.
Yeah.
I think that's just a silly line because it's like...
She says it weird, too. She's like, and now you're taking away my... reclaiming it?
If I was Kotal, I'd be like...
Voice, but...
Yeah, it was just...
But, like, wouldn't Kotal Khan be like, well... Yeah, that's kind of like the logical progression. I'm not gonna leave. What? No, this is too far. Taking the throne. Oh, that's just.
I don't want
It's
you to
because
take it back. What are you, stupid?
Mileena's in a state of denial about anyone even being against her. I mean, how dare Kotal affront her once, let alone twice? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
Give me my
daughter of
fucking
Shao
due.
Kahn.
I'm
Here,
Mileena.
up there.
Pretty much. I can see her so snooted that she actually believes that. She is legitimately shocked that anyone so much as raise a hand against her.
Yeah, if Kotal tries
She
to
was
kill
born
her,
into
it's
privilege
like
and she's
fucking...
semi-retarded. This is all she knows.
Well, it shows because, like, if Kotal tries to take her life, is she going to be like, where's this coming from? My gosh, what the fuck?
Whoa, what's this all about, guys?
What did I ever do to you?
trust fund, no!
Overreacting.
Kotal's dead father's laying in the background. What did I do to you? Jeez.
Recently. Shout outs to Team 4-Star.
Poor Mileena. She just doesn't know. She just doesn't know things.
Yeah.
It's like the mentally handicapped kid that, like, wants to play kickball, and you just let him run the bases. Like, don't just let him be. Don't piss him off.
I love
Mileena do what she wants.
The weeks of message board response to, like, the fact that Reiko is basically puppeteering Mileena, and just all these Mileena fans who are all like, I want her to be the one in charge.
She better be the puppeteer.
Why can't Mileena be smart?
You don't puppeteer me, I puppeteer you.
Hasn't it been canonically mentioned?
No,
now that
no
she's actually
offense
run
to
out
anybody
over the
who
fucking
likes
ground?
Mileena, but know your character, man.
What'd you say, Shadowloo?
Hasn't it been like mentioned in the comics or something at some point that she's actually run Outworld into the fucking ground by the time
Yeah.
Kotal
exactly.
comes and takes her? She's doing a piss poor job at it. In fact, Reiko is probably helping her get back on her feet. Just saying.
There needs to
She
be
can't
like
manage
a...
the
She's
shit
not
solo.
exactly born to lead.
A Mileena fan needs to make a fan art of her as a puppet with Raiko's hand up her ass, but then it scrolls down and her hand somehow up Raiko's ass. Like, yeah, we know this is the case.
Are you commissioning Rule 34 right now?
Yes.
Is that what's happening?
Please.
Now I'm just having like this mental flash of like Mileena burning down a library. A t-shirt of Mileena burning down a library says, "I was destined to lead, not to read." I don't know why. It seems to work so very well for her, that line.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah.
Speaking of
she
the
looks
scene
good,
with
though.
the Tarkatans and the monks, if you look close, you can sort of see that the leader, the only guy who's dressed different, looks like Baraka's deception outfit.
Yeah.
So I guess there's his cameo.
Which, once again, he has a new model, so I think this is going to be a common theme. That it's like, they're not going to just use Baraka's deception model. They put him so far in the background, you can't even tell that he just looks awful.
Well, it's nice to know whose side
he's blurry, so you can't.
Yeah. That's literally his own only cameo. Would be quite awful.
I think this actually kind of deconfirms Baraka for me a little bit, and I'm actually quite relieved.
Yeah,
me too.
I mean,
so relieved.
We're all kind of expecting it at this point, but the guy needed to take a break. Like I said it before, he hasn't missed a game since Deadly Alliance. It's been a while that we've had Baraka. Baraka showed up in like MKDC, amazingly. Wouldn't have expected that. There it was.
Yeah, apparently they consider him iconic.
But even the best of us have to take breaks at some point. Still wondering.
It's a relief for me because I've since day one, I'm just not the biggest Baraka guy, and I mean, it's kind of the way I feel about Sector fans. You know, I know the Baraka fans are dedicated and they're loyal, but I think a lot of them kind of fell into a comfort zone and weren't lobbying the way they should have, and that's okay. I mean,
yeah.
You get used to your favorite guy showing up if he's around game after game after game. It comes as a bit of a shock when he doesn't.
See, which is weird that people say that because I've never felt like Cyrax is ever a lock for any game. But then again, he wasn't an MK vs. TC or Deception, so maybe he's not along the same plane.
I think just by default of being a post-MK2 character, you're not a lock.
Right. That's fair.
Yeah. And also, I'm guilty of it too. Like, I feel like I fell into a comfort zone because I just kind of assumed a lot of, or at least some 3D era characters were going to make it in. So I kind of sipped on my margarita.
Shinnok is the only one. Well, Shinnok, Kenshi, Quan Chi, technically.
Well, Quan Chi and Kenshi are in their own category. They're in my heart.
See, they were in MK9.
Yeah. They have an engine they've been in, you know? What's that?
I think Taco's statement where he responded to that picture of the 8 characters where somebody made sure, they originally asked him how many MK4 characters are going to be in the game, and then he responded like, there's already 3 confirmed, and then they reiterated like, no, by MK4 characters we mean these characters, which he showed 8 characters, which were 6 from debuting from MK4, and then adding Serena and Tremor on there.
He's like, we meant from MK4 and after.
Right, and then he put those 8 characters on there, and he said, there's more than 0, and I'd love to tell you how much. Like, that statement itself just reads...
Yeah, apparently the answer is 1.
Yeah, that statement itself...
1 is more than 0.
I'd love to tell you how many are in there out of the 8. Well, it's 1. So, that's not something you say you would love to tell. That's more like, well, unfortunately, not that many, but it's more than 0. That's what you should have said, not, I'd love to tell you 1.
You're going to be so happy when you find out about the one 3D era character we're bringing back.
The one character that most people should have expected because it was quite obvious he was at least going to play a part in this game, whereas, you know, your Raikos and your Fujins you were not sure of course. So, yeah, that was an odd way to respond to that if it ends up being that Shinnok is the only MK4 character.
It's like if they made a picture of all the fucking, like, 3D era characters and put Rain in there, and someone asked, how many of these characters are going to dropkick Kotal Khan off of a fucking tower? And Sean Hemrick,
more than 0.
I'd love to tell you how many, but it's not 0. Thanks, Sean. I suppose
it is time that we actually start speculating about Rain in that thing, though, because he's been getting quite a fair bit amount of conversation with that new outfit of his.
Yeah, let's get to the Rain stuff, because that was coming up soon anyways. It was
Let's
during the
start
whole
positive.
Mileena Kotal stuff.
Do we like the look?
I like his MK9 look better.
I don't think we've seen enough of it.
The similarities to Armageddon. I think that he's mostly shirtless looks a little weird.
Yeah.
It's a little Chippendale for me.
The shirtless...
Yeah, exactly.
The shirtless and the
but
hair...
That actually kind of fits Rain's character, though.
Sticks out.
I'm really liking, like, subtly in the background. We look at characters like Baraka, who's wearing, like, his Deception alt, and Rain's wearing a variation on his MKA, or something really close to his MKA. Like, they're aging these characters. They're putting them in the spaces where they would probably be, like, later on down the line, as we're used to seeing them in the original timeline.
Even Sub-Zero.
It's a nice, subtle touch. Precisely.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
Although it's interesting that this time around Sub-Zero hasn't been aged by the medallion.
Right.
Does he have the medallion? I'm even wondering about
During his variation,
he does. That's a good question. Like, maybe Sector escaped and ran off with it, or maybe Sub-Zero knows it'll, like, make him older or suck out his soul, so he decides not to wear it this time.
Starts feeling old, so he just throws it in the trash. Where the hell would anybody wear this?
That's a question. What would it even do for a Cyber Ninja, that thing?
Yeah, apparently it's supposed to enhance your powers. Sector wanted it. That always bothered me about his MK9.
And Frost died twice for it.
How does a magic amulet help a robot?
There's like more green things coming out of the teleport portal now. Just green matrix shit everywhere.
I'd give anything for him, for a cutscene with Sector just like holding up the medallion and being like, stupid thing, slapping it repeatedly, trying to force it open with his fingers.
Yeah, that medallion.
Yeah, like how does he even like wear it? Like it won't. He doesn't have clothes to pin it to. He's made of metal.
It's magnet.
that
pulls like Galvatron, puts it on a chain around his neck.
Yeah.
The medallion's like a piece of cheese in a rat maze for Frost. She just keeps going there, but she keeps hitting the buzzer and just keeps going to the same one over and over. Doesn't learn. She just keeps getting frozen into an icicle because she just can't stop wanting that medallion.
It could be crazy, though, if it actually does work and his teleporting powers are like Wesker from Resident Evil 5, and you just can't, like, he's just fucking crazy fast. Like, Lestat fast. Like, that would be really cool. But I don't think they're going to do that. It'd be fun to see something just get, like,
even
honed.
Think of that. My first instinct when you say, how do you upgrade teleportation is, he can teleport to other realms, maybe?
That could be cool, yeah.
Like, just portals. Just he gets the ability to open portals.
Yeah.
But, I mean... I don't know, maybe he shoots larger missiles.
There are more zeros and ones when he teleports. Yeah. They come out faster.
The occasional two. Just because he's that far advanced.
Like, his chest opens up and an entire ICBM comes out.
Puts a thermometer to his fire, it's like 10 degrees hotter. He's like, that's right. Yeah.
The power of the medallion.
It overwhelms me.
No, Rain. I'm gonna, briefly in a nutshell, just go back and say that I'll modify my prior statement a bit more than a 20% chance of being on the roster now. I'm gonna say I'll boost up to a comfortable 25 to 30.
I'm lower.
So I'm gonna go 0.
Yeah, I'm lower.
Only because of the roster leak. I would boost up to 75 if it wasn't for the potential roster leak. I would think his chances would be amazing.
Roster leak does play a part for me as well, but even still, I wasn't one of the people that thought new model, brief appearance in the story, so therefore playable. I just like you said, if the roster leak wasn't there and we still thought we were getting like 30 characters, then maybe I could have seen him getting one of the spots, and I would have been happy for him too. Because yeah, we've all discussed this, long overdue. But I just think his model. I think a lot of, like, as we're seeing, a lot of these characters are going to get new models, even if they are unplayable.
I just think all the NPCs will have new models, and that's good news too.
And it wasn't surprising to me to see him in a story trailer or the story at all, is because, he's playing a role in the comics, so why not play a role in the actual story? We're going to see...
Well, plus we also know there are challenge tower missions that involve him.
Right, so yeah.
So why not make him look a little fancy?
Yeah, I think
we also know he has
sense.
Surprisingly healthy skin for some reason.
Could take place before he gets burnt,
he recovered real well from that burning.
Do we know if that takes place after or before the comics, though?
Oh, it's got to be after. I don't think there's going to be any before in the game.
Perhaps.
The costume kind of
other than the NetherRealm
too.
War, and I don't think this fight with Kotal would be during the NetherRealm War.
I'd say it's open. I'm not going to count my chickens or anything. I feel like it could happen at either point.
Well, it'd be weird if he.
There's going to be a lot of jumping back and forth in time. I know that.
I don't see how he would wear the new MK Armageddon looking costume and then go back to his MK9 costume.
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't get that.
Yeah, I understand. Well, it's laundry day, man. We already went over this. He finally busts out that outfit once again. He's like, yes, I love my MK9 outfit. It's so amazing.
I think today I'll go with the long sleeves.
As the sun ray is coming down, he's immediately regretting his decision.
See, now I'm just picturing like Raiden and Rain at the laundromat, just wearing their headphones and bobbing their heads. I don't know. Like, I really love the hair. Like, the hair looks fucking sick, dude. So if for no other reason,
like Rain with the ponytail sticking out.
See, I didn't mind it in Armageddon. Just in that trailer, it looked weird, but that's because he's doing a drop kick, so it's just at a weird angle.
It's a pretty sexy drop kick. I mean, drop kicks in general are awesome.
It was a solid drop kick.
And I feel like Rain should at all times be hoodless. Like, the flowing hair thing, it really does suit him. I like it.
Yeah, that was part of the worst part about the MK9 costume. It didn't differentiate him that much, you know? I mean, it looked good. I think the MK9 costume looked great.
Some of his Persian Arabian feel into it with the veil and the gold armor, but yeah, he does look better with the ponytail.
It's vanity is his thing, so the hair really kind of gives him that I'm sexy and I know it vibe that the MK9 costume didn't give at all. Like, not in the least. You don't get vanity from that costume. You get maybe royalty, possibly, but you don't get the... I think that's why the shirtlessness is a good thing, because it's, again, more vanity, more abs.
Yeah, that's why, like I said, it fits his character.
I feel like the MK9 costume is like his business mission kind of outfit. This is what I wear when I'm going to go out and kill someone.
We're gonna get
the Armageddon thing. It's more casual attire.
If we keep doing this vanity thing, we're just gonna get a mankini in the veil, and he's like, "Sup?"
Best alternate costume ever.
I'm Rain.
Take that, Flesh Pits
What's
Mileena.
up?
I'm sure Rain's fans will not complain.
Excuse me, pardon me.
Everybody's about gender equality these days. Why not?
Just carrying 2 drinks at all times, except when he's fighting.
If I had to have a guy in a thong named him who was not Shao Kahn, then hey, why the hell not?
You know what? Tekken has done it.
The diaper things?
No, there's is it Lee Chaolan? His ending with Heihachi dressed as like a Chippendales dancer serving him drinks.
Man, I have not paid attention to Tekken in a very, very long time.
Yeah,
I just remember that from the Spoonie review of Blood Vengeance. That's why I remember that. Good review, by the way, if y'all haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But yes.
Bad movie. Good review.
Oh, terrible. Girls Ride a Panda.
Rain was... I was just saying, to but bring it back around. I don't expect Rain to be in the game, which, that does suck, and especially because he can't be DLC again, because I fully believe Ed Boon when he says he's not going to have... Obviously, they're going to have characters be DLC more than once, because if this series keeps going for another 20 years, you're going to have characters be DLC more than once. I mean,
I think his comment was just referring to MKX.
Right, twice in a row. I could totally see him not wanting people to pay for MK9 than MK10, just like the people for MK10 aren't going to be DLC for MK11, just because that makes sense. You're not going to exclude somebody from the roster twice in a row just to have people pay for him twice in a row. That is a little shady, but, if you pay for Rain in MK9 and then in MK12 rolls around and he's DLC, I could completely see that, yeah. That's not the same. But, I don't question that at all, or his integrity on that one, because that's different than just trolling people.
I never like to use the phrase, I fully believe Ed Boon, because that seems like a recipe for disaster. But by the same token, it is believable that they wouldn't make him DLC twice.
He wasn't joking or hinting when he said that.
Right.
Yeah.
When it comes to money, things like that, I think that there's a difference there. I think there's definitely a difference to trolling people about your game and what's in it than like to mess with them just to lead them on a trail, just for hints and all the bullshit that he likes to do, and being like, hey, our game's gonna be $30, And then when it comes out, it's $60. I got you. I really razzed you, didn't I? Like that's a completely different thing.
Who else but Ed Boon?
It'd be cool if there's maybe kind of like what Tekken did and gives us free characters, you know? It's like, these are the characters we couldn't finish in time, but they were like 2 weeks away from being done. Voila, here you go. You know, that's kind of what Tekken did.
That would be amazing.
Bringing up...
Maybe they thought about it, you know?
Bringing up characters, additional characters beyond the DLC. We've all talked about, or I mean, I know it's been brought up that KI has 8 characters for $40, and MK's charging for 4 characters and 15 skins $30. Do you think it's within the realm of possibility that we're gonna get 4 more on top of it, and they just charge $15, or 2 more and just charge $10?
I feel like 2 more for $10 is a very viable option. 8 characters seems like a bit much.
Yeah, but
I think when we're looking at a 25 character roster,
right,
and the fact that I would like to think that their goal internally is to one-up themselves each time.
Yeah, I think
so. Like they did 4
for
characters for MK9, and it was only 4 because that was their first outing with DLC. So they did 6 characters for Injustice. I want to believe they'd like to step it up, especially since we're getting 2 guests.
Yeah, and 25
I really
character
hope
roster.
for 8.
Yeah.
I really hope we're getting 8 DLC characters.
Yeah, if we get 25 characters plus 8, that would equal out to be the same as MK9's 32, so just 1 more. But like I said, we're getting 2 guests right there.
It's a nice thought, but again, hope, don't pray.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
don't expect it, but have a little hope for it. But
I want an aggressive campaign for DLC just so we can see the game continue to be patched and balanced. That's the real hope I have, because MK9 had 6 months of balancing after the game came out. Injustice had till about October, which is not much better.
If I'm being completely honest, I don't want an MK12 for a long time, or an MK11, I mean. I want re-releases. I want them to do what Capcom does, and with Street Fighter, and make like an ultimate MKX, and like
agreed.
More characters in that, and so
I'd love to see that.
Keep working on the engine and adding to the roster. I want this to be a platform for a while.
Exactly. Keep the game competitive as we find out new broken shit, and the game will last as long as Street Fighter has the most. You can't even get fucking registration for Street Fighter Evo anymore. They filled up. It maxed out, I think. So Jesus. That could be Mortal Kombat in 4 years. That could be MKX, you know? So, I mean, you don't have to do what they did. Just make the game fun and competitive. You don't have to endorse it for 5 years. But just maybe like 2 years of patching, you know?
Right.
And that's not... I'm sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
It's not... All that is testing. That's a bunch of testers. You're not designing stages. You're not taking up time from the art team. You're just taking bugs out, and you're testing the game. That's all you're... Now, that does take resources. People don't realize how expensive that is. It's incredibly time-consuming, and it takes a lot of laborers. You have a very big team to do that. We got 300 right now. But if it's a year and a half even, that will do wonders for the game if we want to have a long-term future. And if it's going to be 4 more years till the next MK game comes out, that's a good investment, in my opinion.
Right, and that's where I was going to jump in is, if we're to assume, and say Injustice isn't going to be developed by another part or just part of the team while the next MK game comes out in 2 years. Say we do the pattern that it seems like they might be starting here, and that it's been 2 years different game, 2 years back to the other game, 2 years we go back to Injustice, and then 4 years down the line from now we get our next Mortal Kombat game. It would make all the sense in the world, regardless if they do like an Ultimate Edition re-release on disc type of thing. If they just go the DLC route like Street Fighter did as well, give us an Ultimate Edition or just keep giving us DLC in general. That's what makes me think we might be getting 8 characters, where I don't see it completely out of the realm of possibility, is because if there's a 4-year gap between MK games, it makes all of the sense in the world to give us 8 DLC characters over the course of a year. Like, that's not too much to ask for, I don't think, or even 2 years, like you said, and then in the meantime they can do all the patches and balancing further and whatnot, and add in this little bit and that little bit. But giving us a character every couple of months after the combat pack, or however they want to space it out. I don't think that's too much to ask for, honestly.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I think what scares people away is they think they don't want to buy another copy. They're
Right.
worried about spending $39.99 for an expansion pack. And what I would say to them is, even Capcom has outgrown that model. Ultra Street Fighter 4 was a $15 download, unless you wanted to buy the hard copy. And if they make an MKX hard copy in addition to the download, I actually might buy the copy just for shits and giggles, Maury?
Yeah.
So would I.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And on top of that, I think if we're being charged $15 for 4 characters, $15 for the skin packs, so altogether that's 30. Say we get 4 more characters, that's another 15. So really, you're just paying 45.
Well, yeah, and I mean, let's be real. There are people who bought the complete edition of MK9 even though they already owned MK9.
I was one of them, and I bought it because I had both consoles. So hell, I'll get the other console with the complete edition. Why not?
Man, I don't even have that fucking excuse. I have like a copy of MK9 regular. I got a Steelbook edition. I got 2 copies of the collector's edition because I won one of them at a tournament, and I got the arcade stick edition because I'm a fucking chump.
Yeah, man, I haven't done it yet, but I've thought about it. There are advantages because, like, so you can take the disc and have the DLC characters at a friend's house and not have to download them.
Right, for sure. Especially because the complete edition goes down in price pretty quickly. I think a year after the game comes out, you can get that complete edition, which, comes out however long after the game comes out. You can get that complete edition for like $25-$30 pretty quickly after it's released, maybe just a few months. So
I got the Injustice one for free because PlayStation Plus was like, you want Injustice for free, complete edition?
There you go too. And with PlayStation Plus being as great as it is now, with their their monthly free games, I could easily see that being, like a year and a half, 2 years down the line at max. That will be one of the games, and because Injustice has been, but also with them competing with Microsoft, who stepped up their game a little bit by offering better games with gold, considering their old ones were like giving you like 5-year-old games as the free game of the month, and they're like, yeah, you love this, don't you? No. Okay. But yeah, now that they're competing more, then yeah.
Hey,
for sure.
The generation's almost over. How'd you like Crackdown 1?
do you want Halo 3 for free after, the next 2 have already been out? Like, what is this? But yes. But yeah, I totally see that. But yeah, either way, I definitely don't think 8 is out of the question. Knowing how successful the 4 was for them, the 6 was for Injustice, I think 8 is within question. Plus, you got to consider 2 guest characters this time. I think that plays a big role too. I don't think they're going to be like, here's 2 guest characters, here's 2 Mortal Kombat characters, that's it, and then even 2 more Mortal Kombat characters, that's it. I think it's very within question and the realm of possibility to charge ultimately $45 for the DLC or get the complete edition down the road for $50-$60 where you're going to get that extra $45 worth. So, but yeah.
Well, one of the big reasons that I'd like to see, like, even after the DLC, like another edition with even more characters, is just because I feel like there's too many characters that we all want as a community,
right,
to be covered by 6 DLC slots.
Yeah, that's
it's like,
my biggest concern.
People want Sector or Cyrax. You want to see maybe someone else come back from MK9, like Cabal. And then you want to see, there's so many 3D characters that we're not getting that people want and are really like excited to see come back at some point.
I think that's why they're waiting on a Cyrax and Sector, because I think that might be like a promotional DLC trailer. It's like, we're going to package Sector and Cyrax together because they're too important to the story if you look at the history of the Lin Kuei and what it became. So that might be the idea. They're just like, for promotional purposes, let's make Cyrax and Sector their own, dual package,
This actually kind of brings us... This kind of brings us close to the upcoming topic of the mobile game, which, if it's anything like the Injustice mobile game, is going to have a couple of characters that we did not see in MKX, which we will collectively lose our shit about, and thus demand to see in a more complete edition of the game.
Well, let's hope that it's a long time before it gets any exclusives, because Injustice didn't get like Darkseid and Static until the console version was long since stopped. Like Zatanna had come out.
Yeah.
And the thing with the DLC for MKX to me is like, I mean, like Sector and Cyrax, somebody like Cabal or
Smoke.
Nightwolf, maybe, I don't know. But then you've got like people want, Li Mei or Rain to be more than a cameo. To, especially Li Mei, because Ed said no Rain. But there's her, and then there's like Bo Raicho maybe,
Fujin,
and
Raiko.
you could put Frost in there, and people want to see Fujin, and we've got, there's a petition out
Tremor.
there that Ed actually noticed for fucking Tremor, so I think it's starting to look likely they'll do him like they did Scarlet.
Yeah.
It's just there's too many names.
That was my
And
point. Is the reason why, like, I wasn't even I for the longest time was like, okay, those two characters that are going to be with the guest characters, Cyrax and Smoke. Like, for the longest time, I'm like, for some reason, I just didn't think they were going to be in the game. I was like, those are two obvious DLC picks because they're popular enough to warrant being DLC, and they have their competitive community around them as well. And yeah, it just makes complete sense story-wise also to follow up on them. But now that we know but that was when I was assuming we're probably going to get maybe, 28 characters, or even if we get 25 characters, we're going to get our Fujin and potentially Raiko along with Shinnok. But now that we know we're likely not getting those and we're getting 25 characters and that's it, and you're missing Fujin, Raiko, Bo Raicho, Havoc, those four I thought had a decent chance of being in this game, and now that they don't, and then you add on your Tremor, and then you throw in your like dark horses like Cabal and stuff like that, then yeah, you really... Those DLC, like you said, are going to be tight. And also Tanya. Tanya's a likely candidate for DLC. It's like, because they're going to want to throw a female in there, and she's very well loved by NetherRealm, and she has her fan base. So she's a good...
Ed, I think mostly Ed keeps thinking of Tanya like she was a candidate for MK9 DLC, and I think it's mostly just because Ed named her after his sister.
Right. And that's the thing, though, is there's like 8 characters that we do need, and only, if we have six DLC total, that's 4 spots, not counting the, 2 guest characters. So 4 spots, you're trying to whittle those 8 characters down to 4 spots. And one of those has to go to Tremor if you're going to believe that the petition really did mean something to them. So that's 3 spots that are going to all these characters that people really want, that people thought might be in the game.
It's just not enough room, and that's why I would really like to see like an Ultimate MKX.
Yeah. And I think at least... if you have 8 DLC characters, that is almost delivering that ultimate experience, minus the 2 guest characters, but yes. But yeah, I think we're all in agreement that we'd like to see 8 DLC characters, or an Ultimate Edition, or both, or whatever the case is, and see it keep getting support, because I think it warrants it. MKX is looking amazing, and the fact that they're cutting it off at 25, which is 4 less if you count Kratos, 4 less characters on disc that we got with MK9, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, and the longer the company supports the game, the more likely it is to stay in rotation of the tournaments. Like MK9 wasn't at Evo; they had to play it like outside the building. Or
still kind of really skeptical about that entire leaked roster list. I won't believe it until I actually see the select screen. I think
we'll get into that a little bit. Yeah,
it's feasible, but I just can't, at the end of the day, I can't see a sequel on this scale that MKX appears to be compared to MK9 downsizing its roster.
I think maybe the variations play a part.
But after Injustice and the fact that we've got 3 variations for them that have to program for everybody, I can see 25.
And the move to a new console. So
it's a disappointing number, but it's not a surprising one.
Well, it's things like this that make delusion work in my favor. I choose to believe the list if I can do it, because that means I can be excited if it's wrong.
Yeah.
So right now, I'm just going to eat that list up like it's fucking breakfast.
That's how I feel. Is for the longest time I was like, nah, I didn't even pay attention to it because I'm like, you guys out of every, I was thinking, we're probably going to get 24 characters, and then you guys were like, oh no, it's looking like we're going to get more, and I bought into that because you're right. There was so many signs that just said, we're gonna get more. If you look at a lot of the interviews, it made it seem like there was more. If you look at the spacing between the boxes, those things can be closed in. I did it myself in Photoshop where I closed all the boxes in.
Well, just because they kept saying this is not the final select screen, and we fell
Right, and
it's not the first time we've done that. Like, they said that about the MK9 select screen, and it didn't change. They probably said it about Injustice, and it didn't change.
Yeah, and that's I fell for the same thing, and if it turns out we get 25, that's a little bit of a disappointment, because there are
Sean Hemrick line. What Sean Hemrick said, like, we're going to keep working on characters right to the end of development. I just don't know what that means anymore, you know?
Yeah, well, it's a question of how far are they now from going gold? Because the game comes out in a month.
It's usually about a month away that they go gold, or at least 3 weeks.
And how old is that information that this individual who has this supposed leak list actually working off of? When did he get this information? How long ago?
I asked him on MKO, and he said it was recent, and he said like I said, this is assuming that he's legit and that he knows what he's talking about, and this information came from a legitimate source, because he does have connections that we all know that he was at one point had some sort of connection with these people. But the point is, he said he said it's unless they decided to change thing in the final hour and be like, because of complaints or whatever, that he's pretty much 100% guaranteed that that's the final list. Like, they're not going to add any more since they finalized that, but who knows? Because I did ask him that same question, because I was wondering the same. Like, did they tell you, or whoever told you this, or whatever you're basing this off of, was this several months ago, or was this more recently? And he said it was recent enough that he doesn't think they're going to put any more characters on top of that, but who knows?
Like, it would probably be because it's a question of how long it takes to make a character.
Right.
Because, I mean, we've seen Killer Instinct, it takes, at least a month to make one guy.
Yeah, and that's what I would assume, is it takes about...
Like, TJ Combo, I think, took 2 or 3 months before, like, from the first time they showed him until he was released.
Yeah, I'd say a month is a fair assessment on how much it takes to create a character, because the game's at least been in development for 2 years, one would imagine, so...
But if the models are already done, that does help.
It does help, and for story mode, that's why DLC definitely helps anybody that gets that new model for and a cameo, is that model's already there for them to go off of. They just need to balance out a moveset and create all the animations.
True, but I mean, once you go from we have this guy as an NPC in story mode to let's put him in the game, you have to create at least one alternate costume.
Right.
From scratch.
Didn't they confirm the DLC are not going to have alternate costumes?
I think we're talking about if they go on DLC. If they go on disc.
Trying to squeeze them in on disc before the game comes out.
Okay,
last second.
My bad.
But yeah,
that's true.
Also, since use unless there are complaints, you said.
What's that?
About the roster.
Oh, he said.
But the quote was
on MKO. He said, because this was just last night that I asked him, and he said, or at least I think it was last night. He said, no, it might have been the night before. This doesn't matter. Point is, he said, because I asked him that exact question, he said, unless they, enough complaints happened where people were complaining about the roster size or somebody not getting in, and that would have changed something, that would have, rubbed them the wrong way or motivated them enough, then they likely never changed their plans. So that could be assuming that his information was from a long time ago, and he just now got the bug up his ass, so to speak, to leak all this.
Basically, it's there's a long shot possibility that once they saw the public reception to the roster, they might go, oh shit, we better squeeze Frost in there or somebody real quick because they're real mad.
Yeah, that kind of statement combined with working on them up until the last possible moment kind of implies to me that there's a lot of people to choose from. But they might have more people ready than we might think.
Yeah, I don't know. He seemed pretty certain that's, even though that's a possibility, it's very unlikely. But he was saying that's probably more like an extreme case scenario where if word got out that they only have 25 characters and, say, Fujin was left off of that list and people were, super vocal about Fujin, Relentless, they might try, and, his model was already in there type of thing, they might try and bang him out real quick, so to speak.
It's possible.
We're over a month from release, and people are already kind of throwing a shit fit about the amount of Special Forces guys out there, and
yeah,
I don't know. Now is the time where if they want to make any last-minute changes based on reception, they should be looking at the board.
It's too late now, because they go gold.
That's my concern is...
They go gold 3 to 4 weeks before release. That's standard for a video game. Any longer than that, you're almost...
Yeah, because it's, it takes that long to print copies of the disc and ship them.
Ship them out, yeah. The games I follow Halo all the damn time, and they always announce going gold, and even Mortal Kombat always announces when it goes gold, and it's always 3 to 4 weeks. 3 weeks is
granted,
I mean, borderline.
It could be a situation like with MK9. They were probably trying to finish Scarlet before the game was done, and that's why there's so much of her on disc, and they just couldn't get it done, and that's why she ended up DLC.
And there's balance. So
there might be characters who we get as DLC who were almost done but just didn't make it in time. And that's my hope that we get a large number of DLC because they were working on a lot of characters who didn't get finished.
I consider that a very likely scenario. That's my point.
It's possible, yeah. It's definitely possible.
But again, it's better to expect less and then be surprised.
Right.
Than to be disappointed that you only got... Like, I'm not even expecting 6, frankly. After the combat pack, any character we get more is a bonus.
Right.
Agreed.
Because the fact that we got 6 for Injustice kind of surprised me. And I hope it's a trend that they keep meeting and exceeding what they did in the last game, but I don't expect them to.
I don't even think 6 were planned for Injustice. It was just a reaction to the fans with Martian Manhunter. Ed Boon even said that he regretted not putting Martian Manhunter in the game. So he said someone talked him out of it. So I don't think Zatanna was ever in the cards. You know, I don't think. Who was the other one? I'm leaving someone else.
No, it was those two where they...
Yeah, Martian and Zatanna, yeah. They were probably never in the cards, and then when the backlash happened, we fought for 6. I don't know if 6 was ever planned. So
there was briefly the thought that we were getting 4 and then another 4, because there was so much talk about, like, Red Hood.
Yeah.
And that never happened.
Yeah, he ran the DLC poll, and Red Hood and Zatanna and... Martian Manhunter were at the top of that.
They had concept art for Black Canary, and she's not even in the mobile version, is she?
Right.
No, I don't think so.
She was like a card, I think, but she wasn't like an actual playable card type thing.
Yeah, she's a portrait in the game. She's a card
support
of the mobile
card,
version.
yeah. So was
that was odd to me
Fate
that they went as far as like all those costume designs for, and then never even like finished.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the Black Canary concept art. I remember that. She was, definitely one of the rumored ones to be in the game. But yeah, the whole idea of 6 is weird in the first place because you have your 4. Why not release 4 more and have a second season pass? Multiple games have multiple season passes like that just because it makes sense from a marketing standpoint to have that, other than here's your 4 where you're getting 1 free and then here's our additional 2. Just doesn't make any sense.
It makes it easier for the people. Like, if you buy a new game and there's a ton of DLC for it, it's such a chore to find and download all of these separate things. If you pack them together, it just makes it easier for people.
Yeah, and if you do an additional 4, then you do the same deal twice. You give 15 for 4, 15 for 4, rather than 15 for 4 and then 2 for 10. Like, you're not getting the deal then. You're paying for them both full price.
What's even weirder is Injustice had more DLC, but from what I understand, it sold significantly. It sold well, but not nearly as well as MK9. I think it was less than 3 million units, I think. So... I don't know.
I don't think that we ever actually got like DLC figures for MK9 specifically. I think we just got placements. I'm sure about that.
We just know Freddy that, sold the most. That's it.
It was Freddy, Kenshi, Rain, and Scarlet in that order.
Right.
I don't think that we have numbers. We just kind of expect MK9's DLC to have sold well because 3 million goddamn units sold.
Which is why they're probably doubling up on the guest characters this time.
Fair logic.
And also because, a lot of people were like, I don't want them in the select screen, blah, blah, blah. But, hopefully they are in the select screen because I hate that slider thing.
No, I do too. I hate the fact that you can't hidden select Kenshi.
Yeah, I want to see the DLC on the select screen. Hopefully they, with the Injustice the way it was and how they were on there, hopefully they have the same idea in mind. But maybe that's why the boxes are floating the way they are. Because even if we do get 25 final, they could probably... do what Smash Brothers does and just resize the boxes to fit the new characters that you unlock. So, yeah, that would be the best case scenario because I don't want them being on a slider. That sucks. I like to see all the characters in the game represented when I go to select a character. It's just more visually appealing all around beyond the blind select issue.
I think that they can work around. I didn't mind the slider so much.
I'm not particularly, I don't have a horse in the race, I guess, when it comes to the select screen, because I mean, I haven't been happy with the select screen since they stopped putting backgrounds in the character portraits.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was one thing I fought for MK9, and have been fighting for years. I always have one post like each game that's like, I really wish the damn backgrounds, because I'm all about presentation. I mean, being a big artsy guy, that's what I get into.
The one thing I like about this one is how animated the characters are.
Yeah.
And I think it's really clever that like they don't do the walking away animation if you're fighting in the Deadwoods, because that is the select screen background.
Yeah, I even enjoyed in Injustice the little character specific artwork next to their names and whatnot. Like I appreciate all that little subtle details and just making everything feel special.
Yeah, I love all the logos and stuff in Injustice, like the trait icon down there is everybody's logo, and
I wonder why they don't
one
do
to
that.
Scorpion, a little picture of his kunai.
I really wonder why they don't do that for MK. Have the backgrounds again. I just don't understand it. I don't.
Well,
why is the gradient better? Like, I don't get that.
I guess they like the dynamic of people interacting in the forest before the match, but everything you guys have said is fair.
Well, no, that's fine. But I'm saying why not have the character individual mugshot backgrounds like in the old MK games? Why not have that? Why not have an American flag behind Jax or
I think
whatever?
It's a sign of the times, dude. I think they don't think that shit is cool anymore. Subtlety and gritty is cool now.
It looks cool. Those things are awesome.
No, I
better.
totally agree. And to be honest with you, MKX is the worst at it. It looks like a fucking driver's license photo. It's so bad.
Yeah. And MK9 was like that. Well, I'm just saying, when I was 3 years old, like, that's one of my fondest memories of, like, or not fondest, but my first memories of MK was, like, I was fascinated by the character pictures and the backgrounds because you got an idea of who the character was. Like, for some reason, that's one of my first memories of MK was, like, examining the sun behind Liu Kang and the icy frozenness behind.
Like, I have some pretty strong memories about that imagery.
It was a nice
Agreed.
touch.
Yeah, and it's like that stayed with it for a while, and then
the versus portraits, even with Reptile in front of a brick wall or a stone wall, I love that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know why they didn't like. That's one thing I always bring up. That and announcer choices. Like, I want different announcers as like unlockable options. Those are the two things that like aren't big details, but they're like little nitpicks that like, man, I wish they did that again. That'd be cool. But anyways, that and the select screen music, I guess, too, would be my third. I want something catchy and upbeat like the old MK games, more oriental type sounding instead of whatever.
Or like the Gregorian chant from like Ultimate MK3. I loved that.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Missed that very much.
But anyways, let's is there any other thoughts on the story trailer? I know there was more shown, like the characters. Do you guys have any strong thoughts about like
do we want to we didn't really talk about our opinions of the the costume designs for the new characters.
Right. That would be a good thing to get into.
Even before we get into that, like, I'm just going to throw my opinion on Mileena. I still don't think it looks good. I mean, it's cool that it's well received, but I'm still not feeling it. But go on.
I'm sure she'll have a nice alt.
I hope like so. It. The only thing that looks weird is the stitching on the mask, but I like the rest of it, honestly.
I kind of like that the mask is stitched, because it sort of adds to her whole...
Ghetto Empress.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. But
that belt looks better there than it did in the comic. I'm liking it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the costume. I mean, for what Mileena's doing now, trying to be like serious and like get her throne back, pants are okay.
I don't know. For me, like I said, there's a charisma to sluttiness, and Mileena's like the perfect character to do.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll have an alternate outfit that covers that.
The only thing that I don't like about it is she's sort of... And I mean, it's okay because Kitana is more kunoichi than ever. Mileena's really lost the ninja assassin part of her, because her top even looks... It's just like a warrior's breastplate.
Yeah.
Like, she looks much more like just a rebel, like a straight-up fighter. Like, she's just marching into war, as opposed to somebody who sneaks around and kills people in their sleep, or that sort of thing.
I was never a big fan of the over-sexing of Mileena in the first place. I thought it was like a nice little one-off for Deception, then MK9 kind of cranked it up to 11.
Yeah.
So to actually see her trying to be taken seriously and wearing pants is refreshing, different, and interesting to me personally.
Like
I think it could work, but if you're going to take out the charisma of the sluttiness, I think you got to replace it with something else. What we have is like generic warrior, I guess. I don't know. Go on, Cyborg.
Yeah, it's too generic warrior for me.
I was just gonna say that's, in my opinion, that's why it's good that we have two outfits at least in this game, is in most games obviously, but that way people that want like the sexiness can get that, and then the other people that want just something different for Mileena can get that. So it's kind of a win-win.
My other thought is, like, personality-wise, I don't think that Mileena has lost the sluttiness so much as redirected it, and I think that's an okay thing, because it's sort of like, before, it was something she would use against opponents.
Right.
Like, don't you want me? Look at my body, and then kill you. Whereas now she's serious when she's fighting, but she's having all these affairs in her personal life. So, like, the sex is still there, it's just more of a Game of Thronesy, it's actually happening in the bedroom with, like, Reiko, or, like, you know, when she was cozying up to Goro and he had his hand on her hip.
Glad that scene ended early.
Real quick,
I'd like to think that they were just flirting.
Real quick, I want to touch upon this because this is something I've thought about since the comics came out. And do you think we're going to get more, like, actual adult content in the story? And I'm not talking about, like, sex and stuff like that, but I'm talking about, like cursing and stuff, like, because we haven't really gotten that in Mortal Kombat games.
Well, there was a little bit from, like, it seemed like that was a character trait of Sonya in MK9, that she was always either cursing or on the cusp of cursing, like she'd sort of trail off in the mid-sentence.
Exactly. Well, that's my point, is they've always downplayed it, even though it's such a serious thing, but they hardly ever actually curse.
I mean,
we had Scorpion and
rarely
Shaolin
says
monks.
fucking Shaolin monks, yeah.
And get over here, bitch. That one too.
But was that actually in the game though?
Yes, it was.
Okay,
it was like
it,
one out of.
It comes up very rarely. I've actually never heard it live.
Gotcha.
I know the sound clip exists.
Yeah.
I sat there for 45 minutes and like just did it with a Game Shark, just having him hit me over and over with the damn spears. It took 45 minutes for me to hear "Get the fuck over here" once.
Okay, and that's my point though, is even though it's like a dark and gritty, very serious, you know, gore-filled universe, they hardly ever actually curse. And I'm not saying let's turn this into like cursing for the sake of cursing, because I think
like
that
Tarantino
sounds, like that sound.
Well, we've got. I mean, Cassie gives the finger now.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is like with the comics, they're actually cursing when it feels beyond like starfuckers, because that seemed really forced. But beyond that, like, you know, if somebody's like, "Who the fuck do you think you are?" Like, if somebody's,
that's not a thing people say.
Yeah, like if somebody's like,
it's a term that gets tossed around in the music industry and Hollywood. I've told you this.
Well, my point.
You say that, I just think it's the title of a song, and that's
no. It's been in use since the 90s.
All right.
Anyway, moving along.
I don't know, with the children as the central characters, and I guess children's an understatement. It'd be weird to make it all Tarantino now.
Yeah, to go Saturday morning cartoon with the main characters and plot, and then to have them say the F word all the time would be super.
It might be worse, because it's like Saturday morning cartoon, but it's extreme, and I don't know if that's better.
That's not what I'm.
There's some.
Oh no, I know that's not what you were asserting, Cyborg. I'm not trying to. Yeah,
I'm just saying a curse word used for explanation or like
in tone.
Yes, in tone. If it fits the scenario, that's never been a thing like that they've really capitalized on. They've seemed to stray away from that, even though they're getting a mature rating. So why not? But yes, no, I'm not saying fuck this, fuck that, because that's juvenile.
If it fits the context, why not?
Right, exactly.
It's already an M-rated game.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see Kano dropping the occasional F-bomb. Sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, if it's fitting and it helps get across something or the intensity of something, why not? Because it almost seems unnatural that they never, especially with someone like Kano, or like you said, like there's certain characters that should just use that kind of language at times in certain moments that just it feels unnatural that they always like play it off like they're T for teen in that aspect, but everything else they're willing to push the envelope and get that mature rating.
I agree, it's weird.
It's odd, it's backwards, and that's why with the comics they don't do that, and they say shit, they say fuck, and they've done that several times. Not overbearing.
Doesn't Green Arrow say shit in Injustice once?
I think he does. I think something like that happened, but
yeah, it's in when they're infiltrating Wayne Manor and like the doors blow open and Green Lantern gets hit or something. He just goes shit, and then they run in and fight.
Right, and like I don't know. See, I just thought that was weird, but the fact that we've had it in the comics, we have Cassie flipping Raiden off, like that's why I brought it up, is because it was just like, are we gonna finally get like a more realistic adult tone to some of these things rather than extreme gore? But then they talk to each other like they're on a PG-13 program and on like at 5:00 at night, and they can't get away with it or something. I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah,
it's awkward.
I'm with you. I mean, as long as they don't,
overdo it. Yeah, overdoing would be stupid. Like, if
I don't
want
it to sound like Hank Rowan's.
I take none over overdoing it. Overdoing it just it gets annoying. It gets grating when you hear people like trying to make dialogue that's so trashy that they're trying to seem like they're cool because they're doing it.
Yeah, it's especially hard with Mortal Kombat because the characters don't seem like they Kung Lao. I can't see swearing.
Right,
Shinnok, I can't see swearing.
No, yeah, exactly. It's very specific character. You could see Johnny every once in a while saying like "my shit don't stink" type of behavior, matching with having his language match his behavior. Even Sonya being super serious at times could just fucking like, would you back the fuck off?
She's so angry and bitchy.
Yeah, exactly.
She curse a lot.
Or like Kano, like saying bitch or something like that.
Kano would say all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Certain characters that you expect it from don't do it. Like I'm not saying Raiden should be
I can actually
fuck you mortals. It just wouldn't make
I can actually see it dropped by like an outrolled character. It is, how do you say in Earthrealm? Ah yes, bullshit.
Like if Liu Kang's like fucking Raiden doesn't know me. Like,
well, again, I would be totally down for if the character interaction between Fujin and Raiden was just fuck you.
Or Shinnok's like, I'm so tired of you star fuckers. I don't know. I don't know.
No. Stop that.
But yes, I don't know. I just found it awkward.
Yes, Quan Chi, let us deal with these mortal star fuckers.
Anyways.
Well, that would work because he doesn't understand cussing, so like it's awkward. Like he doesn't know how to use the curse words because Shinnok is so out of Earthrealm culture, so he uses all the curse words wrong. Like that would be great.
You see, Shinnok's been studying Earthrealm for a really long time, and like he really wants to fit in. He's like the guy that shows up to a party who's like 10 years too old to be there. What is up, bitches? Raise the roof? Raise it?
I'm going to destroy your hizzle.
Whoop, there it is.
Make for the tree and get out of here.
Biff.
Okay.
I can see Quan Chi. It's like a tree and leaves. You sound stupid when you say it like that.
But yes, I don't know. Just a subject I've been thinking about that I always forgot to bring up.
Fair enough. But we did completely skip over actually talking about Kungjin, Taquito, and Jacqui's costume.
Yeah, I was going to say next up would be Taquito. So it's Taquito, Taquito, Texaco.
Taco Man.
There you go.
Bye, Han.
But yes, let's talk about Taquito first. What are your guys' thoughts on Taquito?
I think let's
Omega Destroyer.
Metal Gear Rising Revengeance Raiden, except his mullet is black. Yeah,
I kind of got more of like a futuristic Ralph Macchio, but yeah, I could see all that.
I can see Ralph Macchio in his face.
And that hair
I'm just saying,
too.
his hair is goofy, like he's kind of inherited the smoke problem.
I kind of like
not
it
as
though.
bad.
I like how 80s he looks.
It's not crazy.
He's very 80s. He's very, and then I think it was a weird choice to give him like mechanical whips like Omega Red.
That's fine by me because Omega Red is one of my Marvel mains. So,
like, I guess if you're an Omega Red fan, that's cool. I don't know how many of them there are.
Hey, man, he's a couple notches above Moloch. That was his name, right? Moloch? Yeah, it was Moloch.
Moloch.
I just don't know the logic of the arm harpoon machines because Scorpion trained him. So Scorpion's like, you're going to use arm machines for your harpoons. He's like, why can't I just throw it like you? Don't argue with me. I'm like, why not? Why not show him how to?
That's my question. How did he go like mechanical? Like, why is Taquito almost a cyber ninja?
It's weird.
I think that we've like honestly progressed to this point where we're considering Scorpion's chains and shit part of the spectral nature. I don't know
That's a
how
good
much
point.
of it is that like he carries them on him anymore, and how much they're actually part of him.
So like
Well,
swirls in his
when he
palms.
was a human before he died, he did have it on a rope and just throw it.
He did.
Like, it was
He did.
never Shirai
It doesn't
Ryu
sound cool when
practice
you
to
describe
have
it
a
like
mechanical
that.
harpoon launcher on your wrist.
But going back to MK1, whenever like you'd block the harpoon, it would flash out of existence, and it's kind of a minor thing. But I always saw that as a symbol that was always slightly spectral in nature. It was a manifestation of the powers, or his preferred mode of attacking when he was still alive.
Well, it's
Just
like
my
how it
perspective
comes
on it.
out of his palm now in Ever Since Deadly Alliance, and that's an adaptation from the movie where it was a snake monster, but still, it comes out of his palm.
It's a thing.
It's weird.
It's not a snake monster, but
Now-
it does come out of his palm.
It does.
I always thought of it as a bird monster.
Now, I don't know why he trained Taquito to use like mega tentacle whips and rather than just not.
Well,
carry his
guess
own and
it's
throw
a
it
special
around, but-
forces thing. Like, he took his Shirai Ryu training, and then he joined up with Sonya, Jackson, Kenshi, and the thing when you're in the military, apparently, is body armor and mechanical shit.
Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan about how their designs are very uniform, so to speak.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be seeing a lot of alternate costume selections in my near future when I
Yeah, that's for me. Taquito. Damn it! I'm just gonna say Taquito because every time I say that name, I
How
just want
about-
to say 5 other things.
Taquito.
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 Oh, Taquito. For me, I'm not a. He just didn't do it for me, and I was looking forward to him just from the comics, but we didn't.
Yeah,
have
he
any,
looks cool in the comic, but
right, and we didn't have any real grasp of how he's gonna look like as an adult, and like with all everything, his whole getup and everything.
he
in
looks
the game.
kind of dorky.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't like it. I'm a big fan of Kenshi, and I'm not saying I'm gonna like his son. I'm just saying like I had a different thing in mind, and this is not it. He just looks like you said dorky. So unless he gets a really cool alternate outfit, I can't
we've
see
seen
myself wanting. Well, yeah, I
Well,
guess
yeah,
the mobile
we've
version.
seen his alt, and he's dressed more like Scorpion from the neck down, but he still has that goofy face and hair.
I love that meme where he looks surprised at the spear, and they like just took that. Oh god, there's like mirror Taquito surprised.
Oh, I thought you
at
guys were
himself.
talking
love
about
when
the
it's
scorpion-looking
mirrored.
one
It's
from the
hilarious.
mobile version, where he's like dressed in a gray scorpion ninja outfit.
Well, wait, do we know? Wait, is that Taquito? Do we know who
I
that?
thought that was
gonna
Feudal.
ask
He only
if
has-
Gray and Orange Ninja.
So did
was
I.
some-
I'm sure that was Feudal Scorpion.
He only has one sword on his back, though. Scorpion has 2 normally, and Taquito does have a sword on his back, I
Oh,
thought.
so it's like Feudal Pack Taquito?
Or maybe
Wait,
it's
he's
just
not
his
wearing
alternate.
harpoon arms.
Huh.
Maybe it's just his alternate, his more Shiri Ryu looking thing. I'm not, like I said, don't take my word for it. that's people are speculating that that's Taquito's, not Scorpion's, like they originally thought, because of that one sword. That could be wrong.
Yeah,
It
'cause
could be
I
Scorpion.
was sort of my guess was maybe there are like it was a Challenge Tower NPC fight where you're fighting somebody from the Tengu clan from Armageddon.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I mean, I guess we'll
That'd
see
be nice,
in time.
but I'd be surprised if they remembered those dudes.
But yeah, either way, yeah, I'm not digging Taquito at all. I mean, his little mechanical wrist thing's not. I don't know.
I
I
think
just
his moves might be cool. I just
right. His gameplay is probably going to be the coolest
just
thing
looks
about
weird,
him.
yeah.
I just don't like the way he looks, and looks for me is a big deal. I mean,
can
as
agree with
shallow
that.
as that is, but I think we all can attest to that. Looks are a big deal with the characters you gravitate
yeah.
towards, and I'm not gravitating towards him like at all. I think he's only slightly above Jacqui, and that's just because she hasn't had anything to show. Really,
I do
Yeah.
like the Scorpion alt a lot. Like when he's fighting Scorpion in the trailer, that looked really good to me. Even with the bandana, I thought it looked cool. That just added more to the '80s thing.
I'm not into the '80s thing, I guess.
I like
I am.
80s, and I still don't like it. I don't know. I love 80s attire and just.
Well, no, I
It's
love
just the
80s
hair.
stuff, and like I don't have a problem with 80s hair. I don't like it on Taquito, I guess.
Yeah, he just
Okay.
doesn't look right. It just doesn't.
Like, because he's supposed to be like a modern character, right? He's the next generation.
Right.
He's not a throwback to the past.
He's a hipster. He's wearing it ironically.
I guess.
Like the modern generation is a throwback to the past. Everything's coming back.
I just think you take Kenshi, you take Scorpion, and that is not what I expected. Like, he did not take the two cool things from each.
To look
he
like
just
the
took
lead
really
singer of
things.
Poison is not where I would go as a hipster.
It's like we were talking about earlier. The kunai on a rope isn't enough for him, and obviously they want to make him different, but that wasn't enough for him. So let's make two mechanical versions on his wrists, and now he's gonna look like Kenshi, but only like in a really dorky way, like an over. I don't know. It's
let's
really
put
weird.
giant spools on his shoulders and.
Yeah, and he instead of going over his eyes,
it's sort of
which
like
looks way
he's
cooler,
sort of
let's make
like
it a
human
headband.
Sector and Cyrax, except he's doing it wrong.
Right. It's just weird. I just was not. As soon as we saw him, I was like, that's what we're getting? Like, I don't know, it just looked weird.
Yeah. I mean, his hair, like, he looks fine in the comic. Like, why couldn't he be that guy with sort of a shaggy bowl cut almost?
I don't know, it just, for me, and this is spoilers on what I think of the rest, it's not all bad, but I honestly think the four new characters we got at the beginning, much more happier with them than the four new characters we're getting now.
Yeah.
Or
That's
three, I guess,
I've been saying.
Yeah.
Ever since we saw the trailer, Kotal Khan's team got all the good new characters.
Yeah. Like
Because I like almost everybody on that side.
It's because their designs are just much more
the Special
unique
Forces
and
team.
Mortal Kombat-y.
Cassie's the only one who appeals to me.
I feel that they kind of knew in advance that people wouldn't react extremely well to a mass reveal of Special Forces characters, so that they kind of played this one off maybe very late in the game as much as they possibly
They tacked
could.
him onto a story trailer that they know people would
I don't
get
know.
hyped about.
If it were me and I was looking at them going, all these Special Forces guys, I don't know that they're going to like them. I would have changed the story so that they're not all Special Forces guys.
Yeah. Like I said in the Skype chat, I would have much preferred Kung Jin didn't exist, Jacqui dies, and that's a story of some sort, not a revenge story, but just some sort of tragic story for Jax or something that he has to deal with. And then if Kung Jin doesn't exist, you make Taquito a bad guy for some reason. He just goes against Scorpion and turns evil for whatever reason, and make Cassie.
Well, I don't know, he's got reasons to be mad at his dad and stuff like that.
Right, and have
And
Cassie be the only one. Have Cassie be unique, that she's the only actual good descendant, offspring character, and that gives her a unique feel. Taquito's the only evil one, that gives him a unique feel. Jacqui dies, that makes her unique, and
here's my thought:
Kung Jin
you've got a
doesn't
monk
exist.
and a ninja, and then two girls who are in the army.
Right.
So if they just weren't all Special Forces, if part of the plot was them assembling from the different corners of the Earth, and then maybe there was a team leader who was a returning character, instead of Cassie being the leader. I think that would feel more natural and more Mortal Kombat-like.
Instead, it feels like Rugrats all grown up.
Yeah.
They're all friends because their parents are friends, and they just hang out during daycare, during play dates, and then they grow up and they're like, yeah, let's be the Special Forces. This is all just a dream of them playing pretend. Or at the end, that's the big
Saturday
endgame.
morning cartoon parallel again.
The Special Forces is the U.S. Army. Since when is this how it works?
We're gonna cut to the end of the game, and it's all gonna turn out there. We're gonna see them playing pretend in a sandbox with all of them dressed as their characters, but in obviously using scraps that kids can get a hold of. That's gonna be the big thing. That's the big twist.
I'm just kind of wondering what is up with that neck accessory of Taquito's.
The amulet's
the only
just a chocolate
thing
chip
that
cookie.
really throws me off.
Wait, the head accessory for Taquito?
Yeah, that weird foil neck spring thing he's got going on.
Okay.
I feel like without that it would make his neck look really remarkably skinny, old school
what I
Cassie
would've done?
skinny.
If I was designing a new ninja, I'd give him a big scarf for a mask.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the sort of aesthetic that Taquito should have gone for.
That's actually kind of the thing that it looks like the person who may or may not be Smoke that Kotal Khan is slamming around that one. It looks like whoever that is wearing one of those. So you might get your wish.
I don't know. It would probably look cool on Smoke too. I just think that if you were going to make a new ninja, so a student of Scorpion or Sub-Zero, so your approach was well, we can't make him look like a straight-up ninja because all the colors are taken, and, it's too, we don't want him to be a palette swap throwback. So let's have his face showing, but we still want some of that ninja aesthetic. I'd give him, like, a scarf and or a hood, like a hoodie hood, like baggy one. So it's sort of ninja-like, but it doesn't completely cover his head.
Would work. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck that thing is, because it doesn't look like anything.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's weird.
It's the only part of the entire outfit I can't really get behind, I guess. I don't know. The more I look at it, the more it looks like he just disassembled Sector Cyrax for parts.
Yeah.
It's a very tacked together look. Sorry, dude. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Too soon.
First he's an auto mechanic, and then he just gets torn away for parts.
By a
Taquito's
child.
wearing Cyrax. How do you feel about it?
Can't just retire in Mortal Kombat. This is why people don't retire. Somebody will come and find you.
You try to give up, and somebody makes a suit out of you.
Yeah.
Sorry. So that's Taquito.
Taquito, yeah.
Moving on,
let's move on to Kung Jin.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna say
our
right
mystery
away,
bowman finally revealed.
I'm gonna say right away.
Yeah, he's the bow guy.
His outfit is okay. I'm hoping he has a much cooler alternate, but his outfit doesn't bother me as much as Taquito's. But his gameplay is, I think, where his biggest selling factor is for me, because I'm a big fan of bow users. I like Green Arrow and Hawkeye, and that's where, and I like them both in their respective games and just the characters in the comics. But I especially like Hawkeye in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Ultimate, and I liked Green Arrow's gameplay in Injustice. So the idea of finally get a bowman in Mortal Kombat, if they play it really well, especially in his variation system, I'm excited to see his gameplay, and I think that's going to be his biggest appeal for me personally.
I mean, obviously, I was biased against Kung Jin before we actually saw him, because his biography is a plot hole or logical impossibility. Kung Lao is supposed to be the last descendant of the great Kung Lao, last in his family. He shouldn't have any relatives to have a nephew or cousin or whatever Jin is. But now that we've seen him, I don't know, I like him from the neck down, and I really appreciate that he's the bow guy, that he doesn't have, like, any common moves so far with Kung Lao or Liu Kang.
I feel like
he's got his own unique thing going on as a monk.
If you gave anyone else, like, the Razor hat, it would be kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
Or anything remotely close to it.
And, like, as far as we know, I mean, we haven't seen much of his gameplay yet, so we don't know, but he doesn't seem to have any, like, flying wind kicks. So that's nice. But his headgear looks even dorkier than Taquito does. Like, that's the thing that bothers me the most about him, I guess, is that... And I also, like... The ponytail, I feel like there's too many dudes wearing long hair or ponytails in this game or something. I don't know. It's just... something about it bugs me. I can't quite articulate. But I don't like his head.
I can see where you're coming from.
His face or his hair or the thing he's wearing.
It's the emblem on the headpiece, like directly on his forehead, that bugs me. I feel like that headpiece should be a bit more streamlined. I don't mind the hair so much. I pretty much the same boat as you. I rather like him from the waist down, but he's almost a little over-designed. Almost. Not quite, though.
Yeah, well, I think what bugs me about the headgear, I mean, other than it just sort of generally aesthetically dorky looking, it doesn't really make me think of like a Shaolin monk.
Looks Roman almost.
Yeah.
Well, it's Hercules.
It sort of reminds me of Havoc, yeah.
It's very Hercules.
It's very
maybe kind of tribal. Like when we first saw the bow guy, before we knew who it was, we all thought he might be an ally of Kotal, like he might be an Oshtek warrior.
Honestly, if you just turned his skin color green, I'd say that it probably would be.
Yeah. So I don't feel like it doesn't fit the rest of his aesthetic. I don't know. Maybe he'll have a decent alt.
he's got the distinction at least of not looking as special forces as the rest of these guys, even though we don't know if that's what he's going to be eventually.
That is the one nice thing about him. Like I said, he doesn't look military.
Oh god, I guess we know what his alternate's going to be. Damn it.
There is that possibility.
Well, I don't hate it, but I'm not in love with it.
Here comes the camo and flak jacket.
Yeah. All right. Any other thoughts on Kung Jin?
Really just, I guess to speak positively, I'm glad the bow guy is not a separate character, and we don't have to wait for that motherfucker. That is one thing I'm kind of relieved about. We know who it is, and it is Kung Jin. As for the design, I mean, if I had to compare him to Jacqui, I put him over Jacqui only because at least he's doing his own thing, and he's not just not Jax, or he's not the not Kung Lao of the game.
Well, when we get to Jacqui, I have some comments about her supposed similarities to her father, but I just wanted to throw out there, in the interest of being positive, I think his fatality is fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it is good. It's the shoulder guards, I guess, make sense for an archer, maybe, but it looks like there's a lot of shit going on, and Kung Lao is the exact opposite. Kung Lao is very slender and basic and minimalist, and there's a lot of shit going on with Kung Jin. He's got the mask, he's got the big-ass shoulder guards, he's got the quilt thing going with a giant ring and the belt and the quills in the back. It just, God, there's so much fucking going on with this character. And I don't know, he's kind of flat. I'm glad he has his own signature. He's not just, other Kung Lao, not as good Kung Lao, but I don't know.
His outfit is very similar to Liu Kang and Kung Lao's MK9 alts, except more subdued colors. Like he's very gray and brown.
I wish he was more colorful. Like I wish he had more of like
that's another thing I thought. Like
it's like gray and yellow, or gray and tan and yellow. It just doesn't look.
I think his pants are like blue, like Kung Lao's or something.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's like, what colors do people not like? Here, let's just put them all together.
No, definitely that. It's and I'm actually probably nicer about the mask than you guys are. The mask I'm okay with. I don't get it, but it looks okay.
It's just is okay for a monk. It's just the problem is he's hanging out with a bunch of people who are wearing camo or gray.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. And one thing I do like about him is he says in the trailer to Cassie, "What makes you the leader?" And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, that's a good fucking question. Why is Cassie the leader? Clearly not the most stable of the group from what I'm getting so far. She fights in underground UFC matches. That's not really... Maybe she outgrows that by this point, but Cassie does not come off as leader material to me. Sonya especially does not come off as leader material for me. Johnny just now started to come off as leadership material, so why? I don't know.
Yeah, one would have thought Taquito would have probably been the leader of that group.
I really hope that we don't go through this whole spiel where we find out that they've all got their separate weaknesses that make them unfit for leadership, but they're better as a unit together.
Just go over every cliche.
I really hope that's not going to be.
Personality-wise, it's occurring to me all of a sudden that they're too similar to their parents or ancestors. Like, Kung Jin is the one who's like, I want to be the guy, just like Kung Lao. Cassie is a lot like her dad. Jacqui is a lot like Jax, being the responsible one, or the sort of the... I don't know, she just seems more practical or logical.
Yeah, judging from the comics, she's been cool-headed and whatnot.
Yeah.
See, I think I disagree on Cassie. People keep comparing her to Cage. I don't get that. To me, she seems like Sonya with Cage's sarcasm, but Sonya feels like the base personality to me.
I see.
It's just like,
well, she doesn't seem angry and bitchy to me is the thing.
But she does seem bitchy.
She just seems jokey.
Yeah, she just seems extremely cocky.
Yeah, like cocky's good. Like,
but caustically so. But yeah. I mean, just there's a causticness to... Cage is charming. Cassie is not charming.
Yeah,
she's
I see like
75%
Cage, 25% Sonya.
It's enough to make her
with a sense of humor.
It's enough to make her her own. I don't see her as percentages.
Right. She is her own.
Start of something good.
For sure. I agree. I like Cassie the most by far of all of that group.
And even as far as the trailer goes, Taquito is the one who seems the most quiet, and Kenshi has never had a voice actor. So
I feel like it's a bit too early to judge their personalities based on like the 3 or so lines that we've had them all in the game. How they're written in the comic is one thing. We'll see how they're actually portrayed insofar as the game. I mean, we get that Cassie is cocky, but we wouldn't have gotten so much of that if we hadn't, like, seen her with the bubblegum blowing and the flipping off of people. It's little details like that build on each other that really add to a character's identity. And there's just not enough in terms of game footage of the other 3 there yet for me to make that call.
Suck on that.
Bam!
Just head pops off.
That's another thing. Why does every, like, hardcore, independent female have to have like an alto voice? I don't know why they can't give a soprano-esque voice to. I get tired of that stereotype too. It's one thing I like about Raven in the cartoon, the Teen Titans. That is, she has like a soprano, terror-strong voice.
Yeah.
I get tired of this. I have to have a deep voice because I'm tough and independent. I'm just sick of that. I might like Kung Jin better than Cassie. That's where I'm still not a Cassie fan, but. I mean, I see where you guys are coming from. I get why you dig it.
She's just oozing personality. That's why I like her, honestly.
It's not a personality I care for, I guess, but it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying, like, I wouldn't take Cassie Cage out on a date. I'm not into blondes, but I just think that she'll be a fun character.
Sure, it's not the only reason. There's probably a list of why you wouldn't want to head out to the UFC fight night with Cassie. There's probably a long list of reasons.
Yeah, I did. Because Jarek will show up and cut me with his axe. So the Black Dragon live on, and that's the end of me.
All right, well let's move on.
My
Jacqui.
last words will be, "You can't do this. It's brutality."
Jacqui. All I can say about Jacqui is we haven't seen enough, and design wise, personality wise. Is just everything why, like, Jax is just middle of the road for me. Like, there's times where I'm like, Jax is alright. There's other times where I'm just like, I don't really care about Jax. Like, he's just kind of there. I never hate him. I never really like him. He's just middle of the road, down the road, have no strong opinion one way or another.
Yeah.
And so far, Jacqui is encompassing that 100%. Obviously, things can change throughout story mode, but right now she's just like, the person, she just seems to me like Razor said, the responsible person. She just seems like she's going to be the heart of the group, where she's like, I don't know, guys, we shouldn't be doing this. She's going to be the Velma, and it's just like, I just, it's not really exciting me. Her gameplay is likely not going to be very exciting if she's really just using whatever the hell's attached to her arms, be it flamethrowers, guns, or whatever. Like, I don't know,
I can't even tell what the hell she's wearing on her hands.
I just can think of so many other
characters. Are they fuel pumps? Is it knuckles?
Spider-Man web? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either, and it's just
leaning towards machine guns.
I'm just uninterested, honestly. Like, she has done nothing for me. Out of all the characters, she's the least interesting.
She feels gimmicky to me.
I'm gonna wait.
We see the least of her. As far as actual gameplay.
We've seen an X-ray that involves, like, an uppercut to, like, the chest.
She's a boxer is what we're getting. Between her X-ray and her comic, it seems like she's the boxer. She's going to be, hopefully, at least this will make her interesting, that she's the Balrog of the game.
Right. If she's, like, the fast puncher, fighting style where she's, like, looks like she's about to box and she's all about fast hits and whatnot, then that's at least something. But, yeah, I mean, just currently not sold. Maybe gameplay can change that. That's really the only thing that's going to save her.
I have a feeling it might. MK could really use an actual boxer. It'd be pretty cool to see.
Yeah. I just wish that they had done something more interesting with her design. And personality. Because, again, she is very similar to her father. And I main Jax in MK9, and even I think he's a boring fucking character. I like him because his fighting style is, professional wrestling, that he has a bunch of WWE moves. But, his costume designs have never been anything to write home about. I mean, the most interesting thing about him is the arms. Other than that, he's the same guy in every game. changes or does anything.
That character's been so abused for like stereotypes, just for like silly jokes, like NetherRealm has done in the past, especially.
Even when they don't go like full blaxploitation with him, he becomes a military stereotype.
Right. So it's like one or the other.
Again, Jacqui is camouflage in a flak jacket.
It's like, do you like the military outfit? Well, then how about the outfit with a bunch of bling all over? I'm like, come on.
There's.
As for me, I feel like Jacqui needed kind of what Kung Jin had, her own separate signature, you know? I feel like maybe it would have been better.
Goofy headgear.
Yeah. Give her yellows and grays and tans, why not? But I don't, for me, like, I almost felt like it would have been better if Jacqui was trained by Scorpion for some reason, and Taquito just hangs out with Kenshi, and he's like, oh, we found another magical sword filled with souls. Now you have telekinesis too. Like, that would have been cool too, because at least I'm like, all right, well, as contrived as that is, Taquito has a cool special moveset, and Jacqui is now, you know, Spear Chick, which is better than just metal forearm. Or, yeah, go on.
Here's what I would have done. The important thing is to have her not be military, not be so much like her dad. I would have had, like, okay, so Cassie joined the military, so she's the Sonya? I would have made Jacqui the Johnny. Like, I would have made her a famous, like, athlete. Like a boxer or like a track and field star or something. Because obviously athletics is part of her background in the comic.
Yep.
So, like, I would have, you know, had her not be, like, part of this hero thing. And then the crisis happens to Earth and they have to, like, find people who can fight. And that's why they come to Jax's daughter.
It'd be crazy if she was like a pop
star. Be in the military from the very get-go.
Right.
And have her, like, quit the military.
That would have given her, like, an interesting angle.
Yeah, she's out of her element, but her actual skill in boxing is going to potentially be useful in this environment, for sure. I think far more interesting, and that literally took you like 2 minutes, and that's why it's just like...
Yeah, that was off the top of my head just now.
Exactly,
quit the military and have her go on, like, professional sports. Like, just inverse it. Leave the military.
You know, I mean...
Yeah, it's...
I
have that expectation a little bit.
Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt Shadowloo, but it keeps sounding like he's done. I keep thinking he's done.
I do it all the damn podcast too. I'll like start something and then it's just funny. It happens.
Well, in your case, it's Temp's about to talk about gameplay.
Yep, exactly.
I gotta liven things up.
Can't have that on.
Look at me shuck and jive, audience.
I'm the Batman.
Can't keep me back forever, Cyborg. But for reals though, I just feel like it would be cool if like Cage hooked her up in the industry, and now she's the snotty bitch. Like, she has her own pop career, but she fights for some reason. She can actually shoot, like, I don't know, green energy, whatever. I think that would have been fun. It's not great. It's not a good idea. It's been done before in Japanese anime and video game media, and it's horrible. But it's more interesting to me than another character in the Special Forces who also has robot arms.
Kombat X has to be a Saturday morning cartoon. Why couldn't it be Gem and the Holograms instead of G.I. Joe?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, it would have been fun, and I'm all about fun, right? So, yeah, Jacqui's just boring. It took me years to come around for Jax. Like, I just started liking Jax with MK9. For years, I did not like that character.
I liked Jax as a kid in MK2 and 3, and then stopped liking him until MK9. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that in Deadly Alliance, his design and moves were garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I was bored of him in 4, to be quite honest.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least his fatalities in 4
started to get boring. Deadly Alliance, he started to get dumb.
Yeah, I'm with Temp in that I never liked him until MK9. That was the first time I really liked his design, his gameplay, his character direction and story. Yeah.
Yeah, it helps so much when you have a character interact with other people. It does wonders, and I don't know. It sounds like I'm the only one who's really coming out with a positive impression of Taquito, and you know, I get it. And I think I agree with you guys, but it doesn't bother me, I guess, is the difference. But go on, Shadowloo.
Taquito, I'm on a wait-and-see boat, same with Kung Jin. I just feel like it's a little bit too early for any of these 3 people.
Yeah, right. I don't want to, I don't want to write the final say.
Exactly.
I'm not shitting on them
yet. For my opinion until we see, like,
first
moves,
impressions.
you know?
Yeah, this is all first impressions just from the trailer, for sure.
I guess that's where I disagree,
design,
too.
I think Taquito and Kung Jin look dorky as fuck.
See,
that's gonna be a problem in my brain. But if their moves are cool, I can probably get over it.
My only real negative impression is they all look a little bit samey.
I managed to get over Smoke's hair enough to like how he plays in 9.
There you go. There's hope yet.
I'm just so ready to judge, I have no problem with, because if I judge now and I'm wrong, I can just change it later. So I guess for me, I don't see anything changing with Jacqui because it's her design. It's the core design is the problem for me. If they give her a great alt costume, is she gonna fight not with metal forearms? That's the thing. Like,
yeah.
I don't see what they could change.
The gun things strapped to her arms are probably always going to be there because they're part of her moves. We would assume.
Yeah, but I mean, like, she's completely inoffensive. She's a very safe character. She's not like a mocap by any means. I don't want to compare her on that level.
Yeah, no, I think they're all pretty safe except Taquito.
That's the worst part. I think that's exactly what makes them so bland, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Gonna wait and see.
Does that cover it? Do we have anything else we need to cover?
I'm just interested to see if Jacqui, says, "Oh yeah," she uses her guns.
I think not.
Probably though.
Not.
They do like the wink and nod.
Yeah. There's a good chance. I mean, Cassie does say you got caged, so there's a chance that we'll hear, "Oh, yeah."
The difference is you got caged kind of went off pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah is kind of reminiscent of, like, the darkest moment of Jax's history.
I think it's coming back.
It depends on the voice acting. The delivery might be, like...
Yeah, it's like,
oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, work.
Just don't drag it out like fucking... Like, she goes like, "Oh, yeah, that would be cool." That would be like I recognize it as a reference, but it's not racist. That's the difference, So
you're saying you don't want her to go like full-on sassy black chick? Like, "Oh, yeah," then snaps her fingers?
I want them to try their best not to do that. If it happens, I'm sure they tried. But
if I hear "hey, hey, hey" once, I'm turning the console off.
Did they they tone that down a lot, and I think they're trying to further like tone down that immature bullshit with both the female models, which we've already talked about, and seen. I think we might be able
to get through a Bo Raicho appearance where he doesn't throw up,
and fart and stuff. Like with MK9, they didn't really do any like overly stereotypical crap for Jax, so I think they're trying to like take it a little bit more seriously. Like, their humor's placed in other parts, like with Johnny and stuff like that, in actual funny things or babalities, not just being like playing up the immature, like he, we're teenage boys type bullshit. But that's just me. I see a definite like improvement in that ground. But anyways, all right, that wraps that up. What'd you think of Kun Jin's fatality, real quick? Because we did actually see that.
Badass.
Yeah, I thought it was badass. I love... What the fuck was that?
Reptile reference.
Okay. I'll accept that.
The poor bastard
Aaron
still getting the shaft. We didn't talk about Aaron Black much today, but we did see him in the game. So it's nice to see that he's got a model. He looks a little bit beefier.
Yeah, way beefier.
Also, his skin appears to be a normal shade as opposed to the comic where he just seems to be perpetually sunburned. I don't know.
Nobody told him they were filming that day.
Just
for
like,
comics.
For all that everyone mentions Aaron Black, no one's like picking up the fact that like the guy's got like this permanent case of blister sunburn. He's really red.
He's like, "Can we get out of this fucking desert already?" Jesus.
Honestly. This guy sleeps in the golden desert, covered in scorpions.
You're not a cowboy unless you're always out in the desert.
Yeah, there you go.
He is really committed to this cosplay thing he's got going on.
He had more of a man with no name thing going on when he was kind of more slender in the comics. Now that he's all buffed out in the trailer, I kind of have to put him in the Chippendale category with Rain.
Just a little bit.
Honestly, it's kind of, yeah.
He's kind of reminding me of like Whole Horse from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure a little bit. Just a little bit. He's not to that level of utterly ridiculous yet. I don't think he will be. But whenever I see an overly buffed, strutting cowboy, my mind goes to Whole Horse and his ridiculous gun and ridiculous personality.
Well, he's still not talking yet, so...
We'll see.
Yeah. I would laugh if he has like an extremely high-pitched voice, like a high talker from Seinfeld. People are looking so much forward to him. Like so many people are like already like guaranteed that they're gonna like this character, but we don't know anything of like how he's actually gonna act and talk and present himself. So I'm gonna laugh my ass off. He's like, "Hey guys, I'm Aaron. Nice to meet you."
Or even worse, he gets to the Shaolin Monks Cabal Texan voice drawl. I only work for the highest bidder, pilgrims. Something really, really stereotypical cowboy like that.
You have my thanks,
Total
warriors.
Oh, God.
See, before I was picturing like Undertaker from Suburban Commando, but that works too.
So I think that's it for the story trailer. Nothing else?
Nope, that's good. How about that Goro tease?
I laugh whenever I see that.
Are you getting tired of seeing Goro walk up to the
those
screen?
knuckles.
It's like, just show him already. Stop teasing.
They really want you to pre-order.
It's gonna be hilarious if you like fucking beat the game and after the credits is like Goro lives.
Just walks up.
We gotta like do a sub-boss speculation round next time because holy shit, no one's like the topic of sub-bosses has become conspicuously absent from everything so far, and that's been my thing. You know, people left and right and up and down claiming to know the roster, and no one said shit about who the sub-boss is. There's also
I'm sure they'll just, like, as far as, like, the arcade ladder, they'll probably just shove Goro in there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I don't think, like, sub-bosses, as far as story mode goes, are really a consideration anymore.
Why is that, though? Because I agree with you. Why? What changed?
Well, just sort of plot-wise, I mean, who would you have fought before Shao Kahn at the end of MK9?
I feel like every fighting game's doing it, though, you know? Like some bosses in general
mode
just
or arcade ladder? Because wasn't
in story, like the way the plot went, it had to be Liu Kang before Khan, and Liu's not, a sub boss.
Right.
And that's why Goro and Kintaro were in there, but they were seated in at like different points.
Yeah.
This is where my noob smoke theories come in. But next time.
Liu Kang? I'm telling you. We already got 2 of the 4s predictions. But yes, we will get into that. Alright, so that leaves the leaks, and I think that's it. And
we didn't really talk much about Kenshi himself.
Oh yeah, Kenshi from in the mobile game. I'm really looking forward to Kenshi, and I'm glad to see him confirmed, but at first I honestly thought he was Ermac when somebody posted that picture. I was like, because I looked at it on my phone, and it was just a small version of the picture, and I'm like, that looks like Ermac with somebody put the headband over his eyes or whatever, and that's all I could tell. Like, because he even has like that thing that drapes down towards his knees from his his midsection.
Yeah, he's got something sort of trench coaty.
Right, and so does Ermac. So I was like, with the color scheme and that, I was like, that's Ermac. That's a Photoshop. And then I was like, then I actually went to IGN and I was like, nope, that's real. Okay, all right. Oh, and then I looked at a bigger picture and I'm like, yep, that's definitely Kenshi. I do like the attire. It's hard to tell from that mobile version and not in action. A lot of times seeing it in action helps or hurts it one way or the other, but I think seeing it in action I'll like it a lot more. But right now I'm content with the direction they're taking. It's interesting to give him the name and see Sento all broken up and whatnot, but yeah, I'm looking forward to his gameplay more than anything. I think he could very well be my main, but until I see gameplay and get my hands on him I won't be able to tell. But favorite character wise, he's going to take that top priority if he looks good in the game, so I'm looking forward to that trailer. That's pretty much my thoughts.
He's definitely rocking that beard.
He is rocking that beard, and I think it looks good on him.
Another beard guy.
Yeah, looks good.
Not too much to say about him personally.
He should be the guy that has a beard. He can't see. Like, the fact that he's always clean shaven, just like, come on.
Well, no, he can see the way Daredevil can see.
Can he?
Daredevil can see better than I can.
No, I know Daredevil can. Can Kenshi see like that, though?
Well, he's psychic.
He doesn't need to.
I was kind of assumed. Yeah.
Sento, he doesn't even need to think. Sento could just float in the air and shave his face. Like
this makes me all like Kenshi even more, and I already liked him a hell of a lot.
Well, even if Kenshi couldn't see with his own, like, psychic powers, he could read your mind and see what you see.
I just harken back to the Test Your Sight, where he's literally like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like,
yeah.
Why did you put me in this contest?
Okay, better listen up.
I missed
go
that
to
animation
HR about
where he
this.
cupped his hand to his ear.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
But yeah, I mean, for Kenshi, I wish there was a little more diversity in the beards, like more beard diversity.
Right, it's all just like full on beard.
Yeah, everybody's beard is equally full.
Like every female has the same
in the
body.
comic,
People are saying
Scorpion's beard is drawn different. Like the mustache doesn't connect to the chin. In the game, he just looks like Sector.
Yeah, it's like full beard, like all the way.
Right.
I don't know. I like the female bodies is what I was going to bring up again. Like it kind of looks like everyone's using the same female body again. It's a better body, but still, it's
How
more
do we
like
know
proportional. Well, we don't, but the beards give me that feeling.
Right. Yeah, the repetition for sure. They've done it in the past.
Jacqui and Katana all seem equally short.
Which is going to annoy me if they are all the same height. It's like, what is there?
Johnny wears the beard eventually in story mode.
I just wish Kenshi could have like a chin strap or something different. Or
Johnny
maybe like...
should have the biggest beard of them all. It's like going down to like his stomach. Like,
he goes a full lumberjack to hide the shameful Johnny tattoo.
Johnny should have just like the little soul patch on the chin, and then like everybody's like calling it douche, and he's like, "What? I saw everybody else was growing facial hair. Just thought I'd fit in. I think it looks nice, handsome."
But not much to say about Kenshi. Really do kind of hope he's not just a mobile character. Would be nice to see that design actually up there in the game.
I'd almost say there's no way he's just a mobile character.
I know.
He has a variation.
He's in the game. He's in the game for sure.
It's too early for there to be mobile exclusives.
Right.
Crossing my fingers, that's all.
Also, that would be a huge dick move if he wasn't in the game.
That would honestly piss me off. Like, I would be like, what the fuck is this?
I'm just that's marketing for you. Hey, kids, look what you can find here that you can't find anywhere else.
Kenshi's like the last, like, Kenshi's the thing that's, like, going to get me super hyped again. Just, like, I mean, I've loved like, all the characters, the way they've been presented in this game, but I've still been, for the longest time, lacking that, like, guaranteed maining this person. Like right now, like I'm leaning towards Katana, and that's just blasphemy for that to come out of my mouth right now. Like, ugh, it's poop talk. Not that I dislike Katana, but it's just so weird that like I've never been really that into Katana's gameplay, and yet now here I am being like, I'm gonna main her or Kung Lao or like
I'm gonna play Katana through gritted teeth.
Like all these characters that like I never really. But that's how good they are in this game. And but it's like I'm still missing my Sarax, but Kenshi's still there for me, and I want to see his gameplay. So yeah, I can't imagine he'd be mobile character, but that would be hilariously a big fuck you to me and all other Kenshi fans.
I'm still hoping Shinnok is not a zoner and all. I mean, with variations, he should have some rush down.
I doubt he would be all zone for all variations.
But even for the sake of you guys, I don't want him to be a zoner, because I don't want to like fucking salt it up in the King of the Hill, and I'm just like standing like full screen, just bringing up like skull hand or like
what
hands.
I did to you with Kenshi, and then
exactly.
You got pissed off, and like you want to play stupid. Let's be stupid. And then I lost because you outzoned me.
It's not fun. Like, seeing people get frustrated is fun, but that's so short-lived. Like, I want to play the game. I feel like I'm not allowed to play the game when I have to hide in the corner and throw shit and summon shit. I feel like I'm not playing, you know? I don't really feel like I'm playing until I have you in a block string. That's what's fun to me, but so...
Not for the person getting juggled around.
Yeah, exactly. When I'm, like, fucking playing Pong with your body. That's
when
I
get
feel
something
like
to drink. Tell me when I hit the ground.
I know that I'm having fun when I'm caught in a block string. Boy, can't get out of this corner trap. Good times.
It's like, come back, Cyborg. The juggle's almost... Oh, wait, I got the smoke reset. Glitch.
Just call me
Sorry,
when it's
juggling
over.
for another 30 seconds. I'll send you a text, bro.
There you go. I gotta run to the store. You think I have time? But yeah. Anyways, any other thoughts on Kenshi?
Thoughts? Yeah.
He looks really good. I have to bring up the picture again to really give you like an in-depth analysis. But yeah, no, they put a trench coat over it, so
yeah.
Well, actually, I'm gonna rewind way back.
Did Sento get broken up in the comics? Is that what happened? Did Suhao break the shit out of that? For some reason, I remember him shattering like a sword, but was that Sento or?
Well, he shot his like chest laser at the sword, but it was so like mysteriously drawn, like it looked like maybe pieces were coming off, or it's hard to tell whether he was damaging the sword or just pushing it away from, because she threw it at him.
Because Suhao fans, you'd have that to hang your hat on. Your character broke Kenshi's sword.
You hold that badge of honor.
Not exactly Moloch.
Exactly. But yeah, if his sword's broken, I'm gonna be quite disappointed. I mean,
it's kind of hard to tell.
That's
seems like it's possible, or it seems
the
like
fact that he's a
swordsman,
overlap. A blind sword. Like those are all three things I like in a character. Like I really dig that about Daredevil is that he's blind and he still manages to kick so much ass and be so awesome. And I love swordsmen like that, and the fact that he can do that while being blind is great. And telekinesis is one of my favorite powers. So yeah, all three of those combined, I love. And I loved his gameplay in MK9. I just wish his combos weren't so damn technical. They weren't so bad once I got the hang of it, but I'm open for... Well, I guess I don't want them to be too easy. I don't want everybody gravitating towards them either. But anyway.
It's kind of hard to tell whether or not the sword's actually broken in this screenshot. It might be just like...
It looks
graphical
broken.
Clipping
It looks broken to me. Like, there's definitely gaps in the pieces.
Either
and
that...
It's like glowing red and
right.
jagged
There's
edges.
glowing red on all the ends of each piece, so that
makes it cooler,
it's broken, but it's floating in like a line, so that it still sort of acts like a full sword.
That would look really cool. I hope it's just not like low res clipping because it's mobile graphics.
It would look cool if he can still use it perfectly fine with his. I mean, obviously he used it completely telekinesis for the most part for all of his specials, but I don't know. It's just gonna be weird seeing him do combos with a broken sword. It'll be weird.
But what if he does like telekinetic barrages with the shards? That would be so fucking cool. Then it reassembles when it comes back.
Right.
Fuck, that'd be tight.
There's a lot of potential there. Trust me, I'm not against it. It's just weird. I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm telling everyone. I'm telling everyone Cyborg is against it. I'm preaching that gospel.
You could have just not said that, and people would have assumed it anyways.
Yeah. We've been doing it long enough to know by now.
Like, even with the last episode, people were like, why are you shitting on Rain? And I'm like, dude, we had so many good things to say about Rain. I'm like, what are you talking about?
I think it's just that guy really likes Rain, so if we don't mention Rain, they'll be like, why do you hate Rain so much?
Or like even someone said, why do you all hate Kano? It's like half of us dislike Kano, the other half kind of like him. So, I mean, come on. Just because...
You guys talk shit about Kano in every episode.
Well, I do.
Breaking news, extra. Netherkast.
I haven't gone back and checked. It's possible.
Netherkast shits all over new starting roster. We hate everyone, they say.
No, it's just...
Especially Razor. That guy's never positive about anything. God.
If people don't like me talking bad about Kano, I promise in the future I'll keep doing a podcast.
Like I said, half of us think he's alright, and I like Kano. He's in my top 15, 20 or so. I don't know.
Kano's definitely top 20 for me.
I like Trevor Goddard.
I didn't recognize the name of the fucking. I didn't recognize the username on YouTube, but it was someone threw my girl Lee May under the bus. It's like, y'all shit on Rain, but you like Lee May. And I'm like, I'm the only one who actually likes Lee May, and I said I wanted Rain back for the game. So what the hell, man?
See, that's what I never understand when people say, "How could you like this but not like this?" And it's like, aren't you just saying? How come you don't like my favorite character, but you like your favorite character? Like, what?
It's my dad can beat up your dad.
I see it most often in comparing trilogy characters to 3D era ones.
Right,
We're older
and it's
than
just
this.
Like, it's a brainwashing. There's a belief that if they're from the 3D era, they're automatically bad without thinking about it.
I mean, characters are different for a reason to appeal to different people. Everybody has different tastes. There's some people that like certain characters that I don't like, or vice versa, and it's just like, that's why they're your favorite character, not my favorite character.
But even on...
People lack that objectivity, to the awareness that their character is not exactly a special little snowflake. They can't get it into their heads. What you see in that person is not what I see in that person. If you ever want to hear me actually be a negative, wait till our quote-unquote Tremor retrospective. That ever happens.
That may be sooner than we think.
I've got 20 minutes of fucking curse words for you if Tremor actually happens. Oh, God. Just you wait.
I just feel like no matter what angle you take, I said I liked both characters. So
I'm looking forward to someone ranting about something other than me. Like, I want to see the coughing and choking that I experienced when we were talking about Katana's backstory.
Absolutely. I'll make it happen. If we ever actually do a Tremor retrospective, count on it. I will scrape my throat bloody raw and dry.
I'm going to get some popcorn for that shit.
Yeah, I may get some beers, but that might be a bad idea.
Alright, so that was Kenshi, and leaks, I think, are it. I mean, we already kind of discussed a lot of the leak, so not a whole lot we haven't really touched upon.
We can do a scoring system. Do we all want to score the final roster, or
what do you mean?
If it's the positive final roster, do we give it like a 4 out of 10, 8 out of 10?
Yeah, we should address our thoughts if that is the final roster for sure. I mean, it is worth kind of just briefly being like...
We didn't mention the cave stage, did we? There was a stage and it is a cave.
When was that ever actually revealed? I mean, was it actually leaked, or was it just that one concept art?
It was the same guy, and it was probably up there for like a minute before it got taken down.
The Twitter guys, right?
Yeah.
You want to hear a rant? I can go on a rant. I've already ranted so much in our DM Skype chats, and on the forum. But I was gonna save that for last. But
let's do it.
You want me to just...
Yeah, I think we're about there.
All right.
Yeah, it's that time.
Well, here's my annoyance with these people, and the fact that they leaked 3 things, cool beans. Thank you, people that I'm not going to mention because you do a good job enough, like trying to get people to follow you on Facebook, or not Facebook, but on YouTube. Which we're not trying to be hypocrites. Obviously, we try and get you guys to subscribe, but we don't hang things over your head or sit there. What we do? We put out content every damn week, and sometimes I don't even mention to fucking subscribe to our channel because that's just me. I forget.
By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Right, yeah. But no, no. But my point is, there's a huge difference between people being like, "Hey, if you like the content, subscribe," and then people on Twitter being like, "Make sure you subscribe." Every fucking 5th tweet they put out when they leak 3 things. And beyond the 3 pictures that were actually of use of Jax and Johnny and Sonya in that one, and whatever else, but I don't think the frost was attributed to them. That was on Test Your Might. I think maybe Cassie Cage concept art. I'm not sure. Point is, all last night they had people waiting for more leaks, and there was 2 of them for some reason. There was one that was like feeding the other person the screen caps to leak, and then the person that was feeding the screen caps to the other person was like trying to start his own MK channel on YouTube and was putting out videos of just like his nieces and nephews and their thoughts on like whatever. Okay, that's cool. If you want to start a YouTube channel, by all means, I encourage anybody to get into, like, if they're passionate about something, share content and entertain people. And I would love a podcast to listen to. That's awesome. That's not why I'm hating on you right now. Why I'm hating on you right now is because you sat there and gave 3 pictures. You leaked 3 pictures all at once, and you said, here's this, this, and this from wherever you got them. And then after that, you just sat there and tried to milk it for the entire night until one of you said you were going to sleep. And then you tweeted like 40 minutes later, and then 3 hours after that, and then 3 hours after that. So that's some great sleep you're getting. It just sounded to me like it was total bullshit. Like, they had some things to share, and then after that, they just sat there and played with people's emotions the entire time. Hell, between the 2 of them, they didn't even have their story straight. One person said Rain's not going to be in. The other person said Rain's going to be in. And then the other person was like, well, actually, you should listen to that guy because what he says is true. The one that said he's not in said to listen to the one that said he is in. So clearly, one person doesn't know jack shit. He's just going off what the other person told him in conversation, and he doesn't even have his damn story and his facts straight. But then the person that did say Rain was in sat there, and every time he said Rain's in, guys, and then people would blow up on the forums like, oh, he's saying Rain's in. He leaked pictures, so clearly he's legit. Which, by all means, yeah, you should believe somebody that clearly is leaking pictures so he knows something that we don't know. But they don't. That's the thing, is they knew their pictures, and that is it. Because the guy, when he said, look, Rain's in, guys, don't worry. Rain's in. And then all of a sudden, the next tweet would be, well, he might be in. He's possibly in. If not, DLC. Then somebody's like, well, Ed said they're not going to have the same DLC twice in a row. He's not going to make people pay twice in a row for the same character. Ha ha ha. Ed's, Ed. He's just a troll. He'll be DLC if he's not in the game. No, stop it. That is not an excuse, and that is not a valid reasoning to... No, whatever you're basing this off, you need to come clean, because you keep, every time you say, like, something for sure, you immediately question your own logic and your own knowledge and answer when you sit there and say, probably, possibly, maybe, might be. Those are words that do not come out of somebody's mouth that knows what the hell they are talking about. Those are words that are coming out of somebody's mouth that's speculating based off of information that we all know. You probably saw him in the trailer, so now you're just trying to further your knowledge by saying, oh, he might be in, he's probably in, and then you even went as far as saying he has cool variations. All three of his variations are cool, and both his costumes look really good. Okay, if you've seen those in the game, then why are you saying he's probably in the game? Might be, if not. And then he went as far as saying, if he's not, then I guess I owe you an apology. Derp, okay. That's what. Okay, the Rain fans are really going to go for that, or any fan of any favorite character that has their hopes set on a character getting in. They're really going to get their hopes up, and then when he turns out not to be in the game, they're going to be like, apologize right now because you hurt my feelings. It'll make everything better. No, you fucking idiot, because no, that is not how things work. You do not apologize to people online when you got their hopes up like that, and because you're pretending to know things you don't, when it's not just the Rain stuff. You went on for multiple characters saying probably, possibly. There was people saying, what do you actually know? There was literally somebody responding to his tweet saying, what do you know? Like, what? Forget this maybe, possibly stuff. What information, what characters do you actually know concrete information about? And he just completely ignored them. And you know what he did? We got 50 subscribers. Once we get to 100, we get some more leaks, guys. And then you know what happened when they got around to finally releasing more leaks an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours later? They released a fucking combat code. You want to know why they released a combat code? Because it's small. It's going to keep you wanting more. It give you a little nibble to keep you on that little breadcrumb trail that they're trying to put out there. And
it's unprovable.
Right, and it's unprovable. That was
my second point. Can't verify it.
You can't verify that shit. So 020, 020, no, or blocks disabled. Like, who gives a fucking shit? When we ask for leaks, we don't want a combat code to disable blocking. Give me a fucking break. And then after that, he's like, you ready for more leaks? And then after that, after the combat code...
I don't remember seeing a combat code menu even come up on the screen in the streams.
Exactly. It just doesn't... I don't know. It's just frustrating beyond belief.
I don't know that there were combat codes in this game, so...
And then after he released the combat code, he re-released, after like 30 more minutes, he reposted the Jack's chest picture of him as a Revenant, just the picture of his chest that was posted 3 hours ago. So you're reposting the same leaks at this point, and it's just like, you have nothing. Just admit it. You're just trying to fuck people over to get them to subscribe to your channel, when, guess what, people... Me, anybody else who has a brain in their head, they're going to subscribe to your channel, they're going to follow you on Twitter, but once you stop giving information, because that's your only hook, that's the only reason they're interested in you right now, is to give you that information, but once they realize you don't have that any more information to give, if it wasn't your original content, your personality, the content, the hard work you put into your channel that hooks them in, they aren't staying a subscriber. They aren't following you on Twitter anymore. This happens all the time. So you think you're accomplishing something? No, you're just wasting people's time, and you're getting people's hopes up. You're getting Reigns fans' hopes up. You're getting Cyrax and Sector fans, Smoke fans, whatever, all the things you tried to comment on. You tried to comment on Raiko, Fujin, this and that and the other thing. Hell, they didn't even know if Liu Kang was in the game. Somebody asked him about Liu Kang, and he said, I'm not sure, possibly. It's like, first of all, we've seen what looks to be like Liu Kang in the tower, and also... he's on the leak list that seems a lot more believable at this point, because every other character on that leak list has been revealed up to besides Aaron Black, or Shinnok, I guess. And they claimed to have a picture of Shinnok, and they never showed it. So I was so frustrated, because that just pisses me off when people try and take advantage of people and get their hopes up, because people, like, we've already had this conversation earlier, but I've had this conversation on the board. People already are going to get their hopes up right away when they see their favorite characters, and you guys are just fucking them even more, and you don't have any... This isn't a story trailer that's fucking them over. These are people that they believe to have inside knowledge, so they're going to hang on every little thing they can, and you guys are fucking with their emotions, and you're going to give them an apology at the end? Like, give me a fucking break. Like,
yeah.
That just...
It was obvious. I mean, I only glanced at the page. I didn't follow him all night. It was pretty clear to me that whatever he had, however he got those pictures, that's all he had. He didn't have insider knowledge. He was just baiting subscriptions.
Exactly, baiting subscriptions. And beyond just fucking with people's emotions, like, that just pisses me off because we don't do that here. We fucking earned everything we've gotten, and that's not like a smug or arrogant thing to say. Like, I haven't even shared the Facebook group or my podcast with my friends or family or my Facebook page. You want to know why? Because the subscribers we get, I want to be legit. I don't want to be like, hey friend, like my page so it looks like we have more subscribers when you'll never tune into anything. I want the subscribers to be actually people that dig what we're doing, like it enough to subscribe. Okay? So have a little integrity and do the same shit for yourself. Don't be like, once we get to 100, like they said, let's try and get to 200 by the end of the month. Like, give me a fucking... You're not doing anything. You want subscribers that actually are going to stay with you and be loyal to you, put out content, and if they like you, they'll subscribe. If they don't, they won't. Simple as that. It's just pisses me off when people do that type of shit, that cheap little milking, baiting bullshit.
The clickbait and all that sort of, yeah.
Like, how many times have we said, if we get 50 more subscribers, we'll put out a graveyard shift? No, because that's just bullshit. That's bullshit, cheap tactics.
But and at least we would deliver. At least we'd have something to actually offer.
We would deliver, but the
that's
point
a fair
is,
point.
we already give you this because we like to entertain you. We're not asking for you to fucking... as much as we're going to ask for you is to subscribe if you like us or to share it with a friend, and that's a reasonable thing to ask. And all this, it's just, I've rant done from my part. If you guys want to chime in,
I guess what we're really trying to say is, fuck you, buddy.
Like, thank you for the leaks. That's cool, but don't sit there and try and milk it for more than it's worth. Because you're ruining your image and you're ruining your integrity. And that's just, and on top of that, one more thing that I forgot, but now I remembered, is some other dude got his account, a strike on his account on YouTube, and they retweeted his comment like, get this guy's account, get the strike off his account from WB because he I guess he put up one of the pictures in a YouTube video and talked about it. And this is a different person, but they were efforting to get this person strike off. So like, guys, tweet WB to get the strike off. Like, hello, if you put the leaked image in your video, of course you're gonna get a strike because they don't want that shit out. There's a reason why we don't put fucking that shit up in our videos, is because we don't want that shit on our account. We're trying to play within the rules. Okay, so don't do that shit. And if you get that happen, it's your own damn fault. You know the damn rules.
Well, here's my thing. If I had this guy as an audience by some miracle, this is what I would say to him. If you have information and you have to put a price on it, you have to put subscriptions numbers on it, you clearly don't care about the community. You're not doing this for us, you're doing it for you.
Right.
You don't give two shits about us. You don't love the community. And honestly, stop taking credit. You're not the source of these pictures. You don't work for Warner Brothers. You got this secondhand by your own admission.
Right.
So you don't get shit from me. I'm not even going to thank you for the pictures. I'm not going to thank you for dicking the community around. Now, you can argue that it's their fault for putting false hopes in you, but you still did it, and I'm still holding you accountable. So yeah, get the fuck out of here. Come back when you care about the community and when you have real information. That's all I have to say.
You're still a dick, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not your buddy, guy.
I'm not your guy, friend. No, seriously. You're an asshat.
But as for the leaks and like that, we've already commented, I feel like, on Johnny, Sonya, and Jax, and unless anybody has anything else to offer on that, then that's probably going to wrap this up.
I have a score. If we want to score,
go for it. Yeah.
Sure.
I give it a 6 out of 10. I'm looking at the list right now.
The roster list.
Yeah, that's my... Well, if this is true, this is the score I give the MKX roster.
The leaked roster list that everybody knows pretty much is out there. If not, I'm sure you can find it. I'm not going to plug that either because I just, But
if Shinnok wasn't on it, I'd give it a fucking 4. So.
Right.
Yeah. I will... 6 is a good score, actually. I kind of agree with that. Maybe a 6.5 because I really like Shinnok.
Yeah, I'm going to go 7 because I do think it's good, but it's like... It's not great. It's not amazing. It's good.
7 is the right number for me. It
could have been an 8 or a 9 if it had more 3D era characters, yeah.
I think that we've been kind of gut punching the last couple of days with all these Special Forces kitties. I don't know. I'm trying to take into account and remember the fact that we've got awesome designs like Devora and Ferritor and Aaron Black out there that we need to see a lot more of and remind us that there are some really awesome new creations going on here. So I'm still impressed overall. And I'll wait to see whether I'm let down or not by the new gen of Special Forces, folks. Right. 7 is fair.
Exactly. Yeah.
No hate.
So we're all pretty close here. Nobody dislikes the roster. It just feels flat and is a little bit...
Yeah, it's... I mean, people are going to hear like a 6 and think that's a bad score because they're trained by IGN to think anything other than a 7
Seriously, people, remember this. Once upon a time, 6 meant better than average.
Yeah.
That's why I like Angry Joe's
5 means average. Like
he rates them like that, yeah.
9 does not mean pretty good. 9 is close to fucking perfect.
Right.
None of us think this is a 9.
There's never been a 9 in the history of the Mortal Kombat rosters. Just Deception was my favorite, and I give that like an 8.
I would have given this an 8 or a 9. Like I said, if you'd have thrown Fujin, Raiko, and maybe like a Bo Rai Chow or Havoc on there, I think it could have easily gotten an 8 from me.
I would need a minimum of 4 post MK4 characters, including Kenshi and also Shinnok. That would have brought me up to like an 8.
I mean, if you ignore the fact that the gameplay was bad, it's hard not to give an Armageddon a 10 because it's everything.
Yeah, ignoring the gameplay.
It loses a half point from Motaro with 2 legs.
That's fair.
It's a shame we can't do a live stream with Armageddon because I'm actually pretty good at that game, believe it or not. With a lot of characters, like I am, like my Liu Mei is nothing to fuck with, but anyway,
we could always, it would take a lot of effort. We could
set an emulator or something. I'm gonna play Serena and just throw knives, and you're not gonna move.
And you'd probably win, and that's okay. We're all in it to fucking win. I hope that never changes.
No, I'll just take meat to taunt all day.
Please don't do that.
No, that's only response to anything. Especially
even if I beat you, I still lost. Don't do that for me.
Precisely. He's the Dan of MK.
He's the ugliest Dan that's ever been a Dan in anything. I will counter.
Cobra was the Dan.
Yeah, I miss Cobra. I think that's it, right?
Yeah, I may never get to sweep the leg. That makes me sad.
Yeah, we covered a lot. Like I said, this is going to be a long one. I think it's our longest yet. But we covered a shit ton, so...
I do want to thank all the fans for checking out the story vid. That got like double our highest video or something in terms of...
Yeah, that was crazy. I'm super jealous I'm not in that one.
Yeah,
we got like 1,000...
I had class that morning. Damn it.
Yeah, we got like 1,000 something on our 4th episode, the one about secrets. But yeah, this is definitely our highest now. I think Combat Tethers... much to thank for that. They shared it, and I think Cenobite told me it reached like 2,500 people. So
huge props to Tether.
Yeah, very cool of you. And yes, that's amazing. Like I said, we got 30 to 40 subscribers. It was easily 40 subscribers because we're up to 290 something now, and we were at 250 before that. So definitely kudos to you, sir, and thank you everybody that has checked our stuff out and liked it and is. We get very positive messages from people, and I thank all of you for your positive feedback. And for people that don't like the show, like I said, you just tell us what you don't like, and we'll do our best to fix it to make you happy as long as it's reasonable. And
you could just keep on clicking that thumbs down.
Yeah, either way.
Whoever you are.
That's it. We're here to make you happy and to entertain you. So if there's something minor that we're just not doing that you would like to see, then by all means, we'd love to fix that for you. But if it's just like you just don't like the way one of us sounds or one of our opinion every episode, I don't know, then yeah, there's nothing we can really do for you there. But at least you keep tuning in.
Irritated by my voice, in which case, go fuck yourself, San Diego.
Or if you're a Kano fan, I'm sorry, I picked my flag. That's what I'm waving. So
we had a couple of questions from Mojo.
What was that?
Yeah, let's hit it.
Yeah, so he says, so much info in the room for speculation. Looking forward to the next full episode. Have the trailer reveals changed your opinion on any of the released characters, i.e., warming to a character you thought was lame or vice versa?
For me personally, I never really... There's very few characters I think are lame in Mortal Kombat. Some from, or a lot, or I'd say half from the 3D era, and there's like 3 or 4 from the Trilogy era that I just don't really care for. For the most part, I think everybody's okay or passable or better, so I really can't say there's any trailer that turns somebody from a dislike to a like that's in this game anyways. I mean, maybe Kano could be that guy for somebody, but because I know some people were like they didn't like him before, but they at least thought his gameplay looked cool in here. But no, any of the trailers, I've thought they just looked amazing, but I didn't necessarily dislike them either. So it was just basically being like, wow, they look even better in this game. So that's pretty much all the trailers have been for me. The jury's still out on the new characters, obviously, other than the new characters we've known about since the beginning, I should say.
Okay.
Yeah, just Scorpion, I think, is really cool as a human who can, actually use that appearance in combat. That was really cool. Also, Taquito. I like Taquito more now. I think I'm the minority in that. I think, at least in the terms of this podcast, I think I like Taquito better now. Taquito. I think I like Taquito better now. I think, I love the idea that he's Kenshi's descendant. He's Scorpion's protege. I think that's cool. I think that was a good direction to go. Are the harpoon arms silly? Yes, but it.
What if he literally just had harpoon arms?
He's like floating harpoon arms?
No hands, just harpoons for arms.
No, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I would like that for the wrong reasons, but yes, I would.
Could have been a pirate instead of a ninja.
I like the Scorpion alt costume. I think it looks really good. So Taquito. Yeah, I like Taquito a lot. Along with Kotal and Naitara. But yeah, Razor Shadowloo, thoughts?
Hey, are we gonna go to the Nether realm? Is that?
What are you guys' thoughts on Raiko? Anything? Anything at all? How about Nightwolf? Like how we can all just make fun of ourselves at this point.
Oh, why? No. Let's see. Actually,
Oof.
I haven't really disliked anyone that I've seen, so I don't know. Not really much back and forth. I mean, I've held the same opinions for Devora, Kotal. I just keep on loving more and more with every passing day. I'm a bit concerned, as are most of us, about Jacqui and Kung Jin, but I'm gonna wait to see. There's really no one who more I've seen of them I've liked less and less and less. Pretty positive and optimistic on the whole. Cautiously so in the case of the newcomers.
Right.
Is that all of us? Razor?
I don't know. I find myself surprised by how much I don't hate Kung Jin. I guess that's a positive thing. I mean, I still don't really like him. I mean, no matter how cool he plays, it can't change the fact that his backstory is impossible. But
I like you, kid. Not a whole lot, but I like you.
I mean, if he didn't have that dorky headgear, he might warm up to me.
Okay.
Although that is probably the worst thing you could say about a character is they shouldn't exist. But I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. If he was Liu Kang's cousin instead of Kung Lao's, it's that simple. That tiny a change.
I know, it'd be a great breakup line. It's like, girl, I like you, but you just shouldn't exist. Sorry.
Your parents are impossible. They can't.
The fact that you're a thing bothers me.
Get rid of Kung Jin and give Jacqui the bow, and we're set for me. Just make her an athletic type, like Razor said, but
cool.
she's a big into archery.
Yeah, that would be cool if she was like an Olympic archer or something. I could see that work.
She could be the Katniss Everdeen of.
But I like the idea that there's a boxing character.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe she could do both, different variations. I don't know. Normals could be boxing related. I don't know.
That'd be a weird combination.
Not even worth speculating because it's not going to happen. So.
I still think that she should have lost her legs and have robot legs.
Oh, God.
Whenever someone says robot legs, now I just default to like the Darth Maul backwards chicken look. So no. No. Please God, no.
What was his other question?
He had several.
Okay.
Who are you looking to explore first character-wise outside of story mode? Let's keep it brief. Right now?
Kenshi, even before I've seen his gameplay, I feel like Kenshi's going to be that guy. But if we're just talking about characters I've seen gameplay-wise, Sub-Zero's always like a guy. I always play Sub-Zero every single game, but like blown away gameplay-wise, probably Katana, I guess. I don't know. That's why it's weird for me. I don't want to talk about it.
For me, been Ferrator since nearly day one. Still holding to that. If Aaron Black and Shinnok are on the spot, then yes, them too.
You just really want to do that fatality.
Yes. Not even denying it anymore. Just going to drag out this as deadpan as long as I can go until the joke finally, completely, totally dies.
As long as you drag it down the middle.
I deserve that.
Is that what she said?
A straight line, just top to bottom.
I'm going to say Shinnok if he's not a fucking unlockable. Oh my god. I hate that
He'll
shit.
be unlockable, you know it.
I don't want to fucking put the game in
He's
the
trapped
console.
in an amulet. You gotta free him.
Hours. Oh, don't.
They're going to go through story mode eventually.
Just accept it because you know it's coming.
Prepare yourself now, man.
He's got an unlockable written all over him.
I'm gonna put the little busy like yellow icon on my Skype chat. You guys aren't gonna fucking hear shit till that character's unlocked. That's all I'm saying.
Is that all of us?
I guess.
Oh yeah.
I don't really know who I'm gonna like the first time I get the game and like start up arcade mode. Who I'm gonna pick? I guess Johnny, just because that's sort of my instinct, and I mean we haven't seen anything about his variations or nothing yet, but like he was my boy in 9, so I got to see what he could do.
Okay. Third question was, who are you speculating on as the big bad? I think we've already covered that in some length, personally.
Yeah.
Moving on. There's some ambiguity on the 4th and 5th confirmed character reveals, although he says Mileena's like the 4th. Who are you guys leaning towards?
Because I think that's irrelevant at this point, honestly.
You think?
I think with the leak I think all 3 of them are going to be in, and I think Aaron Black, Mileena, and the 3...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that when Ed said 5 characters, he was being like deliberately ambiguous about like whether I don't think he was counting Aaron Black because his appearances are so blink and you'll miss him.
Right.
Same thing with Cage and Sonya.
I think he meant Shinnok as the 5th character.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the 5 character at this point is like as much as we know now, and I fully believe that leaked picture, and I think all 3 of them are going to be playable. I think it's a moot point at this point.
In general, there are 6 playable characters is in that trailer.
I think there's even more than that, right? The 3 of the Special Forces crew, plus Mileena, plus Aaron Black, plus Shinnok, plus Johnny and Sonya, technically.
Well, again, Johnny and Sonya are so blink and you miss them.
Right. That's fair.
If we're just,
but I guess that's a fair. Yeah.
If we're just going to go by like character space and time, and we know for a fact Sonya's already going to be a character in the game at the very least, then yeah, I wouldn't count Aaron Black. I'd say that they're probably aiming for like Shinnok and Mileena as the spotlight there, although Aaron's totally in the game.
All right then.
Anyone else?
Damn you. No. Your S's.
All right. Sorry. Okay, next one. This is more temp and Shadowloo specific, but open to the panel. If your favorite character isn't revealed to be included, Smoke/Lee May, is there anyone else you might be interested in? Why or why not?
Cyrax? What?
Honestly, man. Breaking his heart here.
It's like they don't even know my favorite. They don't even know.
Well, all you play is Liu Kang.
I know, right? He's not confirmed either.
All right, Shadowloo, I'll let you go first, of course, since you're articulating the questions.
I've got 3 that I'm interested in. Like I said, I like how Ferrator, like their fighting styles, they're right up my alley. Number 2, probably Shinnok, because like I said earlier, with a heavy emphasis on Le Français, like you give me a 2D Shinnok with like Armageddon-inspired properties and moves, and I'm in heaven. And number 3 is Aaron Black, because if he actually turns out to be a big-ass gunslinger, he's basically what I wanted Dairu to be when Dairu was introduced, and he just looks like a badass. We'll see. But those are my 3 off the top of my head.
Shinnok. Just Shinnok. I mean, that, other than, really just Katana and Sub-Zero, more Sub-Zero than anything, but Like I said in the last episode, there's going to be so many dudes up in Sub-Zero by the time the game comes out that I don't need to reserve a spot in that cluster. They can have them. I want a character who's...
Shinnok's going to be pretty well...
I think he'll be played. I don't think... With characters like Aaron Black, Sub-Zero and Scorpion, Katana, I don't think it's going to be a huge group of people. Unless he's really good. Like, if he's top 5, or he has an early on gimmick that's a game changer, I don't see a huge faction of people. I think he'll be used often enough, but Smoke was used often enough. Smoke had a pretty large online base because the telepunch was so cheap if you didn't know how to block. So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think every character is going to have a substantial base, with maybe the exception of like Ferritor, or I don't even see Devora getting too many people online, especially since she's been so overexposed. So I think I'm going to have Shinnok to myself for the most part. Unless he's like a brain-dead zoner, and that's my greatest fear. But like I said, there should be variations that let me play him the way I want to play him. That is the idea. The only reason Reptile wasn't that way is because he's already a complete character. There's no need to give him diversity because he can already zone and rush down. And we never talked about it, but he has a fucking overhead, a fast overhead. So there's really no need to make him, all torn into 3 pieces, even though I think they should have for balancing purposes. Anyway, neither here nor there. Shinnok. It's him with maybe Sub-Zero as my backup. Unless just let me look through the list real quick. I feel like I'm forgetting someone, but... Kenshi. Kenshi looks very interesting.
Stay
I like
away.
No, I'm gonna have a good time with Kenshi. I'm not gonna go crazy with him. But
my number 1's gonna be Shinnok. Just Shinnok. So covers it for me.
I think we're all gonna play Shinnok just because we're so desperate for a 3D character.
Hey, if you guys want to go, I'm here. You know where to find me.
Stop it.
Well, I already ruined Jongo's day by telling him I'm gonna play main Sub-Zero.
You main character. You can't have my character.
Yeah, we even both like the same variation. He wants to throw ice clones as much as I do.
It's a good thing, guys. This is how the free market works. You get to compete and see who's the better Sub-Zero. I look forward to it. I'll be taking wagers.
He does have more practice.
Well, you got to work on that, don't you, Razor? You got to fucking get your game going.
If we played Deception, I'd ruin him. Sub-Zero was my boy in that game.
No, Sub-Zero was pretty good. I liked him a lot in Deception. He had that forward dash, whatever, the knee dash. Yeah, there you go. It's cold shoulder, that works.
Next.
Does Mojo have any other questions? Or?
The last one was a question for Razor and the rest of the panel, which, I already answered that one. And given what we know about the Kamidogu in the comics, how do you think that they'll be incorporated into the main story? Do you think the true big bad will be related to Onaga or the One Being?
There's been a lot of speculation that the Red Cloud has something to do with, the Blood Code or whatever, the possessing element there is. I think the Red Cloud is it's what turns the sky red in that scene where they're fighting the zombie Sindel and Katana. So I think it's just the signaling of, the Nether Realm being unleashed or the return of Shinnok.
The second invasion, yeah. That's what I was thinking, too.
Yeah, so I'm really thinking, the Kamidogu plot in the comic. I really think the demon that possessed Fox is going to turn out to be Damashi. And this is the comic's way of doing Onaga's story, because Onaga won't be in the game, and they want to put some of the 3D stuff in the comic.
You know what's interesting about the Revenants, that the images we've seen, is they all have that reddish glow, very similar to the Kamidogu glow that we've seen. So I wonder if the Blood Code mixed with the Kamidogu and all of that stuff is seeing
different
something.
Characters like Katana and Sindel have yellow veiny cracks in them, and then Jax has red veiny cracks in him.
I'm just thinking maybe if all this happens at the end of the game, maybe the Kamidogu does have that big part in the fact that somehow the blood spilled using these Kamidogu has something to do with raising these damn characters from the dead.
I don't know. There's the only possible connection I see is the fact that Kotal is still a blood god and cuts himself with that knife. I think that might be one of the Kamidogu. I don't know that it'll play into the plot though, other than as an
find out soon
his own
from
personal
the comics,
powers.
I guess the next little comic arc is supposed to cover it.
I mentioned earlier that pretty sure the Kamido are going to be tying into the game a little bit. I don't know about the one being, because he's sort of a manifestation of the entirety of the universe, and that seems kind of improbable to me. Onaga, I'm also very iffy on. I just feel like this whole thing just took on a different point, that there's a reason why the Kamidogu are daggers now, why we don't know where the hell Shujinko is. I don't know. I feel like we're steering away from that. I'll probably get conclusion though, but I feel like the Kamidogu, at the very least, are involved.
See, I feel like as far as the game goes, they're deliberately steering away from the 3D era and those characters. And I feel like the comic is supposed to be like our consolation prize for the people who want to see those characters.
Possible. Although I can't get behind the idea of Damashi possessing anyone. He always seemed too weak for that. Damashi, so to speak.
Well, I think it's just an attempt to sort of reimagine what Onaga's spirit can do in his attempt to bring himself back.
That'd be fair.
Because, I mean, we didn't know that the Shinnok's amulet could suck him inside of it before this timeline, so...
Calling him the one who walks in darkness, though. It doesn't seem Onaga to me. Too early to tell.
The other thing it could be is, the one who walks in shadow. I mean, if Noob Saibot's explosion caused him to become a disembodied spirit...
That would work for me.
Because he seems to know things about Quan Chi.
He's going to tell you all his deep, dark secrets. All right.
And that is it.
Okay, then. And that is it for this episode.
Appreciate the comments, Mojo.
Yep. Thanks.
Feel free to send them in.
Sure,
I know we haven't been great about questions, but there's so much content, guys. There's so much we have to cover.
It's a complete 180 from October or November, or whatever the hell that was.
Shoot us cues on Facebook or Twitter or whatever have you. Any way you feel so inclined.
Yep.
We'll try to answer them.
For sure.
Yeah, and if we don't, we might just let them pile up and then do a whole question-answering episode at some point.
Yeah.
Would make sense.
All right. Well, that does it for this episode. It's going on. It's getting a little graveyard shift territory here. At
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's getting pretty late. My
voice
is killing me. I'm still getting over that cold I had last week.
All right. Well, that'll do it. Temp, you got any last-second questions, or you just gonna let this one go?
No, I'm good.
I don't believe you.
I wish I had something. I wish I could rudely interrupt you, but I got nothing. After 4 hours, I'm out of ammo.
All right. Well, that does it for this episode, and you guys, thanks once again for subscribing and everything. And yeah, you guys are great. So you keep doing what you're doing, and we'll keep putting out this content. And have a good week.
We love you.
Take care, everyone.
Stay the fuck away from Kenshi.
You can't make me.